Chapter 1. The system is late. Douluo continent, Tiandu Empire. In a quiet and ancient courtyard, Ling Feng sat cross-legged like a statue, immersed in spiritual practice. As time slowly passed, a trace of imperceptible disappointment quietly emerged in the depths of Ling Feng's eyes. Fine beads of sweat slightly seeped out of his forehead and his teeth were lightly clenched. Unfortunately, the soul power still has not increased. After a moment, Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes and gently exhaled, followed by a sigh full of helplessness. Alas, my martial spirit level is still too low. I've wasted several months of precious time without even raising my spirit power by one level. His voice echoed in the silent courtyard, with a hint of helplessness. After saying that, Ling Feng slowly stood up, raised his hand and gently brushed off the dust on his body. His eyes slowly looked up at the distant sky, his eyes full of loneliness. He was not a native of this magical land of Douluo continent, but travelled here by chance due to an accident. Before travelling through time, he had read novels and watched animations about Douluo, and he fully believed that he could also awaken a powerful martial spirit. Not to mention breaking through to the god level in one fell swoop, at least one can become an admired titled Douluo on the Douluo continent. But when his martial spirit awakened at the age of 6, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. In the magical yet cruel world of Douluo continent, a person's destiny is basically determined the moment their martial spirit awakens. He already understands the current timeline of Douluo continent. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang San should be 6 years old this year, and the plot of Douluo continent is about to begin. What Ling Feng awakened was just an inconspicuous low-level martial soul, and his innate soul power was pitifully weak, only level 2. He is now an adult, just 18 years old, but after all these years of unremitting practice, his soul power level still remains at level 25. He had challenged himself countless times, trained his body, and tried to break through the bottleneck of his soul power, but he always failed. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, on Douluo continent, relying on the special nature of my martial spirit, I can still have a worry-free life. Ling Feng shook his head slightly. Although his martial soul was ordinary and had no strong attack and defense power, it possessed a magical and unique ability. Buzz! Ling Feng's mind moved, and he slowly spread out his right hand. A faint green light rose from his palm. Then, the light suddenly bloomed, and an ancient bronze mirror appeared out of thin air, quietly floating above his right hand. This bronze mirror is carved with delicate green patterns all around. The patterns are simple and mysterious. It is Ling Feng's martial soul, the bronze mirror. After years of exploration, he discovered that although the bronze mirror martial soul could not provide him with strong power support in battle, it possessed an extremely strange ability, the bronze mark. The bronze seal is a medium. When he casts the bronze mark on a soul beast, he can extract soul power from the soul beast and condense a soul ring. However, this kind of soul ring extraction is not without restrictions. Due to the limitation of his strength, he can now only barely extract a 100-year soul ring from the soul beast's body, and it is a relatively young 100-year soul ring. The soul rings extracted are no different from the soul rings obtained by hunting soul beasts, and the soul skills that are born are also closely related to the soul beasts. If you try to forcibly extract a spirit ring that is very old, not only will you fail, but you will also suffer backlash, which will not be worth the loss. Ling Feng speculated that the reason for his failure was partly due to his low soul power level and partly due to the limitations of his martial soul level. With this special ability of his martial soul, Ling Feng had found a unique way to survive in Douluo continent. He often traveled through the soul beast forest, and the roars of soul beasts that came from time to time were terrifying. Ling Feng carefully captured some 100-year soul beasts and extracted some 10-year soul rings and 100-year soul rings from them. He would carefully plan every action in advance, observing the habits and whereabouts of the soul beasts, and looking for the best time to strike. As for the extracted soul ring, it can exist in the air for a long time, which is related to Ling Feng's bronze mirror martial soul. You just need to attach the bronze mark to the soul ring, and then the soul ring will be able to exist in the air unless the bronze mark disappears. The extracted soul rings are then sold to civilians who want to obtain soul rings but lack sufficient strength to go to the soul beast forest to hunt. For these commoners, being able to possess a 100-year spirit ring, even if it is just a 100-year spirit ring, is a precious opportunity that they have always dreamed of and can only encounter by chance. After all, the soul beast forest is by no means a good place. It is full of dangers and contains countless deadly dangers and challenges. Anyone who steps into it without being careful will die and become food for soul beasts. To be on the safe side, most civilians would rather choose to absorb some relatively weak 10-year spirit rings than easily set foot in the spirit beast forest. Because of this, Ling Feng has accumulated considerable wealth over the years by selling soul rings, enough for him to live a comfortable life without worries about food and clothing in Douluo continent. But Ling Feng knew in his heart that this was not a long-term solution. He longed to one day break through his own limitations and evolve his martial soul. In fact, he wanted to go to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Absorbing any magical herb would be enough to evolve his martial soul, but the place was occupied by poison Douluo, and going there would be suicide. Can only give up. Just when Ling Feng was about to go to the place where the soul beasts were raised to check on their condition, suddenly, without warning, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Could it be? There was a flash of uncontrollable surprise in Ling Feng's eyes. This surprise only stayed in his eyes for a brief moment before he forcibly suppressed it. He shook his head slowly, thinking to himself that this might just be his hallucination. For 18 years since he traveled to Douluo continent, he has been longing for the legendary Golden Finger. In the world of Douluo continent, although he barely survived with the help of the Bronze Mirror martial spirit, he was well aware of his own weaknesses and limitations. Every time he faced a powerful soul master or a ferocious soul beast, he felt deeply powerless and helpless. The host has successfully arrived on Douluo continent. The baby's godhood system is binding. Suddenly, that cold voice continued to ring clearly in his mind. Ling Feng was stunned at first, and then an indescribable excitement and nervousness surged in his heart. He suppressed the waves in his heart, and after confirming again and again that this was not his own hallucination, he finally realized it. The long-awaited Golden Finger actually came to him at this moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Martial Spirit Evolution. Chapter 2 Martial Spirit Evolution. Baby becomes a god. However, when he heard the strange name Baby Godhood System, he couldn't help but feel a little confused and curious. As the system was successfully bound, a large amount of information about the system's functions flooded into Ling Feng's mind like a tide. After a moment, Ling Feng slowly raised his head with a look of surprise on his face, and spoke to the system in his mind. System, are you mistaken? I'm an adult now, not a newborn baby. This timeline obviously doesn't match up. According to the system information he received, this system was set up to assist him in becoming a god from the moment he was born. By issuing various tasks from time to time, guide him to complete the tasks, obtain rewards, and ultimately achieve the goal of becoming a god. However, Ling Feng is now 18 years old and has long missed the birth stage set by the system, which makes him very confused and puzzled. I even once suspected that the system had some kind of error during the time travel, causing the timeline to be disordered. Time is being determined. This system has confirmed that today is the host's first day on Douluo continent. The timeline is correct. The cold and mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind again. When Ling Feng heard this, his face turned black and he was speechless. He could only shake his head helplessly and put this doubt behind him for the time being. At this moment, what he was more worried about was that he didn't know what kind of tasks the system would issue. Will the confusion in the timeline have an impact on the tasks released in the future? Detected that the host was newly born and first arrived in Douluo continent. Release task: Host, please learn to open your eyes within 3 days. Reward: Soul Evolution Potion, Basic. Ling Feng looked at the task that emerged in his mind and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes revealed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. For an adult, opening and closing eyes is just the simplest physiological action, but now it has become a system task, which makes him feel both amused and helpless. Just as he was thinking hard, his body's instinct made him blink subconsciously. Congratulations to the host for opening his eyes within 3 seconds and learning to blink. You have exceeded the mission target. Your reward is a critical hit. Reward, Soul Evolution Potion, God level. I'll go, is this okay? When Ling Feng heard the system prompt that the task was completed, he was stunned, with an expression of disbelief written all over his face. He never imagined that just a subconscious blink of an eye would allow him to complete the task issued by the system, and even trigger a critical hit reward for exceeding the task. This sudden surprise made him unable to react for a while. It turned out to be the case. It seems that the task completion judgment of this system is not restricted by the timeline. As long as you can meet the requirements of the task, no matter how you complete it, you will receive corresponding rewards. This discovery immediately alleviated Ling Feng's worries. Some tasks may be extremely difficult for a newborn baby, but will be easy for him as an adult. Later, Ling Feng noticed that the critical hit reward obtained for exceeding the task was completely different from the ordinary reward. This made him deeply realize that in the process of completing system tasks in the future, he must exceed the tasks as much as possible. An illusory and mysterious blue light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Ling Feng's eyes. He slowly stretched out his right hand and tapped it lightly. The system backpack interface appeared in front of him, and Ling Feng found that on one of the grids was a bottle of potion emitting golden light. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat, thinking this must be the god-level martial soul evolution agent rewarded by the system. Ling Feng's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. He couldn't help but gently tap the bottle of potion again and extract it from the system backpack. The moment the potion appeared in his hands began to tremble slightly. Now, with this bottle of god-level martial soul evolution agent, he firmly believes that his martial soul will undergo an earth-shaking transformation. Ling Feng knew very well that in this Douluo continent, the strength of the martial soul directly determined the status and strength of the soul master. Although his bronze mirror martial soul was unique, it was always too weak, which restricted his development. With excitement, Ling Feng returned to his residence. He closed the doors and windows to ensure the safety and privacy of the surrounding environment. He sat on the bed, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the god-level martial soul evolution agent in his hand. In an instant, a rich and mysterious fragrance spread out. The fragrance contained powerful energy fluctuations, which made Ling Feng's heart beat faster. He drank the potion without hesitation, and a surge of hot energy surged in his body, like a rushing river, rushing towards where his martial soul was. Ling Feng closed his eyes tightly, concentrated his mind, and felt the changes in his body. Under the infusion of energy, his bronze mirror martial soul began to tremble violently and emit bursts of buzzing sounds. The originally plain mirror surface was now sparkling with dazzling golden light, and the green patterns on the mirror surface seemed to come alive. As the medicinal power continued to merge, cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror martial soul in his right hand. Like a broken spider web, it covered the entire surface of the martial soul. Really? In the next moment, there was a loud bang and the entire bronze mirror martial soul instantly turned into pieces of debris, like broken stars, floating in the surrounding space. Puff! At the moment when his martial soul was shattered, Ling Feng's face turned pale as paper and he spat out a mouthful of blood. For ordinary soul masters, the destruction of their martial soul is tantamount to a catastrophe. However, Ling Feng relied on his strong will to endure the pain that could have been fatal. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, his teeth were clenched, and every inch of his muscles was trembling slightly, showing the tremendous torment he was enduring at the moment. Fortunately, the martial soul evolution potion in his body continued to repair the damage in his body. At the same time, Ling Feng clearly felt a strange itchy sensation coming from the palm of his right hand. This feeling was exactly the same as when his martial soul awakened. He knew in his heart that a brand new martial soul was about to be born. Time passed slowly and several hours passed. During this period, Ling Feng was like a sturdy stone sculpture, always maintaining a cross-legged sitting posture, motionless. The breath in the body gradually became stable from disordered, and the pain in the body receded like the tide. At first, the force rushed through his body, as if to tear his meridians apart. But Ling Feng gritted his teeth and persisted, relying on his tenacious will to guide the power to slowly return to its place. The martial soul in his right hand, which was being reshaped, became more and more condensed, faintly emitting a mysterious and powerful fluctuation. The fluctuation spread in the air like an invisible ripple, causing the surrounding space to seem to distort slightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Void Mirror. Chapter 3 Void Mirror. The moment the medicine in his body was completely absorbed, the bottleneck of his soul power, which had been trapped in his body, shattered like fragile glass. Level 26. Level 27. Level 28. The soul power increased rapidly until it broke through to level 30 and then gradually stopped. When everything calmed down, Ling Feng stood up slowly with anticipation and trepidation, his eyes fixed on his right hand. As he gently waved his right hand, a mirror emitting a mysterious silver-white light appeared and floated above his palm. The surface of the mirror was not as calm as water, but suddenly layers of ripples appeared like water waves. These ripples spread out in all directions with a mysterious and powerful wave. In the small courtyard where Ling Feng was, the flowers, plants and trees seemed to sway slightly under the influence of these waves, as if paying tribute to this new and powerful force. According to Ling Feng's keen perception, he could clearly sense that this martial soul seemed to have formed a wonderful fusion with the surrounding space. It seems as if it is a part of the space, or in other words, the space has a new order and rules because of it. At this moment, a piece of information emerged in Ling Feng's mind, and the most important one was the name of this martial soul, Void Mirror. The moment he heard this name, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. This made his thoughts involuntarily drift back to his previous life, and he remembered the novel he had read that made his blood boil. Those shocking words in that novel seemed to echo in his ears again. I have lived a life of emptiness, and I am not inferior to others. Come here, Jing, and fight with me. Also called the Void Mirror, in the world of the novel, it is a top-level weapon standing at the pinnacle. It is an extremely powerful imperial weapon that is feared by countless powerful people and possesses terrifying power to destroy the world. Of course, Ling Feng was very clear that the Void Mirror martial soul that he had awakened in Douluo continent, although having the same name as the Supreme Emperor's soldier in the novel, could not be compared. If a terrifying existence like the Void Mirror in the heaven-shading world descends upon the Douluo continent, even if it only leaks a tiny trace of its aura, I'm afraid that the entire Douluo continent will be like a fragile bubble, completely turning into powder in an instant and no longer existing. Even so, Ling Feng could truly feel the power of his martial soul. It is a genuine god-level martial soul, the martial soul that countless soul masters on this continent dream of. Although Ling Feng was not fortunate enough to see the sea god martial spirit, the six-winged angel martial spirit, etc. with his own eyes, but relying on his keen intuition about martial souls, he dared to conclude without hesitation that his Void Mirror martial soul must be a top-notch existence among the ranks of god-level martial souls. The main attribute of his martial soul is space. Just from the fact that he can exert the power of space at will, one can deeply appreciate the power and mystery of this attribute. After all, as the saying goes, time is king, space is king. The ability to twist, fold, and teleport space will play an unimaginable role both in combat and in exploring unknown areas. Ling Feng was full of curiosity and wanted to explore whether his own soul skills would undergo miraculous changes after his martial soul evolved. So, he slowly spread out his right hand, ready to perform his soul skills as usual. "Where's my spirit ring?" But just a moment later, a look of surprise appeared on Ling Feng's face. The 2 spirit rings he had painstakingly absorbed vanished without a trace, like a dream. After a brief moment of reflection, Ling Feng gradually realized that this might be a chain reaction caused by the shattering of the bronze mirror spirit during its evolution. This led to the dissipation of his own soul ring, but he did not complain or feel regretful about it. The 2 spirit rings he had before were only barely at the level of a 100-year spirit ring. The soul skills that were born were like chicken ribs, and now that they have shattered and disappeared, it is exactly what he wants. Considering his physical strength that has been transformed after the evolution of his martial soul, even absorbing the 1000-year soul ring is more than enough for him at the position of the first soul ring. By the way, don't all god-level martial spirits have innate domains? At this moment, a key idea suddenly flashed through Ling Feng's mind. He clearly remembered that the 6-winged angel god-level martial spirit possessed the angel domain. Then, logically speaking, his void mirror martial soul should have a unique talent field. Ling Feng took a deep breath and quickly put the power of his martial soul into full circulation in his body, and his consciousness slowly sank into the void mirror martial soul. In his spiritual world, a silver-white light flickered at this moment, as if he was in a vast starry sky, with endless silver stardust floating around. As time slowly passed, he could clearly feel the space around his body begin to tremble violently like surging waves. It was as if space itself felt the call of a powerful force. A strange area woven by silver ripples quickly spread out in all directions. The powerful spatial force contained in this field swept across the entire area like a storm. Make everything around seem to be in a brand new spatial order. Void Realm. Ling Feng silently said in his heart, at this moment, he finally succeeded in awakening his own talent field. As he gradually gained a deeper understanding of the power of the Void Realm, he couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. As expected of a domain unique to a god-level martial spirit, its power is truly so strong that it is shocking. In this magical realm, Ling Feng seemed to have transformed into a god who controlled space. He tried to move his mind slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, he appeared several meters away, achieving teleportation. He concentrated his mind again, slowly concealing his breath and figure, and his entire body seemed to merge into the void. If he hadn't deliberately revealed himself, others would have found it difficult to detect his presence. Of course, his abilities are far more than that. He can cleverly use the power of space to limit the enemy's attack speed. As soon as he thought about it, the air in front of him instantly became sticky. I picked up a stone and threw it forward. The stone, which was originally flying fast, became extremely slow, like a snail crawling. Any use of space-related forces will be greatly enhanced in power within this area. However, Ling Feng also clearly realized that his field was not absolutely invincible. In this area, as the enemy's strength continues to increase, the degree of restriction he can impose on the enemy will be greatly reduced. When facing a powerful enemy that is far stronger than oneself, the effectiveness of the void field may be greatly reduced. But even so, this is still an extremely powerful field of talent. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Mission. Chapter 4 Mission. After careful consideration, Ling Feng estimated that he would have to wait until his strength reached the Tidal Douluo level. Even those high and mighty gods would find it difficult to gain an advantage in his domain of talent. After fully and deeply understanding the powerful effect of his own martial soul, Ling Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Okay. At this moment, deafening roars suddenly came from not far away. These roars were filled with anger and violence, making people change color. At the same time, strong soul beast auras spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Ling Feng's expression changed slightly. Oh no! My martial spirit is shattered and the bronze mark has disappeared. I'm afraid those spirit beasts will go into a riot. A strong bad premonition arose in Ling Feng's heart. The reason why he was able to extract the soul ring from the soul beast safely was also related to the bronze mark. The soul beast marked with the bronze mark will become docile and less irritable, making it easier for him to extract the soul ring from the soul beast. Now that his martial soul had been upgraded, the bronze mark naturally disappeared. The soul beast had become violent again, and without its restraints, it would certainly try its best to break free from the cage. Thinking of this, Ling Feng strode forward without hesitation. Sure enough, when he arrived at the area where the soul beasts were imprisoned, the scene before him confirmed his guess. I saw that every soul beast had successfully broken free from its original restraints, and there was a wild and crazy light flashing in their eyes. When they saw Ling Feng, a human soul master, appear, these soul beasts rushed towards him desperately like a group of mad beasts. They bared their fangs and claws, roaring and snarling, as if they wanted to tear the human soul master in front of them into pieces to vent their anger after regaining their freedom. However, Ling Feng looked calm and composed, without any sign of panic. Not to mention that his soul power has successfully broken through to level 30 after his martial soul evolved, reaching a new height. The divine level martial spirit he possesses now is enough to give him the confidence to face this crisis. The soul beasts he had previously kept in captivity were only a few hundred-year-old soul beasts, and their strength and power were relatively limited. In his current eyes, they could not pose any substantial threat to him. Ling Feng was not in a hurry. He waved his right hand lightly and displayed the void domain that had just awakened. Boom! A field emitting a mysterious silver light spread out, enveloping the surrounding space. The soul beasts that were originally running fast and pouncing fiercely became extremely slow the moment they stepped into the territory. If you don't look carefully, you might even have the illusion that they are staying in the same place. After seeing this situation, Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. It was indeed a field of talent. Ling Feng thought to himself that he was able to restrain these soul beasts before entirely by relying on the special nature of his bronze martial soul and casting the bronze mark. Now that his martial soul has evolved, he is not sure whether he still retains this special ability. This ability is extremely important for him to pacify soul beasts and extract soul rings in the future, so he dare not be careless at all. He once again drove his martial soul with all his strength, and a dazzling silver light shot forward like a sharp arrow. During the flight, the light quickly differentiated into mysterious marks. These marks seemed to have spirituality and accurately penetrated into the bodies of soul beasts. Ling Feng stared ahead with anticipation, silently praying that this ability would still exist. Sure enough, everything was moving in the right direction. The soul beast, which was originally violent and out of control, immediately calmed down the moment the void mark penetrated into its body. It really works, and this void mark is much more powerful than the previous bronze mark. Seeing this, Ling Feng showed a relieved smile on his face. It seems that after his martial soul upgraded, this special ability not only still exists. Moreover, the power and effect of the void mark cast by the void mirror are much stronger than the previous bronze mark. Hey! Someone is coming! Before Ling Feng returned to the house to start practicing, he immediately noticed someone coming. Ever since his martial soul evolved into a god-level martial soul, the void mirror, his perception of spatial fluctuations has reached an almost subtle level. Even though he was in the deepest part of the courtyard at this moment, he could still clearly sense someone coming. As Ling Feng walked to the gate, he saw two people walking towards him. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on it. His elegant temperament was obvious. Next to him was a man with white hair draped over his shoulders, giving people a strong sense of oppression and exuding a cold and harsh aura. Ling Feng recognized the identities of the two people at a glance based on his understanding of the major forces in Douluo continent. The elegant middle-aged man was Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The man with white hair and a cold aura was the famous sword Douluo Chenexin, a powerful titled Douluo in the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He really couldn't understand it. Why would these two important figures in Douluo continent suddenly come to his remote courtyard? Welcome to Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo. I wonder what brings you here. Ling Feng greeted them loudly, secretly guessing their purpose in his heart. Although he had gained some fame among the common people by selling 100-year soul rings. But he knew very well in his heart that in the eyes of the major forces in the Tiandu Empire, his so-called means were really not worth mentioning. After all, it is just a 100-year soul ring, which is a piece of cake for those forces. Any soul master they sent out with some strength could easily hunt down a 100-year-old soul beast. This was the fundamental reason why he could live safely in the Tiandu Empire. If one day he is able to extract the 10,000-year soul ring, it will definitely attract the close attention of the top forces, and by then, his situation will become precarious. It has been detected that there are two top-level masters in front of the host. In order to help the host make friends with these two soul masters when he grows up, this task is hereby issued. Quest: Host, please leave a lasting impression in front of these two top experts in your own way. Reward: a soul power bead. Wearing it can absorb soul power at all times, improve strength, and strengthen the body. At this moment, the system's cold voice sounded in Ling Feng's mind. After hearing the task issued by the system, Ling Feng looked at Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Man, this system is fucked up. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 9 Treasures Glazed Sect. Chapter 5 Kai Bao Glazed Sect. Ling Feng began to think in his heart, how can he leave a deep impression in front of the two people? Ning Fengzi raised his head slightly and looked directly at Ling Feng. His deep eyes revealed a hint of inquiry and expectation. Without beating around the bush, he directly stated his purpose. This is what I heard. You can extract century-old spirit rings from spirit beasts, and the extracted spirit rings can be absorbed by spirit masters without any pain. He really didn't know what Ling Feng had done before. Today, he was bored and wandering around the streets of the Tiandu Empire when he overheard the civilians talking about something. The civilians described vividly that they could actually buy a 100-year soul ring directly from Ling Feng, and that they felt no pain at all when absorbing the soul ring. This news was like a huge rock, causing ripples in Ning Fengzi's heart. He was filled with doubts and curiosity, and he conducted an in-depth investigation into these discussions. After all, selling soul rings is too incredible. It seems that it has never appeared in the history of Douluo continent. Moreover, can the spirit rings that appear when others hunt spirit beasts be absorbed by others? On the other hand, Ning Fengzi discovered that most of the soul masters who bought 100-year soul rings from Ling Feng had very weak physical strength. Even if one absorbs a spirit ring that is exactly 100 years old, one will still suffer great pain. But these soul masters kept saying that the soul rings they bought from Ling Feng could avoid pain by absorbing them. This made him realize that there must be some unknown mystery hidden in it. Therefore, Ning Fengzi could no longer suppress his curiosity and immediately rushed here without stopping to find out what was going on. After thinking for a moment, Ling Feng frowned slightly and replied softly, "That is indeed the case. Because of my martial spirit, I can extract spirit rings from spirit beasts. Anyone can absorb the extracted spirit rings. In addition, the energy of the extracted spirit rings is relatively stable, so it is relatively easy to absorb. As for the rumors outside, there is no pain during the absorption of spirit rings. It is indeed true. I mainly extract spirit rings of different ages based on the physical strength of each spirit master. This way, the absorption is indeed painless." Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, revealing a faint smile. "I see, I just heard about this on the way, so I wanted to confirm a few things." At the same time, he felt an irrepressible excitement deep in his heart. He knew how difficult it was for a soul master to find a suitable soul ring. As a result, Ling Feng was able to extract spirit rings of different ages according to the situation of each spirit master. It was incredible. I never thought that the rumors were all true. Extracting soul rings from soul beasts without harming the lives of the soul beasts broke the inherent cognition that had existed on the Douluo continent for many years. Do you sell 1,000-year spirit rings or 10,000-year spirit rings here? Ning Fengzi stared at Ling Feng intently, his eyes revealing a hint of eagerness and desire. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened a bit, and his breathing became slightly faster. If what Ling Feng said is true, this will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Their long-inherited Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda martial spirit is an auxiliary martial spirit. Although it has an incomparable powerful effect in auxiliary aspects, the physical strength of the soul master who possesses this martial soul is much lower than that of the soul master of the same level. This weakness has always been a huge obstacle for the soul masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect on their path to growth. If one can absorb the maximum age soul ring that one can bear, the power of the martial soul will be brought into play to the greatest extent. After a while, I will sell some 1,000-year spirit rings. As for 10,000-year spirit rings, my martial soul level is too low to extract 10,000-year spirit rings from spirit beasts. Now and in the future, I will only sell 100-year and 1,000-year spirit rings. Ling Feng spread his hands and whispered softly. Of course, Ling Feng denied without hesitation that he would be able to extract a 10,000-year spirit ring in the future. He knew very well that if this news were to get out, it would be like a bombshell, causing an unprecedented shock on the Douluo continent. Those forces with ulterior motives will definitely be eyeing him covetously. At present, his strength is still too weak. In this Douluo continent where there are so many strong people, he is not enough to compete with those top forces. When his strength reaches the top level in Douluo continent, he will no longer need to fear any force. Even if he announced that he could extract a 100,000-year soul ring from a soul beast, no one would dare to attack him easily. Ning Fengzi heard Ling Feng's answer, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. That's a pity. However, he quickly adjusted his mood and continued to ask, I wonder what the age range of the 1,000-year spirit rings you sell is. Ling Feng shook his head, I'm not sure about this for now. I still need to try it for a while. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, a smile of understanding on his face, then I will wait for good news. However, if you sell the 1,000-year spirit ring in the future, you must inform me at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Okay. Ling Feng nodded slightly. Just like that, Ning Fengzi didn't say anything more. After the conversation, he left with Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Their figures gradually disappeared from Ling Feng's sight. On his way to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi looked solemn, as if a heavy rock was pressing on his heart. He turned to Chen Xin beside him and asked solemnly, What do you think of Ling Feng? Jian Douluo frowned slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of thought. I think his soul power has just reached level 30. As for why he can extract soul rings from soul beasts, I don't know. And I've never seen this kind of martial spirit before. In his eyes, Ling Feng's talent was not high. It was probably the level of his martial soul that limited the speed at which Ling Feng's soul power increased. However, it is really strange that a martial soul of such a low level can produce such special properties. Even a knowledgeable Tidal Douluo like him was confused. That's indeed a bit strange. It might be a mutated martial spirit. Ning Fengzi narrowed his eyes slightly and said thoughtfully. A rare trace of doubt appeared on his stern face. He really couldn't understand Ling Feng's ability to extract spirit rings. In his many years of Douluo career, he had never heard of such a strange martial spirit. After a while, we will buy some 1,000-year spirit rings from him and see if he can find the specific reason. The fact that he can extract spirit rings alone is enough to prove the terrifying nature of this method. Ning Fengzi said in a very serious tone. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Absorbing the Soul Ring. Chapter 6 Absorbing the Soul Ring. If Ling Feng could really extract a 10,000-year soul ring, or even a 100,000-year soul ring in the future, the consequences would be unimaginable. The power structure of the entire Douluo continent will be completely overturned, and the balance between various forces will be broken. So how should we deal with this situation then? So, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect with different thoughts. After Ning Fengzi and the other person left, the cold voice of the system sounded in Ling Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for leaving a deep impression in front of two top masters. You have exceeded your mission targets, and your rewards are starting to crit. Reward, a string of 10 soul beads. After hearing the system's voice, Ling Feng's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. The system requirements only left him with an initial impression. Based on the conversation he had just had with the two people, it was no exaggeration to say that he was deeply impressed. After all, extracting soul rings from soul beasts has never happened in the history of Douluo continent. And we even exceeded our targets, which is great. After returning to the room, he took out the soul power beads from the system. The surface of the beads was as black as ink, mysterious and deep. Ling Feng couldn't wait to wear it on his wrist. With his keen spatial perception, he clearly felt the soul power around him, as if being pulled by an invisible force and continuously absorbed by the soul power bead. Almost at the same time, the soul power bead slowly released the absorbed soul power and input it into his body, and the cycle continued over and over again. Isn't this equivalent to me practicing 24 hours a day, all the time? Ling Feng couldn't help but be amazed, his heart filled with surprise. Even if he is not actively practicing at this moment, the soul power bead can still spontaneously absorb soul power from the air. This help cannot be underestimated. With this string of magical soul power beads, the soul power absorbed by each bead is gathered together, and the total amount is also quite considerable. This is undoubtedly a great cheating tool for him to quickly improve his cultivation. Tomorrow we will go to Sunset Forest to absorb the spirit ring. Ling Feng was secretly planning his itinerary for tomorrow and no longer worried too much about the magical effects of the soul power bead. Now that the martial soul evolution has been completed, the most urgent task is to find a suitable soul ring. Sunset Forest is a vast gathering place for soul beasts on Douluo continent. There are many species of soul beasts there, and perhaps you can find a soul beast there that matches your Void Mirror martial soul. However, the spatial attribute of the Void Mirror martial soul is extremely rare. In the entire Douluo continent, there are only a few soul beasts with spatial attributes. Not to mention finding one with the right age, which is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. Although Ling Feng was looking forward to this, he did not hold too high hopes. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, spreading all over the earth. Ling Feng got up early, packed up, and set out on his journey to Sunset Forest. After an hour's journey, he finally arrived at this mysterious and dangerous forest. The moment he stepped into the Sunset Forest, Ling Feng could feel a strong breath of soul power coming towards him. The concentration of soul power here was obviously much higher than that in the outside world. With my current physical strength, the first spirit ring can completely absorb the 1,000-year spirit ring. As Ling Feng walked forward, he calmly assessed his own body, which was strong enough to withstand the power of a 1,000-year spirit ring. Not only that, he even believed that his second spirit ring was fully capable of absorbing spirit rings older than 5,000 years. As for the third soul ring, he had an even bolder idea, intending to directly absorb a real 10,000-year soul ring. However, this is full of uncertainties, not to mention the extremely huge energy contained in the 10,000-year soul ring. The soul impact carried by the soul ring alone is enough to scare many soul masters away. If you are not careful, you may be attacked by the powerful soul power, causing damage to your own soul power or even endangering your life. Ling Feng used the power of space to carefully weaken his presence. In this dangerous sunset forest, facing those powerful and sensitive soul beasts, any slight movement may be detected by them. In this way, Ling Feng quietly shuttled around the outskirts of the sunset forest, searching for a suitable soul beast. Time flies, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Ling Feng had already gone deep into the inner area of the sunset forest. At this moment, he was standing on the top of a towering tree, his brows furrowed, his face solemn, and he was lost in deep thought. In the past 2 days, except for the core area, he almost turned the sunset forest upside down. However, to his disappointment, he did not find any soul beast with spatial attributes. Whether it is 100-year soul beast or 1,000-year soul beast, there is no trace of it. This sudden dilemma made Ling Feng feel a little tricky. He already knew that soul beasts with spatial attributes were rare, but he never expected that after 2 days of searching, he would find nothing. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. He knew that his future journey of acquiring spirit rings was still very long and he would need to acquire 9 more spirit rings. Nowadays, even the first soul beast with space attribute is difficult to find, let alone obtaining the subsequent 8 soul rings. Moreover, as one's own strength continues to improve, the requirements for the age of the soul beast will also increase accordingly, which will undoubtedly further increase the difficulty of finding a suitable soul beast. Why not absorb soul beasts of other attributes first, but the attributes of the final soul skills are uncertain. Just when Ling Feng was in trouble, a bold idea suddenly flashed through his mind. The god-level martial soul he possesses, the Void Mirror, is extremely powerful and may be able to influence the type of soul skills born by soul beasts to a certain extent. Ling Feng thought, it might be worth a try. He couldn't just put the addition of the soul ring on hold just because he couldn't find a soul beast with spatial attributes. This would undoubtedly seriously affect his cultivation progress. Thinking of this, Ling Feng no longer hesitated. He slowly raised his hand and looked at the slightly rustic ring on his finger. This ring was something he had accidentally obtained before. It contained an independent space inside that could store living things. During these 2 days, some 1,000-year-old soul beasts were successfully captured. Of course, the age of these soul beasts is less than 3,000 years. For him now, it is not difficult to catch them. Ling Feng's thoughts slowly sank into the ring. In that space, the auras of many soul beasts intertwined together. His eyes shuttled between these soul beasts, and finally, his sight locked on several 1,000-year soul rings beside them. "It's you, the Silver Moon Fox's spirit ring," Ling Feng said softly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The spirit ring of this Silver Moon Fox is about 3,000 years old. Its bloodline is top-notch among spirit beasts, and its aura is extremely strong. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Powerful Soul Skills. Chapter 7 Powerful Soul Skills. The Silver Moon Fox is snow white all over, just like the first snow in winter, without a trace of impurities. In the moonlight, its fur will emit a sparkling snow-white glow. Another unique feature of this Silver Moon Fox is that it can absorb the power of the moon at night to practice and fight. Its combat power is also among the best among soul beasts of the same age. Last night, he was looking for a soul beast, and this Silver Moon Fox ambushed him. Ling Feng had to work hard to kill it. It was extremely fast and cunning. If Ling Feng had not used the Void Mirror's innate domain, it would have been difficult to deal with it. From the moment the Silver Moon Fox's light purple soul ring appeared in the outside world, its powerful soul energy spread out in all directions like a tide, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble slightly because of it. Since Ling Feng had already attached a void mark to this soul ring, it could be preserved for a long time. Therefore, the originally violent soul power in the soul ring has now become extremely peaceful, and it will be much easier to absorb. This is also another function of the void mark. It can soothe the negative energy of the soul ring after the soul beast dies. Moreover, the soul ring with the void mark can be absorbed by other people. Most of the spirit rings in his storage ring were picked up in the Sunset Forest. These are all valuable gold soul coins, they cannot be wasted. Ling Feng cleared his mind of the messy thoughts, took a deep breath, and quickly took out the herbs he had carefully prepared in advance from his storage bag. These herbs exuded a special scent and had a natural deterrent effect on soul beasts. Ling Feng skillfully spread the herbs evenly around, forming a simple protective circle to temporarily prevent the soul beasts from approaching. Void Realm. At the same time, Ling Feng released the Void Mirror Martial Soul. In an instant, a silver ripple spread out in all directions like ripples on the water. Wherever he went, the space seemed to be given life and began to twist and deform. A spatial domain with Ling Feng as the center quickly formed around him. The Void Realm is extremely exquisite. If you don't perceive it carefully, it is almost perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment, and it is difficult to find Ling Feng's location. After completing all these preparations, Ling Feng sat cross-legged on the spot, his eyes revealing determination and concentration. He slowly pulled the 1000-year soul ring in front of him, which was emitting light purple light, onto his Void Mirror Martial Soul. When the Millennium Soul Ring was finally attached to the Void Mirror, suddenly, a powerful force rushed directly into Ling Feng's body. Ling Feng did not dare to slack off at all. He quickly practiced meditation and guided the soul power in his body to disperse to his limbs and bones. At this time, the Void Mirror Martial Soul, under the blessing of the Millennium Soul Ring, released an even more powerful force of space. That power was like a materialized silver light, constantly flickering and moving around Ling Feng. Fortunately, the power in the soul ring is relatively docile, and the pain endured during the absorption process is greatly reduced. Despite this, Ling Feng still did not dare to let his guard down. An hour passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Seeing that the 1000-year soul ring was finally firmly attached to the Void Mirror Martial Soul, Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The first soul ring was successfully absorbed. With excitement and anticipation, Ling Feng probed into the soul ring with his mind. As expected, I guessed right. The Void Mirror Martial Soul can completely affect the soul skills brought by soul beasts. Ling Feng smiled happily. That's right, after he absorbed the Silver Moon Fox's soul ring, the soul skills he obtained were indeed space attribute soul skills, and they were also extremely aggressive. This result made Ling Feng very surprised. He had originally worried that if he couldn't find a space attribute spirit beast, the number of spirit rings he could add would be limited. Now, this worry has been completely eliminated. This way, he doesn't need to be obsessed with finding a space attribute spirit beast when adding the other 8 spirit rings. You only need to absorb old soul beasts with powerful bloodlines according to your own strength and needs. Ling Feng quickly stood up, brushed off the dust on his body, his eyes flashing with eagerness as he prepared to test the first soul skill he had just acquired. Ling Feng looked straight ahead, his right hand moved slightly, and at the same time the void mirror shone brightly, releasing a dazzling silver-white light. First soul skill, Space Blade. Ling Feng activated the first soul ring, and saw the first 1000-year soul ring, with an enchanting purple color flashing in the void. It interweaves with the silver-white light of the void mirror, creating an extremely shocking visual effect. The space ahead began to twist and deform violently, and a sharp blade formed by pure spatial force slowly emerged. The space around the space blade continued to collapse and reorganize, generating a powerful suction force that drew the surrounding leaves and branches into it, instantly turning them into powder. Ling Feng gently waved his right hand, and the space blade in front of him shot forward. In the blink of an eye, the trees 10 meters away were directly pierced by this spatial blade. The terrifying spatial force was so strong that even the thick trees were completely shattered by it. So strong! Ling Feng secretly marveled at the powerful force of his first soul skill. There is simply no solution, the speed of this attack is too fast. The power of space is unpredictable and extremely fast. If you don't observe carefully, you can't see the attack trajectory of this space blade at all. He was extremely satisfied with the power of his first soul skill, which was a great help in improving his strength. Afterwards, Ling Feng stopped paying attention to this matter and began to regulate his own soul power, preparing to set out to find his second soul ring. Time passed slowly and soon it was evening. Just when Ling Feng was frowning, he immediately noticed with his spatial perception that there were two soul beasts fighting not far away, and one of the soul beasts was about 5,000 years old. Found it! Ling Feng was a little excited. He had finally found a suitable soul beast. Moreover, according to his perception, the bloodline of this soul beast should not be underestimated. It should be very suitable to become his second soul ring. On the Douluo continent, the bloodline of a soul beast often determines its potential and the strength of the soul ring it can bestow upon a soul master. A soul ring of a soul beast with a powerful bloodline is undoubtedly a great help to a soul master. Ling Feng quickly rushed forward, jumped onto a tree trunk, and immediately observed the two soul beasts in front of him. It's actually the 5,000-year-old dark gold terror claw bear and the jade-scaled snake king who just reached 10,000 years old. When Ling Feng saw these two soul beasts, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He had already sensed the presence of a 5,000-year-old soul beast, but he didn't expect it to be the dark gold terror claw bear. Logically speaking, a soul beast like the dark gold terror claw bear, which contains top-level blood, should live in the Star Do Great Forest. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 The Fisherman Gets a Profit. Chapter 8 The Fisherman Gets a Profit. Ling Feng never thought that Sunset Forest actually had this kind of soul beast, so he couldn't wait to use this soul beast as his second soul ring. As for the other soul beast, it is the green-scaled snake king, which is over 10,000 years old, and its bloodline is also of top level. The green-scaled snake king is also famous in Douluo continent. Its venom is extremely fierce and can terrify many powerful soul beasts. However, there is still a certain gap compared with the dark gold terror claw bear. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the dark gold terror claw bear to rely on its 5,000 years of cultivation to fight a fierce battle with the green-scaled snake king who had just reached the age of 10,000. Even to a certain extent, the dark gold terror claw bear still has a certain advantage. It's a bit troublesome to obtain the dark gold terror claw bear's spirit ring. Ling Feng murmured to himself that the strength of these two soul beasts was extremely powerful. If he rashly joined the battle, he would be in big trouble. We can only wait until the two soul beasts are both injured, and then kill them while they are weak. When they are seriously injured, it will be much easier to kill the dark gold terror claw bear. So, Ling Feng held his breath and concentrated, standing on the tree trunk, quietly observing the development of the battle below. The green-scaled snake king's poison continuously invaded the dark gold terror claw bear's body. The dark gold terror claw bear's originally hard fur began to show signs of festering, and its movements gradually became slow. The dark gold terror claw bear was in danger and could die at any time. Seeing this situation, Ling Feng knew that the time had come. Void Realm. Finally, Ling Feng no longer hesitated, and jumped off the tree trunk in a flash. With a light tap of his right foot, ripples appeared on the ground and spread out in all directions, and the Void Realm unfolded. As the Void Mirror Martial Soul was released, powerful spatial force permeated the surroundings, and the first purple soul ring on his body flashed with enchanting light. First soul skill, Space Blade. Under the influence of the Void Field, Ling Feng is more adept at using the power of space, and his attack speed and power have also become stronger. The two soul beasts that were originally fighting became alert when they saw Ling Feng suddenly appear. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Ling Feng, especially the force of space, they were filled with fear. But the speed of Ling Feng's space blade was too fast. Before they could react, two space blades attacked in the blink of an eye. Ling Feng would not give these two soul beasts any chance to react. In the blink of an eye, several more space blades whizzed towards the front. Bang bang bang! A huge explosion sounded, and Ling Feng's attack hit the fatal points of the two soul beasts. The dark gold terror claw bear was hit in the heart by the space blade. Its huge body shook a few times, and a hint of unwillingness appeared in its eyes. The green-scaled snake king was hit on the head, and its body instantly collapsed. In less than a moment, the two soul beasts fell to the ground with a loud bang, and their vitality was completely gone. Then a deep purple soul ring and a black 10,000-year soul ring emerged from the corpses of the two soul beasts. Ling Feng was panting at this time. Those attacks just now had almost exhausted all his soul power. The strength of these two soul beasts has reached the 10,000-year level. Although they are seriously injured, we don't know what trump cards the two soul beasts have, so we must kill them with one blow. Ling Feng no longer hesitated, and then sat cross-legged on the spot, releasing the void mirror martial soul, and sprinkled herbs around like before to block the arrival of soul beasts. At the same time, he cast the void mark and attached it to the two soul rings to dispel the violent energy in the soul rings. The void mark can also completely eliminate the residual spirit of the soul beast attached to the soul ring. When the dark gold terror claw bear's spirit ring attached to his martial spirit, a burst of energy surged through Ling Feng's body. As expected of a top-tier spirit beast, the dark gold terror claw bear. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and endured this huge energy, absorbing the soul ring with all his strength. As the 5,000-year-old soul ring tightened, it was firmly wrapped around the void mirror martial soul, meaning that the soul ring had been completely absorbed. After absorbing the soul ring of the dark gold terror claw bear, Ling Feng's eyes were firmly fixed on the soul ring above the corpse of the green-scaled snake king in front of him, and he made a decision in his heart instantly. He wanted to absorb this precious 10,000-year soul ring as his third soul ring. With previous experience, Ling Feng was 90% sure of absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, although there are many 10,000-year soul beasts, it is rare to encounter a situation where 10,000-year soul beasts are killing each other and you happen to have the opportunity to reap the benefits. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will be able to attach the third soul ring of 10,000 years level in the future. Having made up his mind, Ling Feng no longer hesitated. He concentrated his mind and began to slowly pull the 10,000-year soul ring towards his own void mirror martial soul. This process is far from as easy as imagined. Compared with absorbing the 5,000-year soul ring before, its difficulty increases exponentially. Time passed minute by minute. Ling Feng was fully focused, constantly guiding his own soul power. It took a full 2 hours, and with his unremitting efforts, he finally succeeded in absorbing this 10,000-year soul ring. A surge of power surged in the body, filling the whole body. Ling Feng clearly felt the significant improvement in his own strength, and a joyful smile appeared on his face involuntarily. After absorbing 3 spirit rings, my own spirit power has reached level 36, which is pretty good. Ling Feng pondered to himself and nodded slightly. Then, Ling Feng slowly stood up and prepared to leave the sunset forest. Just as he turned to leave, suddenly, a strange light caught his attention. He looked closely and found an area of mysterious green light on the body of the green phosphorus snake king. This is... Ling Feng's heart was full of doubts, and with curiosity and anticipation, he walked forward quickly. When he got closer to take a closer look, he couldn't help but blurt out, "It's a soul bone." Ling Feng's heart was instantly filled with surprise. In the world of Douluo continent, soul bones are extremely precious treasures for soul masters. Their rarity even surpasses high-quality soul rings. Each soul bone contains unique and powerful power, which can give the soul master additional soul skills. I didn't expect that during this journey to obtain the soul ring, I would get a 10,000-year soul bone by chance. However, Ling Feng was not carried away by this joy. He knew very well that soul masters had limited opportunities to absorb soul bones. In addition to external soul bones, a soul master could only absorb 6 soul bones. No one can be sure whether they will encounter more powerful and older soul bones in the future. If I rashly absorb this 10,000-year-old soul bone now, I will be in trouble if I encounter a better one in the future. Ling Feng suppressed the urge in his heart and decided to put this soul bone away for the time being and make a decision later. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Greed. Chapter 9 Greed. Just as Ling Feng was immersed in thinking about soul bones, his keen perception detected subtle movements coming from not far away. "Come out!" His eyes became sharp, and he quickly put away his soul bone without hesitation, turned around and looked behind him. He saw two middle-aged men walking slowly towards him. The 5 spirit rings on their bodies emitted a faint light, and the spirit ring configuration was the same. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Ling Feng saw the strength of these two people at a glance, Soul King level, but he did not feel worried at all. With his current strength and the powerful soul skills he possesses, he has full confidence in dealing with these two Soul Kings with relatively low soul ring configurations, and he doesn't need to go through too much trouble at all. "Boy, hand over your soul bone and I will spare your life." As soon as the two men approached, they cast their greedy eyes at Ling Feng without any concealment. Obviously, they saw the scene of Ling Feng obtaining the soul bone just now with great clarity. In their eyes, soul bones are supreme treasures. No matter what type of soul bones they are, as long as they can obtain them, their strength will make a qualitative leap. Although they still don't know what kind of soul bone this is, it does not affect their desire for it. Want soul bones? It depends on whether you have life or not. Ling Feng responded with disdain. In his opinion, these two Soul King level soul masters were nothing but clowns. It was wishful thinking for them to dare to snatch the soul bones from him. "Boy, it seems you are not willing to accept my offer. If that's the case, we will kill you and the soul bone will naturally fall into our hands." When the two men heard Ling Feng's arrogant words, their eyes widened with anger and a fierce look appeared in their eyes. They said no more, the light of their soul rings suddenly increased, and they released their respective martial souls, carrying powerful soul power fluctuations, and attacked Ling Feng swiftly. They attempted to take advantage of their numbers and their own soul power to capture Ling Feng in one fell swoop and seize his soul bone. "Out of control." Ling Feng uttered these 4 words lightly, as if he didn't care about their attacks at all. Immediately, the void mirror martial soul shone brightly and was released dazzlingly, and the unique and powerful soul ring configuration on the body also appeared. Purple, purple, black. 3 amazing spirit rings, emitting a chilling aura. 10,000-year spirit ring, how is that possible? The appearance of this powerful soul ring light shocked the two middle-aged men in front. They never imagined that this seemingly young spirit master in front of them actually possessed such a powerful spirit ring configuration. They immediately realized that something was wrong and knew that they might have provoked a powerful enemy that they should not have provoked. But at this moment, they were in a dilemma, with the arrow on the string having to be shot. They could only grit their teeth and launch their most powerful attack in the hope of a chance of survival. "It's a good opportunity to use you to test out my latest soul skill." Ling Feng seized the opportunity, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and the second 5,000-year soul ring on his body flashed with bright light. At the same time, he cast the void domain without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful spatial force spread out with him as the center, as if merging him with the surrounding space. With the blessing of the void realm, the power of soul skills will be infinitely amplified. This is the perfect opportunity for him to test the power of his soul skills. Second soul skill, space folding. With Ling Feng's low shout, the light released by the void mirror martial soul became more and more dazzling, and a mysterious and powerful force surged in his right hand like a tide. Ling Feng lightly pressed the palm of his right hand towards the void in front of him. This seemingly gentle movement contained enough power to change the world. The violent force of space poured out like a torrent. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be kneaded and folded by an invisible giant hand. The two middle-aged men who were approaching Ling Feng aggressively immediately noticed the movement in the surrounding space. They discovered to their horror that the space around them seemed to have turned into a huge cage, which was gradually and ruthlessly squeezing the two of them. No! They struggled desperately, trying to break free from this terrible force of space, but it was all in vain. Their bodies were completely frozen in the void, unable to move. They could only watch the force of space getting closer and closer, with fear and despair written all over their faces. "Damn it, what did you do to us?" The two middle-aged men frantically exerted all their spiritual power in an attempt to break this strange confinement. But no matter how hard they tried, they could not change the status quo and could only roar angrily, their voices filled with resentment and helplessness. "Go down and ask the King of Hell." Ling Feng's eyes were cold and ruthless. He slowly exerted force with both hands again, and the force of space instantly increased to the extreme. Bang bang bang! The two middle-aged men in front were crushed by this terrifying spatial force and turned into a bloody mist. Large amounts of blood rain fell to the ground like raindrops. Seeing this scene, there was no ripple on Ling Feng's face. He slowly withdrew his martial soul. In his opinion, they brought this upon themselves. If they wanted to kill people and steal treasures, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. In the world of Douluo continent where the strong prey on the weak, there is no absolute right or wrong, only the level of strength. The second soul skill he just used, space folding, gave Ling Feng a deeper understanding of his own strength. The subtlety of this soul skill lies in the fact that it can fold the surrounding space to a certain extent at will, thereby creating a powerful squeezing force and causing fatal damage to the enemy. Just like before, he simply controlled the space around the two men to fold and crushed them easily. Moreover, the magical uses of space folding go far beyond this. It can be combined with other attack skills to create a more powerful and more difficult to resist attack combination. For example, when casting the space blade, the space in front of the enemy is folded, thereby shortening the attack distance and attacking the opponent with faster speed and greater power. Of course, although space folding is powerful, it is not invincible. Facing those truly strong people, the effect of space folding is minimal. As for the soul ring of the green-scaled Snake King that he had just absorbed, the soul skill he obtained was Space Mirror, which he had not yet been able to use. But just from the description of the soul skill, Ling Feng could feel its power. Use the power of space to condense an indestructible barrier. This barrier can not only effectively resist enemy attacks, but also reflect enemy attacks to a certain extent, creating opportunities for counterattacks. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it was indeed a god-level martial soul, Void Mirror. End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Innate Soul Power Pill. Chapter 10, Innate Soul Power Pill. Each of the soul skills brought was extremely powerful, as if they were tailor-made for him. Don't stay here for long. The strong smell of blood in this area made Ling Feng dare not slack off at all. If he continued to stay, he would definitely attract more terrifying soul beasts. So Ling Feng hurriedly packed up his gains from this trip and prepared to leave the Sunset Forest, which was full of dangers. Ling Feng's figure flashed, and he rushed towards the outskirts of Sunset Forest like lightning. Just as he was running for his life, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. A 1,000-year-old soul beast has been detected in the area where the host lives, posing a fatal threat to the host. Quest, host, please successfully escape from this 1,000-year-old soul beast. Quest reward, Innate Soul Power Pill *1, increases innate soul power by 1 level, with a certain chance of soul mutation. When Ling Feng heard this, he was immediately shocked and thought to himself, this system task came too suddenly. However, he quickly calmed down and looked around vigilantly. A moment later, he noticed the trace of the 1,000-year-old soul beast on the tree beside him. The huge body of the soul beast was looming among the branches and leaves. Ling Feng recognized it as the human-faced demon spider at a glance. Recalling the past encounter with the 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider, I was in a miserable state and surrounded by danger. But now, with the evolution of his martial soul and his soul power breaking through level 36, his strength has been greatly improved. Facing this human-faced demon spider, he is not at all inferior. Ling Feng did not hesitate at all and immediately decided to end the battle quickly. His soul power surged and his void mirror martial soul was released. A silver-white mirror, emitting a mysterious luster, floats in front of me. Ling Feng continuously injected the soul power in his body into the void mirror. In an instant, the first soul ring on his body shone brightly. First soul skill, Space Blade. With the infusion of soul power, pieces of space blades quickly condensed in front of him. These space blades flickered, and the strange power of space fluctuated, as if it could cut through the void. Ling Feng waved his hand, and the spatial blade attacked the human-faced demon spider in front of him like a group of silver meteors at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. He knew very well that the human-faced demon spider was incredibly fast, almost ghostly, but he had already made a plan to use this large spatial blade to completely block all of the human-faced demon spider's escape routes from all directions. As a result, the human-faced demon spider was trapped in a desperate situation with no possibility of escape. It could only bite the bullet and face this fierce attack. These spatial blades contain half of Ling Feng's soul power, so one can imagine how powerful they are. Under this full-strength attack, the human-faced demon spider was unable to resist at all and was doomed to die. Really? Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the powerful impact spread in all directions, and a rain of blood covered the land. At the same time, a huge purple soul ring floated on the huge corpse of the human-faced demon spider, emitting heart-stirring soul power fluctuations. Seeing this, Ling Feng's eyes flashed with joy. He formed seals with his hands, attached the void mark to the soul ring, and put it into the storage ring. This 1000-year soul ring is very valuable. If it is sold to other soul masters in the future, it will definitely be exchanged for a large sum of gold soul coins. Congratulations to the host for escaping the clutches of the soul beast and successfully killing it. You have exceeded the mission requirements and will be rewarded with a critical hit. Mission reward: Innate Soul Power Pills *5, increases innate soul power by 1 level and has a certain chance of causing martial soul mutation. The system's prompt sounded in his mind again, and Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. He was full of curiosity and anticipation for this reward. In Douluo continent, martial soul is certainly important, but the level of innate soul power is also one of the key factors that determine the future achievements of a soul master. The higher the level of innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation speed will be, and the further you can go on the path of soul master. Ling Feng couldn't wait to take out the 5 innate soul power pills from the system space. The surface of these pills was as black as ink, without any luster, and looked ordinary, nothing special. Although Ling Feng had some doubts in his heart, he still picked up one and put it in his mouth. Time passed minute by minute, but after a long time, Ling Feng did not notice any changes in himself. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that this innate soul power pill is fake? Just when he was full of doubts, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Innate soul power pill, only effective for those who haven't awakened their martial souls. When Ling Feng saw this prompt, his face was full of black lines. He secretly blamed the system for not reminding him earlier and wasting a precious innate soul power pill in vain. According to the system's timeline, he was born not long ago, so the innate soul power pill has such a limitation, which doesn't seem to be a problem. So, Ling Feng didn't think too much about it and put away the remaining 4 innate soul power pills. Maybe they would be useful in the future. After everything was arranged, Ling Feng returned home without stopping and went straight into the state of cultivation. This experience in the Sunset Forest greatly improved his strength, but it also made him realize his own shortcomings. His cultivation speed was so fast that his foundation was inevitably unstable and it would take several days to consolidate it. 5 days passed quietly. In an open space in the room, Ling Feng opened his eyes and his gaze fell on the 1000-year soul ring that appeared in front of him, with a look of surprise in his eyes. During these 5 days, he had gained a lot. In the first 2 days, he had devoted himself to consolidating his own cultivation, sorting out the somewhat disordered soul power in his body in an orderly manner, and making his strength more stable. And for the remaining 3 days, he was immersed in a bold attempt, soul ring fusion. In fact, Ling Feng had this idea a long time ago. However, the level of his bronze mirror martial spirit was too low at that time, and he was unable to realize this plan. Now that his martial soul has successfully evolved into a god-level martial soul, and has retained the uniqueness of the bronze mirror martial soul, he immediately began to try to fuse the soul rings. During these 3 days, he extracted spirit rings of different ages from different spirit beasts. He carefully placed the extracted spirit rings together, and then used his unique understanding of spirit rings to try to fuse them. This process is like groping forward in the dark, full of unknowns and dangers. The power between the soul rings conflicted and repelled each other, but Ling Feng did not give up. He kept adjusting his soul power, looking for the balance point of power between the soul rings. Finally, with his unremitting efforts, he successfully created a fused 1000-year soul ring. Ling Feng knew that once this fused 1000-year soul ring appeared in the world, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Its existence is enough to subvert people's understanding of spirit rings on the Douluo continent. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 talking about cooperation. Chapter 11 talking about cooperation. If this news gets out, he will immediately become a hot commodity in the eyes of the powerful people across the continent. However, this hot commodity probably means more of being hunted down and robbed. Because who wouldn't want to possess such a treasure? Therefore, Ling Feng secretly decided not to disclose this news easily. In the next few days, Ling Feng learned a lot about soul beasts, including the habits, weaknesses, and distribution areas of different soul beasts. In the future, when going to the soul beast forest to obtain soul rings, understanding the soul beasts will be crucial. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth. Ling Feng embarked on a journey to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect alone. Since the courtyard where he lived was not too far from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, he arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect in less than an hour. As expected of the richest sect in Douluo continent. When the magnificent building of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect came into view, Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The luxury of this building cannot be compared with his courtyard at all. The entire building reveals 2 words, rich. Soon, Ling Feng adjusted his mentality and strode towards the gate of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Inform your sect master Ning that Ling Feng is here to visit. Ling Feng looked at the guard in front of him and said in a light tone. Okay, just a second. The guard at the door nodded slightly and walked towards the sect hall. The main hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is solemn and magnificent. At this time, Ning Fengzi was sitting on the main seat in the hall, with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo sitting on both sides. The 3 of them were discussing sect affairs. Suddenly, the guard outside the door hurried over, stopped in front of the hall door, and said respectfully, Master, there is a man outside who claims to be Ling Feng, and he wants to visit you. Ling Feng. Ning Fengzi frowned slightly. This name seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember it for the moment. Jian Douluo was very attentive and immediately reminded him, that's the soul master who can extract soul rings from soul beasts. Oh, it turns out to be him. It seems that Ling Feng should have successfully completed the experiment. A hint of expectation flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes, and he nodded to signal the guard to let Ling Feng in. Bone Douluo, however, looked confused. He had not been involved in this matter before, and couldn't help asking, what are you talking about? What about extracting spirit rings from spirit beasts? In the long history of Douluo continent, he had never heard of such a bizarre thing, and even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Ning Fengzi patiently explained, Uncle Jian and I overheard this incident on the street a while ago. After some in-depth investigation, we discovered that Ling Feng is a gifted genius. Due to the uniqueness of his martial spirit, he can extract spirit rings from living spirit beasts. However, he also admitted that, whether now or in the future, he can only extract 100-year and 1000-year spirit rings, which is quite a pity. When Bone Douluo heard this, he was deeply shocked. This kind of ability was simply unheard of. But he was knowledgeable after all. And he knew that there were all kinds of martial spirits in the Douluo continent. Although a martial spirit with the ability to extract spirit rings was the first of its kind, it was not completely unacceptable. Let's go and see him extract a 1000-year soul ring from a soul beast. Ning Fengzi couldn't hide his curiosity, so he stood up and left the sect master's hall with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to find out what was going on. At this time, outside the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, after the guard reported, Ling Feng stepped into the sect and walked towards the sect master's hall. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect without permission?" At this moment, a clear voice came from not far away, breaking the silence. Hearing this, Ling Feng looked behind him. He saw a little girl in a green dress standing there. She looked about 6 years old, her fair face flushed red, and her big eyes were full of vigilance as she stared at them angrily. She was Ning Fengzi's daughter, Ning Rongrong. Behind her stood a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. He was tall and strong, with solid muscles, and exuded an innate aura of strength. "I'm here as a guest at the Seven Treasures Glazed sect." When Ling Chen saw the little girl, he already knew her identity. Thinking of Ning Rongrong's current personality, he laughed to himself. The original novel describes Ning Rongrong as fearless and mischievous. "Hey? How come I didn't know that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had guests coming today?" Ning Rongrong put her hands on her hips, tilted her head, and her face was full of distrust. She grew up in the sect and knew everything about it. If there were guests visiting, how could she not know? "It's obvious that you sneaked into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Ning Rongrong looked angry as she stared at Ling Feng. "Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo." Before Ling Feng could answer, he immediately saw 3 people walking towards him and greeted them. "Ling Feng, welcome to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect." Ning Fengzi greeted them warmly with a smile on his face. "Rongrong, why are you here?" After seeing Ning Rongrong in front of him, Ning Fengzi frowned, thinking of his daughter's personality, and wondered if something had just happened. Ning Rongrong put his hands at his sides and looked at his father guiltily. He didn't expect that this strange man was actually his father's guest. "I just ran into your daughter. I didn't know how to get to the sect's main hall, so I was asking for directions." Ling Feng said that Ning Rongrong was only 6 years old and there was no need to bother with her so much. Hearing this, Ning Fengzi did not believe it. After all, he knew his daughter's character very well. Since Ling Feng didn't say anything, he couldn't intervene and could only look at Ning Rongrong deeply. Ning Rongrong felt even more guilty when he saw the look in his father's eyes. Then Ling Feng followed Ning Fengzi and others towards their destination. Along the way, Ning Fengzi exchanged pleasantries with Ling Feng and asked about some details of his martial soul. Ling Feng responded with a few words casually. This concerned his secret, so there was no need to say more. Ning Rongrong looked at Ling Feng curiously, feeling puzzled about the man who made her father pay so much attention to him. "Have you successfully extracted the 1000-year soul ring from the soul beast?" As soon as he entered the master's hall, Ning Fengzi couldn't wait to ask. "That's right." Ling Feng nodded slightly, his expression calm. "Excuse me, could you please show us how to extract a spirit ring from a spirit beast?" Ning Fengzi's eyes were burning with curiosity. He really wanted to see what was so magical about Ling Feng's martial soul. "No problem, your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect can also provide soul beasts at will, as long as they are under 5,000 years old." Ling Feng responded softly. After all, this ability came from his martial soul, and there was nothing to hide. "That's fine." Ning Fengzi's eyes lit up and he couldn't suppress his excitement. Then, Bone Douluo left the sect master's hall and went to the sect's soul beast farm, preparing to capture a 5,000-year-old soul beast. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Extracting Soul Rings. Chapter 12 Extracting Soul Rings. While waiting for Dugubo to return, Ning Fengzi and Ling Feng chatted casually. Ling Feng, your martial spirit ability is truly astonishing. How did you discover that you could extract spirit rings from spirit beasts? Ning Fengzi asked curiously, his eyes full of inquiry and doubt. Ling Feng fell into memories, his thoughts drifting back to the moment when his fate turned, and he spoke softly. Actually, I discovered it by chance when I encountered a soul beast on the verge of death. His voice was calm, but beneath the calmness, one could sense a hint of emotion that could not be concealed. While passing through there, the martial soul suddenly moved strangely and unexpectedly absorbed a trace of soul power from the soul beast, which then formed a 10-year soul ring. Ning Fengzi listened intently and couldn't help but sigh, everything in the world has its own destiny. There was a hint of awe at the fickleness of fate in his words, which was indeed a coincidence. As he was speaking, Dugubo came back with a 5,000-year-old soul beast. This is a whirlwind wolf that emits a faint blue light all over its body. It has a nimble body, and wherever its forehooves step on the ground, it seems to bring gusts of wind, and its eyes are fierce. He kept growling, obviously feeling extremely uneasy about being brought here. Its fur gleams with a cold blue light under the light, like a deep ocean, full of mystery and danger. Then I'll start. Seeing this, Ling Feng took a deep breath and slowly released his void mirror martial soul. In an instant, rich spatial force raged around, and the entire hall seemed to be drawn into a mysterious spatial vortex. The tables, chairs, and walls seemed to be slightly twisted and deformed under the influence of this force, and the air was filled with a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. This is the power of space. The moment Ling Feng's martial spirit appeared, the expressions of Ning Fengzi and the other two present changed slightly, and a storm of emotions arose in their hearts. Ning Fengzi and the other two looked at each other, and couldn't help but have the same shocking thoughts in their hearts. What a powerful martial spirit, and an extremely rare space attribute martial spirit. In the history of Douluo continent, there are very few martial spirits with spatial attributes, and each one possesses the powerful power to change the situation of battle and subvert cognition. And now, such a powerful martial spirit appeared before their eyes, how could they not be shocked and moved? Ling Feng naturally noticed the changes in the expressions of the three people present, but he didn't think much about it. He had read the original novel and knew the personalities of Ning Fengzi and the other two. Moreover, he was going to cooperate with Ning Fengzi. This cooperation was definitely a rare opportunity for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He knew in his heart that as long as he demonstrated his strength and value, both sides would be able to achieve a win-win situation. A soft white light gradually enveloped the wind wolf. At the same time, Ling Feng immediately cast a void mark. The mark was like a mysterious rune, flashing with strange light, and slowly entered the body of the wind wolf. Feeling comforted, Wind Wolf's emotions gradually stabilized. But his eyes were still full of vigilance. Its body trembled slightly, as if struggling to resist the invasion of this strange yet powerful force. Ling Feng slowly raised his right hand, and the void mirror martial spirit shone with a mysterious light, and ripples gently rippled on the mirror surface. He walked towards the wind wolf step by step, using the void mark to continuously extract the soul power from the wind wolf. The soul power began to flow slowly like a trickle, converging towards the front. Ning Fengzi and the others stared at this scene intently, and saw a white soul ring gradually taking shape in front of Ling Feng. With the continuous infusion of soul power, the color of the soul ring became darker and darker, and the aura became stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a yellow 100-year soul ring. During the process of the soul ring taking shape, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze, and everyone was attracted by this magical scene. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, leaving only the ever-changing soul ring emitting a remarkable light. Seeing this situation, Ling Feng stopped decisively, pushed lightly, and suspended the 100-year soul ring in the air, then turned to look at Ning Fengzi and others. This is the 100-year soul ring extracted from the soul beast. The Gale Wolf hasn't changed at all, except for a slight decrease in its soul power. As the soul ring separated from the soul beast, the air in the hall seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the slowly rising soul ring. Ning Fengzi's eyes were filled with shock and surprise. His gaze was fixed on the soul ring, as if he was thinking about the huge potential behind this magical ability. Douluo widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and his mouth slightly opened, as if he wanted to say something, but he was shocked by the scene before him and was speechless for a moment. Ning Rongrong was also stunned, watching from the side. She had never seen such a magical scene before, and her curiosity about Ling Feng became even greater. Her big eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. She whispered to Jian Douluo beside her, "Grandpa Jian, how did he do it?" Jian Douluo smiled and touched her head, saying softly, "This is the special ability of his martial spirit. Wrong, you must remember that there are still many unknown wonders on the Douluo continent waiting for us to explore." Ning Rongrong nodded as if she understood, her eyes still fixed on Ling Feng, as if she wanted to engrave his every move in her mind. Her eyes were filled with longing and yearning for unknown power. Ning Fengzi and others were amazed. They had never seen such a magical sight. Jian Douluo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This ability is truly heaven-defying. If it can be promoted, it will surely change the entire Douluo continent's spirit master landscape." There was a hint of excitement in his voice, as if he had already seen the new look of the future Douluo continent under the influence of this ability. Douluo also nodded in agreement, but then frowned again. If this ability falls into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it will probably cause a catastrophe. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. After all, if such a powerful force were to be used by evil forces, the consequences would be disastrous. Ling Feng had a blank expression on his face. He also understood the interests involved. "No, due to the limitations of my martial spirit, I can only extract 100-year and 1000-year spirit rings. It will not change the situation of Douluo continent." His tone was calm and firm, as if he was making his position and determination clear to everyone. Ning Fengzi pondered for a moment and said, "This is indeed a pity, but even so, the ability of your martial spirit is indeed powerful." There was a thoughtful glint in his eyes, as if he was weighing the pros and cons of this cooperation. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Shock. Chapter 13 Shock, please read. Then what is the maximum age of spirit rings you can extract from spirit beasts? If it is suitable, our 7 treasures glazed tile sect will purchase them in large quantities. At this time, Ning Fengzi raised the question in his mind. He stared at Ling Feng with burning eyes, his heart full of anticipation. Although the 7 treasures glazed tile sect holds a respected position in the Douluo continent, the physical shortcomings of its soul masters have always restricted the further improvement of the sect's strength. Now that Ling Feng had appeared, it seemed as if he had brought new hope, so Ning Fengzi naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Based on my current strength, I can currently extract spirit rings under 5,000 years old. Ling Feng's expression was calm, his tone indifferent. In fact, he knew in his heart that he could also extract spirit rings of higher age. Even if you encounter a difficult situation, you can synthesize a spirit ring of a specific age through fusion to meet the needs of different spirit masters. I have a collaboration, I wonder if Sect Master Ning would like to hear about it. Seeing that the time was ripe and his goal had been achieved, Ling Feng took the opportunity to put forward his own ideas. "Oh, tell me." A hint of interest instantly flashed across Ning Fengzi's originally calm eyes. Before, he didn't pay much attention to Ling Feng. However, after witnessing Ling Feng's miraculous skills and mysterious martial spirit, his thoughts completely changed. I couldn't help but want to make friends with him and explore more of his secrets and potential. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo standing by also showed no disrespect. Just based on the martial spirit that Ling Feng released before, it was enough to make these 2 titled Douluo powerhouses feel valued. So, Ling Feng slowly expressed his thoughts to Ning Fengzi and the others. I plan to promote this extracted spirit ring to the entire continent, and I hope to get help from your 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Ling Feng looked at Ning Fengzi and slowly told him his plan. He knew very well that if he wanted to expand the business of extracting this unique spirit ring, his own efforts alone would not be enough. We must rely on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's profound foundation and extensive influence in the Douluo continent. Ning Fengzi listened attentively, his eyes flashing with thought. He nodded slightly from time to time, and had already given some thought to this cooperation plan. If this plan can be successfully implemented, it will not only enhance the 7 treasures glazed tile sect's influence in the spirit master world, but will also provide many spirit masters with a new way to absorb spirit rings. Ning Fengzi narrowed his eyes slightly, as if outlining a grand blueprint in his mind. However, the details still need to be carefully considered, such as the specific lifespan of the spirit ring, how to prevent the spirit ring from dissipating after being preserved for a long time, and how to deal with the reactions of other forces, etc. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Master Ning is absolutely right. We will consider these later. Jian Douluo spoke from the side, but we can't let our guard down. Some major sects and forces will inevitably covet this emerging thing. They may use various means to interfere with or even destroy our plans. Especially the Spirit Hall. Bone Douluo echoed, given the Spirit Hall's ambition, I'm afraid they won't let this opportunity go. We must be prepared to deal with the Spirit Hall in advance. Ning Fengzi was satisfied with Ling Feng's answer, however, there is still a key question. How efficient are you in extracting spirit rings? If the number extracted is too small, it will be impossible to spread them throughout the entire Douluo continent. Ling Feng smiled confidently, don't worry, Sect Master Ning, as my strength increases, the speed of extracting spirit rings will become faster and faster. Currently, I can extract hundreds of spirit rings a day, and this number will continue to increase. In the following time, Ling Feng and others had an in-depth and detailed discussion on the cooperation plan. As the discussion deepened, Ning Fengzi looked at Ling Feng, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Ling Feng, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will definitely go all out for this cooperation. I believe that with our joint efforts, this plan will definitely change the landscape of spirit masters on the Douluo continent and usher in a brand new era. Hearing this, Ling Feng nodded affirmatively. Half an hour passed and the conversation about cooperation gradually deepened. We, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, cannot take advantage of you too much. We are responsible for the promotion of spirit rings. We only want 30% of the profits. After all, you are the only one who can extract spirit rings from spirit beasts. In a sense, we are taking advantage of you. Ning Fengzi recounted his thoughts. He had many considerations in mind, and this method of extracting spirit rings was truly shocking. If it is managed properly, the strength and influence of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be greatly enhanced and will reach a higher level. From another perspective, Ling Feng's ability to extract soul rings from living soul beasts alone would attract any force that knew about it and would seek cooperation with Ling Feng without hesitation. Instead of haggling over the distribution of benefits, it is better to show magnanimity and foresight and exchange a smaller share of benefits for long-term cooperation and development. In that case, let's leave it like this for now. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Sect Master Ning. Ling Feng was very surprised by Ning Fengzi's decision. He originally thought that there would be a difficult game in the distribution of interests, but he did not expect Ning Fengzi to be so decisive and open-minded. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, he is worthy of being the head of the richest sect in Douluo continent, his courage and decisiveness are admirable. Afterwards, Ling Feng and Ning Fengzi continued to discuss some details in depth. They discussed the scale and speed of spirit ring extraction and its promotion. After all the details were finalized, Ling Feng left the 7 treasures glazed tile sect with satisfaction and anticipation. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, do you know Ling Feng's martial spirit? Ning Fengzi's question echoed in the silent Seven Treasures glazed tile sect's main hall, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. After Ling Feng left, Ning Fengzi was in a state of confusion, with a frown on his face. Constantly recalling every scene of his previous contact with Ling Feng. Especially the moment when Ling Feng's martial spirit appeared, that powerful and mysterious aura, with its suffocating sense of oppression, still lingers in his heart and cannot be shaken off. I haven't seen it, but Ling Feng's martial soul is not simple. The moment his martial soul appeared, my seven-killing sword martial soul sword began to tremble slightly. There was a hint of solemnity in Sword Douluo Jinexen's eyes, and he spoke slowly. As a titled Douluo, he is well aware of the subtle connections between martial spirits. His own seven-killing sword martial soul was a powerful existence that had experienced countless battles and drunk the blood of countless soul masters and soul beasts. It rarely showed a trembling reaction. Unless one is facing a martial spirit that is more powerful and special than the seven-killing sword, there will be such an instinctive tremor. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Chapter 2 Martial Soul. Chapter 14, Second Martial Soul, Seeking Follow-up Reading. You should know that the six-winged angel, the inherited martial spirit of the worship hall, is a god-level martial spirit. I have faced the pressure of such god-level martial spirits before, but in my opinion, that pressure is far less terrifying than Ling Feng's martial spirit. Jian Douluo expressed his inner thoughts clearly, his expression was serious and earnest. He had once had the good fortune to witness the release of the six-winged angel's martial spirit, which was an incomparable divine power descending upon the mortal world. The dazzling light and holy aura are enough to make most soul masters tremble with fear in front of it. However, compared with Ling Feng's martial soul pressure, the six-winged angel martial soul is like a firefly compared to the bright moon, and it pales in comparison. Uncle Jian, are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Ning Fengzi's heart was filled with shock and he looked at Jian Douluo with disbelief. His eyes were full of confusion, and he even suspected that Jian Douluo had sensed it wrongly. In his understanding, the six-winged angel spirit is already the top existence in Douluo continent, a true god-level spirit, the pinnacle that countless spirit masters look up to. If Ling Feng's martial soul is really more terrifying than his, what does that mean? Will the power structure of the entire Douluo continent undergo earth-shaking changes as a result? That's right, Ling Feng's martial soul is definitely a god-level martial soul, and it is far stronger than the six-winged angel's martial soul. Jian Douluo said this with great certainty, his expression as firm as a rock, leaving no room for doubt. His eyes revealed absolute confidence in his own judgment, and this confidence was not blind. Rather, it stems from the rich experience he has accumulated over many years of adventure in Douluo continent and his profound insight into the nature of martial spirits. But why did we notice last time that Ling Feng's soul power level was only in the 30s? Logically speaking, he possesses a god-level martial soul and his cultivation speed is extremely fast, so it is impossible for him to have such a low soul power level. Ning Fengzi raised a question, and his brows furrowed even tighter, as if they could pinch a fly to death. According to the common sense of Douluo continent, the owners of god-level martial spirits are often gifted and their cultivation speed is like cheating. They are like darlings favored by fate, speeding all the way on the road of cultivation. However, Ling Feng's soul power level runs counter to this perception. His soul power level of over 30 levels is not compatible with that kind of god-level martial soul. That's not clear. It was Jian Douluo's turn to be confused, and he shook his head helplessly. Ling Feng seemed extremely mysterious to him, like a cloud of fog that he could not see through no matter how hard he tried. Perhaps the soul power of more than 30 levels is just the soul power on the surface that they can see. Beneath the seemingly ordinary appearance of soul power, there may be a shocking secret unknown to the public. Fortunately, we have cooperated with Ling Feng. Let's take it one step at a time. Ning Fengzi and the others fell into silence. After a long time, they sighed softly. They knew very well that Ling Feng's appearance might bring unprecedented changes to Douluo continent. By the time Ling Feng and the others returned to the courtyard, it was already late. When Ling Feng returned to the room, he was about to sit down and rest. After a busy day, he was physically and mentally exhausted. Just as he was about to relax for a moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his mind. As the host bound to this system, how can I be compared to an ordinary baby? I hereby issue this mission. Task: Host, please sense soul power within 3 days and try to absorb a wisp of soul power. Quest reward: Second martial soul awakening card, with a 20% chance of awakening a god-level martial soul. Ling Feng was silent for a long time after hearing the system task. He pondered in his heart. Fortunately, the system time is messed up, otherwise this task may not be completed. According to the system's timeline, he was only a few days old. Under normal circumstances, the body of a baby who has just been born for a few days is not yet fully developed and its meridians are as thin as hair. It was extremely difficult to operate soul power in it, let alone absorb it, which was simply a fantasy. But by this time he was an adult, and after years of training and experience, he had already mastered the art of cultivation. Not to mention a mere wisp of soul power, even absorbing more soul power is no problem. Ling Feng said nothing more. He sat cross-legged on the bed, adjusted his breathing, and then began to practice meditation to absorb the soul power around him. His consciousness gradually immersed itself in an ethereal state, and the surrounding soul power seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly converging towards him. After a few minutes, Ling Feng not only absorbed a large amount of soul power, but also successfully circulated it throughout his body. At this moment, the system's voice continued to sound. Congratulations to the host for sensing soul power within 10 minutes, successfully absorbing a large amount of soul power, and practicing soul power. You have exceeded the task, and the reward is to start critical hits. Reward: Second martial soul awakening card, 100% chance of awakening a god-level martial soul. Ling Feng quickly took out the second martial soul awakening card from the system. It was a golden card with no pattern on the front or back. The card exudes a faint luster, and the material seems to be extremely special, giving people a mysterious and noble feeling. Ling Feng checked how to use this second martial soul awakening card. After understanding it, Ling Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. This is the second martial soul. In the Douluo continent, soul masters with dual martial spirits are extremely rare, and every soul master with dual martial spirits has the potential to become a top powerhouse. Now he already possesses a god-level martial soul, the Void Mirror, and the second martial soul that is about to awaken is also a god-level martial soul. Twin god-level martial souls. Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but get excited and decided to use this awakening card immediately without any delay. He stood up and set up a simple soul power protection array in the room to ensure that the awakening process would not be disturbed by the outside world. This protective formation is the result of his many years of research. Based on the special trajectory of soul power, it constructs an invisible barrier that can block the prying and interference of external soul power. After making all the preparations, Ling Feng sat cross-legged again, holding the awakening card tightly in both hands, and slowly injected his soul power into it. As soul power continued to be injected, the golden light emitted by the card became more and more intense, and the light gradually illuminated the entire room. Until too much soul power was injected, and cracks appeared on the surface of the golden card. There was a click. As the golden card shattered, a large number of golden light spots continued to flow into Ling Feng's body. Those golden spots of light were like bright stars, moving back and forth in his body and gradually gathering in the palm of his left hand. When the golden light completely dissipated, Ling Feng clearly felt something strange in his body. His left hand began to itch, which was a sign of the awakening of his martial soul. Ling Feng quickly spread out his left hand, his eyes focused on the palm of his hand. As the golden light spread, the shadow of a martial spirit slowly appeared. Dragon breath. Through a trace of breath, Ling Feng clearly noticed the strangeness of this martial soul. Could it be a dragon martial soul? Let me say sorry first. I asked other authors and they said that writing original characters tends to fail, so I deleted the previous original characters. Readers who have read the previous content can start from Chapter 10. The general content has not changed. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 15, Magical Martial Soul. Chapter 15, Magical Martial Soul, please read. Seeing this, Ling Feng was very curious. He stared at the martial soul shadow, trying to see its full appearance. The shadow was looming, emitting an ancient and powerful aura, as if it was a giant beast from ancient times, about to awaken. When the golden light completely dissipated, the appearance of the second martial soul came into Ling Feng's sight. As soon as Ling Feng's eyes touched the martial spirit, his face was filled with astonishment. Flute. Ling Feng muttered to himself, with a hint of surprise in his voice that was hard to conceal. In his left hand, the martial spirit lay quietly, looking exactly like a flute. The purple gold body of the flute exudes an ancient luster, with faint strange patterns on it, as if telling of its extraordinary origin. At this moment, the detailed information of the second martial soul automatically emerged in Ling Feng's mind. This dragon roaring and phoenix crying flute is actually made of dragon bones, which have been precipitated over the years. The flute body cleverly contains the essence and blood of the immortal phoenix. The idea of immortality and dragon bones were perfectly integrated, and after thousands of years, this flute was finally created. It is indestructible and can automatically recover instantly even if it is damaged by external forces, as if it has endless vitality. Before this, Ling Feng was full of doubts. It was hard for him to imagine how powerful the attack power of this seemingly ordinary flute martial spirit could be. However, after reading the system's introduction, he was shocked to realize the extraordinary nature of this martial spirit. Its indestructible and self-recovering qualities alone make it a rare weapon. Ling Feng suddenly felt a strong interest in his heart, and he couldn't wait to experience the power of this martial soul for himself. He walked out of the room quickly and went straight to the backyard. Along the way, he was thinking about the innate realm of this martial soul, the Tianyin realm. As far as he knew, this world of heavenly music contained countless soul-stirring divine songs, each of which could weave multiple dreamlike illusions. This area is specially designed to target mental power. Once a soul master with weak mental power steps into it, his strength will be greatly reduced, just like being stuck in a quagmire and unable to extricate himself. They will lose themselves in the illusion, fall into endless addiction, until they are completely swallowed up by the illusion. Ling Feng was extremely satisfied with the Tianyin realm, a field of talent. In the vast land of Douluo continent, there were only a few soul masters who specialized in cultivating spiritual power. As long as one can skillfully use this talent field, even if facing an extremely powerful Tidal Douluo, it is very likely that he will be caught off guard and fall into the quagmire of illusion. This martial spirit is very heavy, worthy of being made of dragon bones. Ling Feng came to the yard and gently weighed the dragon roaring and phoenix crying flute in his hand. Feeling its heavy weight, he couldn't help but feel more satisfied with its origin and power. Ling Feng stood in the middle of the yard and took a deep breath. He decided to try to awaken some of the power of the dragon roar and phoenix singing flute first. He slowly injected his soul power into the flute. In an instant, the purple gold flute shone brightly, and those strange patterns seemed to come alive, flashing with mysterious light. Ling Feng tried to play a few simple notes. The sound of the flute was crisp yet revealed a powerful force, and the sound waves spread out like ripples. As the flute sounded, the air around seemed to become heavy, and the dust on the ground vibrated slightly. Ling Feng's mind moved, and he increased the output of his soul power. The sound of the flute instantly became passionate and high-pitched. The sound waves were like materialized sharp blades, whistling towards a huge rock in front of him. There was a loud bang and deep cracks appeared on the surface of the boulder, with gravel flying everywhere. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with surprise at this. This was just the power of his casual playing. If he could master it, its destructive power would be unimaginable. He continued to play, changing the notes and rhythm, trying to explore more of the flute's martial spirit's abilities. Suddenly, he felt as if his consciousness had merged with the flute, and the scene before his eyes gradually became blurred. Instead, there was a strange space, which was the innate domain of the god-level martial soul, the Tianyan realm. In this world of heavenly music, he saw countless glittering music scores, each of which emitted a unique spiritual fluctuation. Ling Feng stretched out his hand and carefully felt the music score in the field, and followed the instructions to play the flute again. This time the sound of the flute was no longer as passionate as before, but became gentle and strange. The sound waves contained powerful spiritual power and spread in all directions. After a while, Ling Feng became familiar with the power of the dragon roar and phoenix call flute and withdrew from the field. He looked at the dragon roaring and phoenix ming flute in his hand, his heart full of anticipation. Since this martial spirit was formed in the dragon bone, does it have any effect on the spirit beast? Ling Feng suddenly had an idea. After all, among the soul beasts in Douluo continent, the supreme bloodline is the bloodline of the dragon clan, the dragon clan. It is an existence standing at the top of the soul beast food chain. Its powerful strength and majesty make all soul beasts in awe of it. In this case, the dragon roar and phoenix singing flute martial spirit may still have a certain impact on soul beasts. So, Ling Feng walked into the backyard with full of curiosity and anticipation. Ling Feng grabbed a soul beast and brought it to the yard. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his arm. The dragon roaring and phoenix singing flute martial spirit in his hand flashed with a strange light in the sunlight. As he waved his hand lightly, in an instant, the sound of dragon roars and phoenix cries broke the tranquility of the void, like the roar of an ancient beast, vibrating in the air. Sure enough, the soul beast in front seemed to have lost all its strength at this moment. It collapsed to the ground, its body shaking uncontrollably, its eyes full of fear. It tried to struggle, but found that its body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force and could not move. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Ling Feng understood. It seems that his martial soul has a terrifying suppressive power on soul beasts. This kind of suppressive force is not a simple power deterrence, but more like a vibration from the depths of the soul, which can directly impact the instinct and will of the soul beast. Ling Feng thought to himself that if he encountered a powerful soul beast in the soul beast forest in the future, he could even gain a lot of advantages in the battle by relying on this characteristic of this martial soul. Seeing this, Ling Feng did not stop exploring the ability of his martial soul. He slowly injected his soul power into the dragon roar and phoenix cry flute and began to play it. At this moment, he played very casually, without deliberately giving the music any lethal soul fluctuations. The melodious flute sound was like a breeze, gently blowing across the backyard. The soul beast, which had originally collapsed on the ground in extreme fear, seemed to be injected with a magical power after feeling this music. His originally depressed spirit gradually perked up, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he became energetic. It began to stand up slowly, and some even took a few steps closer to Ling Feng out of curiosity, as if attracted by the strange flute sound. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Bloodline Evolution? Chapter 16 Bloodline Evolution? Please read on. Something's wrong. After a moment, Ling Feng keenly noticed something strange. He stopped playing, originally thinking that it was just his martial spirit that was calming the soul beast or temporarily dispelling its fear. But when he observed these soul beasts carefully, he discovered even more astonishing changes. He clearly noticed that the blood in these soul beasts had actually become stronger. This discovery made Ling Feng open his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. You have to know that he caught this soul beast by chance in the past. The soul beast has a low bloodline and is only 300 years old. In the soul beast system of Douluo continent, the strength of the bloodline often determines the soul beast's growth limit and the speed of its strength improvement. He had just played some music, but the blood in the soul beast's body seemed to be nourished by some mysterious power and underwent a qualitative leap. Not only that, as its bloodline grew stronger, its own age also increased by several decades. This discovery made Ling Feng fall into deep thought. He had never thought that his dragon roar and phoenix singing flute martial soul had such a heaven-defying ability. Not only does it have a certain degree of suppression on soul beasts, giving them an advantage in battle, it can even help them improve their bloodlines and increase the lifespan of soul beasts. This martial soul completely shattered his traditional understanding of martial soul abilities. Soon, Ling Feng gradually calmed down from his shock and continued to ponder. In this backyard, he repeatedly experimented with the various abilities of the dragon roar and phoenix singing flute, trying to discover other special effects. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Ling Feng's life became extremely busy. He kept discussing the details of the cooperation with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. During this period, Ling Feng did not relax his efforts to improve his own strength. He used his own strength to condense a large number of soul rings. As the number of soul rings extracted increased, Ling Feng could clearly feel that his soul power became more powerful, and the application of his martial soul ability was also further enhanced. The force he created together with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, the Soul Ring Pavilion. It is located in the very center of the Tiandu Empire, which is the most prosperous area in the entire Tiandu Empire. After a while, the Soul Ring Pavilion will officially open, and by then, it will surely cause a sensation throughout the Douluo continent. On this day, Ling Feng had just finished a day of training and was exhausted both physically and mentally. He was about to take a rest when at this moment, the system that had been silent in his mind for a long time finally issued a task. Quest: Host, please learn to walk within 5 days. If you can walk 99 steps in a row, the task is considered complete. Mission Reward: 1 Protector, 10% chance of obtaining a Soul Sage, 5% chance of obtaining a Soul Douluo, 1% chance of obtaining a Tidal Douluo. After Ling Feng saw the system's task, his eyes lit up slightly, especially when he saw the final reward. He was extremely happy. He knew very well that once he opened the Soul Ring Pavilion, it would attract the attention of the entire continent. Although the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect has 2 Tidal Douluo as its backing, he also understands that it is better to rely on himself than on others. With the current system's task reward, if he can exceed the task requirements, then there is a high chance that he can become a Tidal Douluo. A Tidal Douluo is powerful enough to call the wind and rain on the Douluo continent. At that time, there is no need to worry about his own safety. Thinking of this, Ling Feng seemed to be energized. He suddenly stopped resting and started to move quickly. Since the system told him to just walk 99 steps, he started running directly. In his opinion, the number of steps he could run would definitely far exceed the number of steps he could walk. He could run as far as he could and thus exceed the target. It would be easy. It was getting dark outside, but Ling Feng still walked out the door without hesitation. In this way, Ling Feng started his first night run in Douluo continent. Several hours passed. Ling Feng dragged his tired yet excited body and returned to his room panting. The long period of continuous full-speed running has pushed his body to its limit. Such high-intensity training has immeasurable benefits for his physical fitness. At this moment, Ling Feng began to meditate, waiting for the system's voice. Congratulations to the host for learning to walk in half a day, taking 999,999 steps in a row, and learning to run. You have exceeded the task, and the rewards are starting to crit. Mission Reward: 1 Protector, 100% chance of obtaining a Tidal Douluo. When the system's cold voice sounded in his mind, Ling Feng's mouth corners slightly raised and he nodded with satisfaction. After extracting the reward from the system space, a card emitting dazzling golden light appeared before his eyes. On the card, a vague human figure was looming. Ling Feng took a deep breath and slowly injected his own soul power into it according to the system's instructions. A strange scene happened. The golden light spot on the card appeared in front and gradually formed a complete human figure. In a trance, a young man seemed to have traveled through the long river of time and space, standing proudly in front of Ling Feng with a cold aura. He has an upright posture and an imposing bearing, and the tight-fitting clothes he wears make him look even more heroic and extraordinary. At this time, Ling Feng couldn't wait to check the specific information of the person in front of him. Character: Zhao Yun. Martial Soul: 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear, God level martial soul. Soul Power level, level 98. Soul Ring configuration: black, 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 red, red, red. Oh my god, is the system so powerful? When Ling Feng saw the specific information of this person, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. In Douluo continent, a strong person whose soul power level reaches level 90 is already standing at the top of the pyramid, a height that countless soul masters cannot reach in their entire lives. The Zhao Yun in front of him had a soul power level as high as level 98. What a terrifying strength! Not to mention the 100 birds paying homage to the Phoenix Spear he possessed, which was a divine level martial spirit, and its prestige was enough to make the heavens and the earth tremble. Of course. What surprised Ling Feng the most was Zhao Yun's incredible spirit ring configuration. 6 black and 3 red spirit rings. It is no exaggeration to say that no one in the entire Douluo continent can surpass Zhao Yun in terms of soul ring configuration. As far as Ling Feng knew, even Poseidon from Sea God Island only had 8 black and 1 red spirit ring configuration. Zhao Yun's current spirit ring configuration has simply broken the cognitive limits of the spirit master world in Douluo continent. At this moment, the joy in Ling Feng's heart was like a surging tide, one wave after another. With such a powerful being like Zhao Yun as his protector, he could almost be said to have an invincible amulet on this Douluo continent. After the Soul Ring Pavilion opened, the crises that might be encountered in the future were now insignificant in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 17, Shweking He. Chapter 17, Shweking He, seeking follow-up reading. Zhao Yun, from now on you will be responsible for protecting me personally. Ling Feng stood up and spoke to Zhao Yun, who was standing in front of him like a god of war. Zhao Yun is a powerful existence created by the system that is almost against the will of heaven. The system has endowed Zhao Yun with 100% loyalty to him and he will never betray him. Now that we have help, the next plan can be implemented. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes became dim and unclear. On this continent, there is a place that is like a mysterious palace containing endless treasures, which can rapidly improve the strength of soul masters. That is the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. In the past, he was deterred because the place was occupied by the powerful Poison Douluo Dugubo. Now with Zhao Yun's help, Poison Douluo is just a paper tiger in front of Zhao Yun and can't make any waves at all. After a busy whole day, Ling Feng was exhausted both physically and mentally. He simply meditated. After a moment, sleepiness came over him like a tide, and he fell into a sweet dream. The next day, the sun shines brightly. In the main hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, there was a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Today, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect welcomed a special guest, a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes, with short golden hair shining in the sunlight, and exuding the noble aura of the royal family. This young man is the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, Shweking He. Ning Fengzi, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, received news early in the morning that Shweking He was coming to visit. Because of the arrival of the imperial prince, he arrived at the sect hall early. Teacher. Shweking He stepped into the hall and bowed slightly to Ning Fengzi in front of him. His movements were elegant and appropriate, showing his royal style. This time, he came here because he had something extremely important to ask. King He, long time no see, how are you doing lately? Ning Fengzi greeted him with a smile, his eyes full of concern for this disciple. The students are very nice. Shrek he responded softly. I came to visit the teacher today because I have a question I want to ask. Shrek he's voice was soft, but his brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was troubled by a fog. Do you want to ask about the Soul Ring Pavilion? At this moment, Ning Fengzi, relying on his years of understanding of Shrek he, keenly perceived his inner thoughts and answered him directly. In recent times, the preparations for the opening of the Soul Ring Pavilion have been widely discussed on the Douluo continent. Its grand momentum has attracted a lot of attention. If nothing unexpected happens, some of the top forces in Douluo continent should have known about the emerging force, the Soul Ring Pavilion. That's right, the Soul Ring Pavilion is located in the very center of the Heaven Do Empire, and after extensive investigation, we still can't find the person behind the Soul Ring Pavilion. Shrek he expressed his doubts and worries one by one. Whether it was pure curiosity or a hint of vigilance, perhaps only he himself knew it best. I have no intention of concealing the news. In a few days, this news will spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. To be honest, this Soul Ring Pavilion is a joint force between the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the people behind the Soul Ring Pavilion. Ning Fengzi spoke slowly, trying to use a calm tone to reassure Shrek he not to worry too much. The Soul Ring Pavilion is only responsible for selling soul rings and will not pose any threat to the Heaven Do Empire. He knew very well that Shrek he, as the crown prince of the empire, would pay special attention to any factors that might affect the stability of the empire. The Soul Ring Pavilion is currently in the early stages of development, with a shallow foundation, and cannot pose any substantial threat to other forces in Douluo continent. Selling spirit rings? How do you say that? At this point, it was Shrek he's turn to be surprised. In his understanding, spirit rings had always been obtained by hunting spirit beasts, and then spirit masters would absorb the spirit rings dropped by the spirit beasts to improve their strength. This was a long-standing rule passed down in Douluo continent. Does the Soul Ring Pavilion have any unique methods? Is it by selling soul beasts and letting soul masters hunt them on their own to obtain soul rings? Or, what if I say that this spirit ring can be obtained without hunting spirit beasts? Ning Fengzi smiled mysteriously, his expression was meaningful and unpredictable. How is this possible? Shrek he couldn't help but stand up suddenly, his face full of shock and confusion. As far as he knew, soul masters in Douluo continent generally improved their strength by hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. Of course, there were also the rarer divine soul rings. But the God-given soul ring is not easy to obtain, and there are only a few people in the entire Douluo continent who are lucky enough to come into contact with it. Apart from these two traditional methods of absorbing spirit rings, are there really other ways? This completely overturned his years of understanding of the Soul Master training system. That's the truth. The Soul Ring Pavilion sells soul rings extracted from living soul beasts, and anyone can absorb these soul rings. Ning Fengzi looked at Shrek he's shocked expression and introduced slowly. Every word he said was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves. It's actually true. A flash of shock crossed Shrek he's eyes, but he was the crown prince of the empire after all, so he quickly regained his composure. At the same time, he felt a little annoyed and secretly blamed himself for being so out of control just now. He couldn't help but be surprised. What kind of shocking method was it to extract a soul ring from a living soul beast? Simply unimaginable. Just how powerful is the person who possesses this ability? Teacher, can you tell me who is able to extract the spirit ring from the spirit beast? Shrek he's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he asked curiously. It's not convenient to talk about this. He asked us, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, to keep it a secret for him. The reason he was able to extract spirit rings from spirit beasts is simply because of the special feature of his martial spirit. No one else can do it. Unfortunately, only 100-year and 1000-year spirit rings can be extracted. Ning Fengzi shook his head slightly, a hint of apology on his face. Ling Feng had warned him repeatedly before not to reveal his information to others. I was abrupt. Shui Qinghe nodded gently, though he felt a little disappointed. However, he felt relieved in his heart. Fortunately, the opponent's martial spirit could only extract 100-year and 1000-year soul rings. If the 10,000-year soul ring could really be extracted, the power structure of Douluo continent would probably undergo earth-shaking changes. By then, the existing balance of power will be completely broken, and a bloody storm may sweep across the entire continent. Soul Ring Pavilion will open in a few days. Ning Fengzi continued. Then I will definitely go to support you. Shui Qinghe responded with a smile. In any case, the Soul Ring Pavilion has become an emerging force that cannot be ignored on the Douluo continent. He must go and see it in person to better judge its impact on the empire. I still have matters to attend to in the palace. I will take my leave now. After getting the information he wanted, Shui Qinghe said goodbye. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, Ice and Fire 2 Yin Yang. Chapter 18, Yin Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire, please read. When Shui Qinghe was leaving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, suddenly, a shadow flashed like a ghost. An old man appeared beside Shui Qinghe. He had a stern face, deep eyes, and a powerful soul power fluctuation emanating from his body. This man was Elder Snake Spear. Elder Snake Spear, are you really saying that the person behind the creation of the Spirit Ring Pavilion can only extract 100-year and 1000-year spirit rings? Shui Qinghe asked with a frown. He had been thinking about the Soul Ring Pavilion the whole way. But he always had a bad feeling in his heart, as if all this was just superficial. Even an absurd idea popped up in his mind, that is, this person could even extract a 10,000-year soul ring, or even a 100,000-year soul ring. But when he thought of this terrible scene, Shui Qinghe shuddered unconsciously. He knew very well that if he could really extract such a high-level spirit ring, then his martial spirit must be a god-level martial spirit. But now, in the entire Douluo continent, as far as he knows, only the six-winged angel has a god-level martial spirit. What is the origin of the person behind the Soul Ring Pavilion? I'm not sure about this. How about we go back and report to the chief priest and ask him to allocate some personnel to investigate the situation behind the Soul Ring Pavilion? Elder Snake Spear shook his head, his face full of confusion. He was also uneasy about the sudden rise of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Don't tell Grandpa for now, so as not to alert the enemy. Besides, the Soul Ring Pavilion is in the heart of the Tiandu Empire. Let me investigate. Shui Qinghe rejected Elder Snake Spear's idea, his eyes showing determination. I can run away from the monk, but I can't run away from the temple. Since the Soul Ring Pavilion was established in the Tiandu Empire, then as the Crown Prince of the Empire, he has enough time and resources to conduct an in-depth investigation. He wanted to uncover the mystery behind the Soul Ring Pavilion and see what secrets and powers were hidden. Shui Qinghe set out on the journey back to the palace with a heart full of doubts and firm determination. In another corner of Douluo continent, Ling Feng was preparing to go to Sunset Forest to plan the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Zhao Yun, come with me to Sunset Forest to search for the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire. Ling Feng walked out of his room with firm steps and said to Zhao Yun beside him. Zhao Yun bowed slightly, clasped his fists, and replied, as you command, my lord. In less than half an hour, Ling Feng and Zhao Yun successfully arrived at the outskirts of Sunset Forest. As early as yesterday, Ling Feng had already discovered the exact location of the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire with the help of Zhao Yun's extraordinary strength. At this moment, they were walking slowly into the depths of the forest along the prearranged route. As they gradually went deeper into the heart of the Sunset Forest, soul beasts appeared more and more frequently. Each of these soul beasts is extremely powerful, and each one exudes a terrifying aura. On the way forward, they even encountered several 10,000-year soul beasts in succession. When Zhao Yun slightly released his powerful aura that was comparable to the extreme Douluo level, the situation was reversed in an instant. Those originally ferocious soul beasts seemed to instantly feel the fear from the depths of their souls. They all scattered and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. In the world of Douluo continent, facing a strong man with the strength of ultimate Douluo, even a powerful soul beast like 100,000-year-old would not be willing to fight with him. Could this be the legendary yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? Ling Feng and Zhao Yun slowly stopped, and a hidden valley appeared in front of them. I saw that the valley was tightly covered by layers of lush vegetation. If someone hadn't observed carefully, it would have been impossible to discover that within this seemingly ordinary valley, hidden within the Douluo continent's most mysterious yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, concentrating on sensing the surrounding atmosphere. He clearly sensed that there was a faint smell of poisonous gas in the air. He knew in his heart that this must be a poison array carefully set up by Dugubo to conceal the existence of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Based on the current timeline, Ling Feng deduced that the current poison Douluo Dugubo should not have become a titled Douluo yet. Although this poison formation is indeed an insurmountable barrier for ordinary foreign soul masters and can effectively stop them, it is not worth mentioning in the eyes of a strong man like Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, I leave this poison formation to you. Ling Feng turned and said to Zhao Yun, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. With his current strength, he is unable to destroy this complex and solid poison formation. Yes, my lord. Zhao Yun responded respectfully, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. The next moment, Zhao Yun's soul power surged around his body, and a soul power so huge that it could shake the heaven and earth instantly rushed forward. The poison formation that originally seemed extremely solid and formidable was shattered under the fierce bombardment of this powerful force. As the poison formation was broken, a powerful force quickly spread out in all directions with the valley as the origin. Wherever this force passed, the surrounding trees were uprooted, the boulders were shattered, and the whole place was in a mess. The soul beasts in this area were also frightened out of their wits by this sudden powerful soul power, and they fled in panic. Just when Ling Feng asked Zhao Yun to break the surrounding poison formation, Dugubo, who was inside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, felt as if his sensitive nerves were touched. He immediately noticed the unusual movement outside. Boom! His body, which had been practicing peacefully, suddenly shook, and the poisonous energy in his body poured out in all directions like an uncontrolled flood. The power contained in this poisonous gas was so strong that the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire was in violent vibration. The flowers, plants, and trees in the valley withered and died instantly under the erosion of this poisonous gas. Who dares to trespass into my territory without permission? Dugubo was burning with anger. He clearly felt that the strength of the person outside was extraordinary. However, as the ruler of this territory, how could he tolerate such wanton infringement by others? What's more, this soul power aura was obviously emitted by a human soul master. Dugubo, as a soul Douluo, has always been arrogant. In this sunset forest, when has he ever been provoked like this? If this were to get out, how would he save his reputation? And what would become of his reputation on Douluo continent? Call out! Thinking of this, Dugubo could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. A moment later, a man in a green robe appeared in front of Ling Feng, with his long green hair fluttering in the wind. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by a thick layer of poisonous gas, and the flowers, plants, and trees around him began to wither as he approached. Who are you? Why did you break the poison formation I set up? Only then did Dugubo really notice the two people in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of vigilance appeared in his eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, these two people are the culprits who are about to break into his territory. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Getting Beaten. Chapter 19, Getting Beaten, please read. Dugubo's gaze slowly shifted from Zhao Yun to Ling Feng, and he carefully observed the young man beside him. Although the young man was young, he had an extraordinary aura, which made even a knowledgeable soul Douluo like him feel wary and did not dare to look down on him at all. The young man Zhao Yun next to the boy also made him feel very strange. Zhao Yun stood there, without any aura emanating from his body, as if he were just an ordinary mortal. However, Dugubo knew in his heart that how could an ordinary person possibly go deep into the sunset forest? The depths of the sunset forest are filled with powerful and dangerous soul beasts. Even some powerful soul masters dare not set foot in it easily. All these situations made Dugubo truly realize that the origins of the two people in front of him were definitely not simple. "Are you Dugubo?" Ling Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked Dugubo with a smile on his face. "Who are you, boy? How do you know my name?" Dugubo's heart was filled with doubts and curiosity. He was sure that he had never seen this boy before, but he was able to call out his name in one go. He thought to himself that the location of this valley was extremely secret in the sunset forest, and no one knew it except himself. And this young man came here specially and was able to call out his name so accurately. If nothing unexpected happens, the boy's final destination is this valley, not just a chance passing by. Since you are Dugubo, then it's easy. From today on, this valley belongs to me. Do you have any objections? Ling Feng nodded slightly, then spoke to Dugubo in a serious tone, without any room for negotiation in his tone. "Who are you, boy? How dare you speak so arrogantly? This is my territory. I don't care who you are. Leave here as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." When Dugubo heard Ling Feng's presumptuous tone, he became furious and could no longer suppress his temper. Today, he was concentrating on suppressing the toxins in his body in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and had no intention of arguing with the two people in front of him. But how could he tolerate Ling Feng's naked provocation? If it were in the past, Dugubo would not have wasted so much time talking to them. He would definitely use his extremely domineering poison gas to instantly turn the two men into a pool of blood, making them pay a heavy price for their arrogance. "Oh, really? I hope you can still be so tough next time." Ling Feng's icy voice echoed in the air. "Zhao Yun, let him experience the dangers of society." When Ling Feng heard that Dugubo was determined not to hand over the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he snorted coldly and signaled Zhao Yun without hesitation to take action and teach this ignorant guy a lesson. Ling Feng did not intend to use the news of Dugubo's poisoning to gain the opportunity to enter the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. In his mind, as long as he possessed absolutely powerful strength, not to mention this small valley, even killing Dugubo here would be a piece of cake. How could Dugubo, who had not yet broken through the Tidal Douluo realm, possibly compete with a powerful warrior who was as powerful as an extreme Douluo? "Okay." Dugubo heard Ling Feng's presumptuous tone and was about to retort, but suddenly he noticed something strange. An ominous premonition came to his mind. He never expected that these two people were not afraid of his threats at all. Could it be that their strength far exceeds mine? As predicted. Immediately afterwards, he felt the surging extreme Douluo aura emanating from Zhao Yun's body. The breath rushed towards him like a surging wave. Grunt. Dugubo was caught off guard and felt a surge of fear in his heart under the pressure of the soul power that seemed to come from heaven and earth. He hurriedly unleashed his jade phosphorus snake emperor spirit, attempting to resist this powerful majesty. However, how could Zhao Yun give him a chance to breathe? Zhao Yun moved, and the powerful spirit pressure pinned Dugubo to the ground, rendering him unable to move an inch. "Stop, don't fight anymore!" Dugubo shouted in horror. But Zhao Yun was not moved at all. He swung his fist as big as a casserole and hit Dugubo at his feet like raindrops. Each punch contains amazing power and hits the flesh. In the blink of an eye, Dugubo was beaten black and blue and could only beg in a low voice. "So, who do you think this valley belongs to?" Ling Feng looked at Dugubo, who was begging for mercy, nodded slightly, walked slowly to him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Of course it belongs to you." Blood surged in Dugubo's throat, but he could only force himself to swallow it. At this moment, he felt extremely depressed. He could never have imagined that these two people were so insidious, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, and letting a top-level titled Douluo bully him, a soul Douluo. This is really an excessive act of bullying the weak. But what could he do? Even though he was filled with pain, he dared not reveal a single word. If he said any more, he might suffer more than just physical pain. So, when Ling Feng asked about the ownership of the valley, he chose to compromise without hesitation. After all, if he continued to occupy the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he would probably be torn into pieces. At this moment, Dugubo no longer had any thoughts of revenge in his mind. He was only thinking about how to get this extreme Douluo to let him go and let him leave the sunset forest safely. Wouldn't it have been better if this had happened earlier? You wouldn't have to suffer in vain. After hearing Dugubo's answer, Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, in the face of absolute strength, even Dugubo, who has a tough temper, can only surrender. This scene made Ling Feng's desire to improve his own strength even stronger. Don't leave in such a hurry. Ling Feng saw Dugubo's eagerness to escape and fell into a brief silence. After a moment, he slowly spoke. According to my investigation, it seems that you haven't joined any faction. How about you join my faction, the Soul Ring Pavilion? Although the tone seemed questioning, it contained unquestionable majesty. The Soul Ring Pavilion is in need of people right now, and Zhao Yun is responsible for protecting him closely, but he doesn't stay in the Soul Ring Pavilion often. There must be a strong person to guard the Soul Ring Pavilion to avoid accidents. The implication was that if Dugubo dared to say no, he would be beaten again. No, I've always liked a free and unfettered life, and I won't join any of these forces. When Dugubo heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle to refuse. Although he didn't know how powerful the Soul Ring Pavilion was. But he knew very well that no matter how powerful the force was, it would bring many constraints to him, and what he hated most was this feeling of being bound. You don't agree? Ling Feng narrowed his eyes and murmured softly, with a hint of coldness in his words. Zhao Yun on the side understood what he meant and immediately clenched his fists, pretending to hit Dugubo again. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Bloody Pluto Vine. Chapter 20 Bloody Pluto Vine, seeking follow-up reading. Stop fighting. Isn't it enough that I agree to join the Soul Ring Pavilion? Dugubo saw this and tried to avoid the impending attack and said hurriedly. The severe pain from Zhao Yun's fist was unbearable for him. In desperation, he could only succumb to Zhao Yun's tyranny and was forced to join the Soul Ring Pavilion. In that case, from now on, you are a member of the Spirit Ring Pavilion. Seeing that Dugubo was so understanding, Ling Feng nodded slightly, and Zhao Yun then released his control over Dugubo. Trying to escape under the nose of an extreme Douluo is nothing but a pipe dream. Dugubo is well aware of this and can only accept his fate. At this time, Dugubo was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to show it at all. He looked at Ling Feng and Zhao Yun with a resentful look, just like a wronged young wife. This is no wonder. All the decisions he made before were made under the coercion of force. How could he be willing to do so? He couldn't help but feel a little resistant, but he didn't dare to refute at all, for fear that he would suffer physical pain again in the next moment. Since this is your first time joining the Spirit Ring Pavilion, I can't come empty-handed. I'll give you a mysterious gift later. After a moment, Ling Feng seemed to suddenly remember that Dugubo was poisoned. He touched his chin and said lightly. After saying that, he ignored Dugubo's thoughts and walked straight towards the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Although Dugubo looked reluctant, he had no choice but to follow. He really couldn't believe what Ling Feng said about helping him get rid of the toxins in his body. The poison has penetrated deep into his bones, and no matter how many famous doctors he has consulted for years, it has been of no avail. He really doesn't think Ling Feng can do anything. As the footsteps approached, the unique aura of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire became stronger. The surrounding forces of ice and fire intertwined with each other, forming a strange and spectacular scene. Ling Feng stood at the edge of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, carefully observing the surrounding environment. The magical herbs and plants here are nourished by the power of ice and fire, emitting charming light, and each plant contains powerful energy. A fragrant and beautiful immortal product, this is the nemesis of all poisons, with the amazing magical effect of neutralizing all toxins. As long as it is within the range of its fragrance, any poison will lose its effectiveness. It can neutralize all poisons and is considered the best anti-poison immortal herb. Ling Feng murmured softly, his eyes full of heat and excitement, and his feet unconsciously moved towards the shore where the ice and fire yin-yang eye springs intersected. There, a large pale pink flower stands proudly. The flower is extremely large, and the pale purple stamens add a touch of mystery to it. The most peculiar thing is that each petal looks as crystal clear as crystal, sparkling with charming luster under the reflection of ice and fire, just like a rare treasure. This is the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum. It's a neutral immortal herb. Once consumed, its medicinal properties can circulate qi to the limbs, circulate blood through the 8 meridians, and even help practitioners cultivate an indestructible body. Furthermore, it has a unique feature: it has no fragrance. Its magical properties are entirely due to its own medicinal properties. Ling Feng looked at it carefully while silently recalling the knowledge about it in his mind. Every time Ling Feng saw the appearance of a magical herb, its name and detailed introduction naturally emerged in his mind. During these 18 years, he had carefully planned his journey to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. For this moment, he consulted countless classics and deeply imprinted the effects and methods of taking these magical herbs in his mind. Finally, Ling Feng's gaze slowly settled on the 2 immortal herbs growing in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate tree. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass grows in the center of the cold extreme yin spring. Its exterior is a unique octagonal shape, with tiny stamens shimmering in the center like ice crystals. It's a rare cold poison immortal product, containing extremely powerful cold power and toxins. On the other hand, the fiery apricot, a sparsely planted plant, grows in the center of the blazing yang chuan. Its appearance is completely fiery red, the exact opposite of the properties of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass. It is a top-tier, highly toxic immortal product with a fire poison. Its scorching power seems capable of burning everything around it to ashes. Ling Feng looked at these top-grade immortal herbs, his heart filled with shock and surprise. There are even some magical herbs here, whose medicinal effects are not even recorded in the original book, which really makes Ling Feng amazed. Dugubo, do you know the magical power of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire? After suppressing his inner surprise, Ling Feng turned to look at Dugubo behind him and asked. Dugubo snorted coldly. Although he felt resentful, he still replied. I've been here for many years, so I naturally know. This yin-yang eye of ice and fire contains the ultimate power of ice and fire, and the immortal grass within it is of great help to the soul master's cultivation. But the power of ice and fire is too violent. If you can't control it, approaching it rashly will only bring disaster upon yourself. Ling Feng nodded slightly. You're right, but in my opinion, this power of ice and fire is not uncontrollable. As long as you have sufficient soul power and exquisite control skills, you can turn it into your own use. Although the toxins in your body are difficult to treat, they can be neutralized with the help of the power of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and the special magical herbs. Dugubo's heart moved slightly. He looked at Ling Feng's confident look, and a ripple appeared in his heart. Could it be that this mysterious guy in front of him really has a way to cure the toxins he has been suffering from for many years? But he didn't dare to have too much hope. After being disappointed too many times, he no longer dared to trust others easily. What are you going to do? Dugubo couldn't help but ask. Ling Feng smiled slightly, but did not answer directly. Instead, he squatted down and carefully picked the magic grass from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. His eyes were full of professionalism and concentration, and every magical herb was like a precious treasure in his eyes. After a moment, he picked out a magical herb and stood up. This immortal herb is called blood-colored Pluto vine, and it is only one step away from becoming a divine immortal herb. Its essence possesses a powerful purifying power that can dissolve various toxins. It also has a repairing effect on the meridians and soul power damaged by poisoning, helping practitioners regain their strength and even reach new heights. This magical herb is the key to eliminating the toxins in your body. Combined with the power of ice and fire in the yin-yang eyes, it will surely gradually eliminate the toxins in your body. However, this process may be a bit painful, so you need to be patient. Ling Feng looked at Dugubo and said. Dugubo was a little hesitant, but when he thought about the fact that he had already joined the Soul Ring Pavilion and that this might be his only chance to get rid of the toxin, he gritted his teeth and said. Okay, I believe you for once. Ling Feng smiled calmly, just sit cross-legged here and relax your body and mind. I'm going to start. Dugubo sat down as he was told. Ling Feng ground the blood-colored Pluto vine into juice according to the instructions, and then slowly placed his hands on Dugubo's back. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Breakthrough of Tidal Douluo. Chapter 21 Breakthrough of Tidal Douluo, please read. He mobilized his own soul power and carefully integrated the magic grass juice into Dugubo's body. At the same time, let Dugubo guide his own soul power and let the power of the magic grass neutralize the toxins in the body. At first, Dugubo only felt a warm force flowing through his body and did not feel any discomfort. But as the power of the magic grass worked throughout the body, it began to collide violently with the toxins in the body. Dugubo suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if all the meridians in his body were being burned by fire and frozen by ice. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Hold on, this is a critical moment. Ling Feng saw this and shouted in a low voice. Dugubo gritted his teeth and silently endured this inhuman pain in his heart. He knew that only by persevering at this moment could he escape the torture of these years. Time passed minute by minute, and with Ling Feng's efforts, the toxins in Dugubo's body were gradually eliminated and transformed into soul power in his body. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Dugubo's green phosphorus Snake King martial spirit, which was so powerful in the world of soul masters, suddenly emerged uncontrollably. A terrifying aura spread wildly like a surging wave. Bang bang bang! The bottleneck that had been holding Dugubo back for so long suddenly shattered like broken glass. The powerful soul power broke free from its constraints and increased at an almost crazy rate. Level 89. Level 90. His soul power level directly surpassed the Tidal Douluo level and he continued to advance by leaps and bounds. If there were a soul master from the outside world who was lucky enough to witness this shocking scene, he would be so shocked that his eyes would almost fall out. On the long road of soul masters cultivation, the difficulty increases exponentially as you go further. Especially at the Tidal Douluo level, it often takes several years to increase one level of soul power. Just after the medicinal effect of this mysterious magic herb was completely absorbed, Dugubo slowly opened his eyes. It was obvious that the toxins that had been wreaking havoc in the body for many years and were as difficult to remove as maggots in the tarsal bones had now been completely eliminated. How is this possible? What made him even more ecstatic was that he successfully broke through to the Tidal Douluo. The specific improvement will only be known after absorbing the 9th soul ring. Dugubo was a little dazed for a moment. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Could he be trapped in some kind of hallucination? However, after several careful investigations, he was told without a doubt that his soul power level had indeed broken through to level 90. After a long while, Dugubo stood up and looked straight at Ling Feng who was standing in front of him with an indifferent expression. He understood that the root of his tremendous transformation was the magical herb that Ling Feng had casually thrown to him before. But he never imagined that this seemingly ordinary magical herb could contain such a miraculous effect. Dugubo has been active in the world of soul masters for decades, but it seems that he has never found a treasure that can possess such terrifying power. Thank you. After a moment, Dugubo's tangled and complicated emotions gradually calmed down, and finally turned into these words full of gratitude. He had already made up his mind and willingly joined the Spirit Ring Pavilion. Ling Feng waved his hand. You're welcome. You're a member of the Spirit Ring Pavilion now. Just serve them well from now on. Dugubo nodded slightly. He knew in his heart that from this moment on, his fate was closely linked to the Soul Ring Pavilion. Absorb 2 immortal herbs first. After dealing with the tricky poison in Dugubo's body, Ling Feng's eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot tree that were quietly growing beside the yin-yang eye of ice and fire in front of him. The yin-yang eye of ice and fire is like a mysterious treasure trove between heaven and earth, and the immortal herbs it breeds are all extraordinary. The 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot are the best among them, and are also one of the core purposes of Ling Feng's visit here. Ling Feng intends to use the power of these 2 magical herbs to strengthen his body and break through the existing limits. Prepare to absorb spirit rings of higher age in the future. You stay by the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. I'll go absorb the 2 immortal herbs first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Feng had already arrived close to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He took a deep breath and slowly released his void mirror martial soul. In an instant, a mysterious spatial force spread out like ripples within a radius of 10 miles. A sharp dagger appeared out of thin air in Ling Feng's hand, and then, a light flashed in his right hand, and the rich power of space coiled around it like a spirit snake. His eyes fixed, and the dagger in his hand disappeared instantly. When the dagger reappeared, it had already cut off the seemingly tough stem of the fiery apricot tree with incredible precision. This magical herb separated from its mother body and slowly floated down. Wherever it landed, the entire ground seemed to be burned by high temperature. The terrifying fire poison contained in this magical herb quickly turned the ground into an extremely dark place, emitting a faint smell of burnt air. Ling Feng took out a new dagger without hesitation and did the same thing. Also with the help of the power of space, he carefully picked the 8-angled black ice grass. As soon as the 8-angled mysterious ice grass left its growth place, the surrounding air seemed to be frozen instantly, a trace of cold air spread out, and a thin layer of frost condensed on the ground. These 2 magical herbs, 1 fire and 1 ice, are like the ultimate representations of the worlds of ice and fire. The ice and fire poisons they contain are overbearing and pure, and are absolutely beyond the ability of ordinary objects to withstand. Ling Feng's face was solemn, and the soul power in his hands surged continuously, gradually suspending the 2 immortal herbs steadily in front of him. He stared at the 2 magical herbs, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and then he picked a leaf from each of them. Without any hesitation, he put the 2 leaves into his mouth at the same time and swallowed them slowly. In an instant, a violent force of ice and fire surged in his body, as if it was going to tear his body apart from the inside. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. Then he jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. He began to devote all his energy and heart to refining these 2 magical herbs. Ling Feng, whose body could withstand the 10,000-year soul ring, did not feel the unbearable pain like ordinary people from the moment he jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, relying on his strong physique and tenacious will. But the impact from the extreme power of ice and fire still made him frown and tense his muscles. After all, the power of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is too overbearing. Even someone as strong as Dugubo would not dare to stay in it for a long time. If you are not careful, you may be completely swallowed up by this power and nothing will be left. Not good. After hearing Ling Feng's instructions, Dugubo, who had been standing obediently, stopped where he was. When he saw Ling Feng jump into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire without hesitation, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was full of horror and worry. His eyes widened, his heart filled with anxiety, and without thinking, he took quick steps and ran towards the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Deep into the Eyes of Ice and Fire 2. Chapter 22, Deep into the Eyes of Yin and Yang, seeking follow-up reading. Don't worry, my lord knows how to act. Seeing Dugubo so panicked, Zhao Yun glanced at him lightly and said in a calm but unquestionable tone. In his heart, Lord Ling Feng has always been a far-sighted person, and nothing he does is impulsive. He must be absolutely sure and have a thorough plan. Moreover, he was always paying close attention to Ling Feng's every move. As long as there is the slightest sign of trouble or he senses that Ling Feng is in danger, he will rescue him without hesitation. When Dugubo heard Zhao Yun's words, he paused unconsciously. Although his heart was still full of worry and uneasiness, seeing Zhao Yun's calm expression, he could only suppress his restless thoughts. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere. Zhao Yun and Dugubo were like two statues, always standing by Ling Feng's side, not daring to slack off in the slightest. At this moment, Ling Feng devoted himself to the process of absorbing the power of ice and fire. A large amount of pure and violent power of ice and fire poured into his body like a tide. As this force continued to wash over him, his physical strength gradually became tougher and stronger, like fine iron that had been hammered 1,000 times. At the same time, Ling Feng's void mirror martial soul seemed to have sensed the challenges facing its master's body and emerged unconsciously. The mirror slowly rotated, continuously absorbing the ice and fire power that permeated the surroundings. As power continued to be injected, strange threads began to appear on the surface of the entire martial soul, with ice blue and fiery red intertwined with each other, revealing an otherworldly and mysterious aura. In this way, a unique aura gradually formed around Ling Feng. An aura of dominance emanated from it, making the surrounding space seem to be severely disturbed and become chaotic. What kind of power is this? Dugubo watched the series of astonishing energy fluctuations generated around Ling Feng with his own eyes, and his whole heart was shocked beyond words. As a Tidal Douluo, he had an extremely keen sense of power. However, the terrifying power around Ling Feng at this moment far exceeded his imagination and cognition. This spirit ring, am I seeing it right? Dugubo calmed down, but when he took a closer look at the 3 soul rings surrounding Ling Feng, he couldn't help but scream in shock again. Ling Feng's first 2 soul rings were actually 1,000-year soul rings, and the 3rd soul ring even absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring against the will of heaven. Such a feat is simply unheard of in Dugubo's cognition. Is this really a realm that a human soul master can reach? After all these shocking events happened, Dugubo's sense of belonging to the Soul Ring Pavilion became stronger and stronger. It seems pretty good. Such a thought silently emerged in Dugubo's mind. In his opinion, joining the Soul Ring Pavilion might actually be a very cost-effective deal. Nearly half a day passed quietly. In the eyes of yin and yang of ice and fire, Ling Feng was completely immersed in the absorption and integration of power. Finally, he keenly felt that his physical strength had increased significantly. Moreover, the medicinal effects of the 8-angled black ice grass and the fiery apricot had been completely absorbed by him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes like lightning. He moved his body, left the dangerous and mysterious area of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and returned to the ground steadily. Not bad. Ling Feng landed gently on the ground, feeling the strength of his body and the surging power, and nodded with satisfaction. He could clearly feel that his physical strength had increased by more than 3 times compared to before, and his own soul power had successfully increased to above level 40. As for what level he had reached, he would only know after successfully absorbing the 4th soul ring. After Ling Feng jumped out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, he fell into silence, but at this moment he had a bold idea in his mind. The yin-yang eyes of ice and fire were formed from the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, the first-level gods under the Dragon God's throne, after their death. After countless years of evolution, it gradually became the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire today. In other words, those two god-level soul bones are the foundation of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Ling Feng planned to absorb these two divine-level soul bones, but he didn't know what methods the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King would leave behind after their death. After some thought, Ling Feng made up his mind and decided to do it immediately, intending to take out the two divine-level soul bones below. Even if it cannot be absorbed immediately, it can be saved for later absorption to avoid any accidents. Zhao Yun, come with me to the bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Dugubo, be responsible for guarding the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and prevent outsiders from approaching. Ling Feng's voice was low and firm, echoing like a huge bell in this strange space. Just in case, you still have to be wary of other powerful soul masters when approaching the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Dugubo didn't say anything about such an order. Seeing Ling Feng coming out of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire safely, he had no doubts about his next decision. Ling Feng took a deep breath. He took the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot, which gave him a certain resistance to the ice and fire power of the yin-yang eyes. However, facing the unknown and powerful force deep within the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, this is far from enough. In order to deal with emergencies that may occur at any time, he decisively released his void mirror martial soul. Boom! In an instant, a void mirror emitting a cold light appeared in front of him. The vast and mysterious force of space surged out of the mirror like a tide, surrounding him and forming a seemingly invisible yet indestructible defensive barrier. At the same time, Zhao Yun also released his own remarkable artifact martial spirit, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear. A fiery red spear appeared in front of him, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Ancient and mysterious patterns are carved on the gun body. These patterns sparkled with a strange glow under the light, emitting the unique and powerful pressure of a god-level martial spirit. Black, 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 red, red, red. Zhao Yun's 9 soul rings flashed one after another. The configuration of 6 black and 3 red soul rings released a terrifying and violent aura. The momentum was like a raging storm, sweeping across the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Dugubo, who was about to rush to the outer perimeter of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire to guard, suddenly felt a powerful aura like the wrath of heaven and earth surging from behind him. He turned around quickly and looked behind him with a lightning-like gaze. This. When his eyes fell on Zhao Yun and he saw the 6 black and 3 red soul ring configuration, he couldn't help but be stunned. The whole person was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, The Remnant Soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Chapter 23, The Remnant Soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, please read. He has been traveling in Douluo continent for many years and has seen countless powerful soul masters and strange martial spirits. But Zhao Yun's amazing spirit ring configuration is something that has only been seen before. 300,000-year soul rings. Moreover, the first soul ring has reached the 10,000-year level. This configuration is beyond his imagination. It was not until Zhao Yun followed Ling Feng and jumped into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire that Dugubo gradually came to his senses. Is this really the spirit ring configuration that a human spirit master can achieve? The first soul ring has reached the 10,000-year level. What is the origin of this soul ring pavilion? Could it be some hidden power? Dugubo was filled with doubts. Everything that happened today was really too absurd. How could this body withstand the absorption of the first 10,000-year level soul ring? So, Dugubo left the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire with doubts in his heart, to prevent other strong people from disturbing Ling Feng and the others. Ling Feng and Zhao Yun swam hard downwards in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, where the cold and heat mixed together. The further down he went, the more Ling Feng realized that the cold and heat below were more intense and pure than those on the surface. Ling Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and exert all his soul power. For a moment, his soul power was like a rushing river, continuously pouring out of his body. His soul power was being consumed at an alarming rate, and his body was gradually becoming exhausted. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhao Yun did not hesitate to use his powerful soul power, and a hot and powerful soul power light surged out of his body. This soul power blended with Ling Feng's power, together resisting the powerful force of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. With Zhao Yun's assistance, Ling Feng finally felt the pressure relieved a little and breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly approached Zhao Yun and swam quickly towards the bottom of the lake. With Zhao Yun's full assistance, Ling Feng and the others reached the bottom of the lake in less than a minute. However, when his eyes swept over the surrounding scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Before my eyes were two giant dragon skeletons, each 100 meters long, lying there quietly. Their bodies are huge and majestic. Even though the flesh and blood have disappeared over the years, the huge bones still exude a suffocating and powerful pressure. Ling Feng could clearly feel that this pressure did not only come from their invincible power in their lifetime. It is also a remnant of the nobility and majesty of the gods. If it weren't for Zhao Yun's soul power protecting him, he couldn't even imagine whether he could survive under this pressure, let alone reach the bottom of the lake. Of course, among the many amazing sights, the most eye-catching thing is the two bones emitting mysterious light between the two huge dragon skeletons. One is an ice blue left arm bone, which seems to be carved from 10,000-year-old black ice, emitting a biting cold breath. The other piece is a fiery red right arm bone, just like a burning flame, releasing scorching heat. Ling Feng knew in his heart that if nothing unexpected happened, these two soul bones were the two divine-level soul bones left in the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King after their deaths. After seeing these two soul bones, Ling Feng's eyes lit up slightly. However, the cautious Ling Feng was not carried away by this sudden joy. He knew very well that there must be a huge danger hidden behind these two soul bones. So Ling Feng turned to Zhao Yun beside him and said, "Zhao Yun, try to release a soul attack on those two soul bones." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yun nodded slightly, tightly grasped the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear with both hands, and the soul power in his body began to surge. He stomped his foot suddenly, and a powerful spirit power surged out along the spear, and the 100 birds facing phoenix spear released a dazzling red light. This light split in two like a sharp blade in the void, rushing towards the two spirit bones. Wherever the light passed, the springs avoided it, and the space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force. As Zhao Yun's soul power attack touched the two soul bones, the atmosphere at the bottom of the lake suddenly became tense. Boom! In an instant, two extremely bright rays of light shot out from the soul bone, carrying powerful strength and majesty, completely offsetting Zhao Yun's soul power attack. Sure enough! Seeing this scene, Ling Feng nodded secretly in his heart. Now it seems that the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King did leave a backup plan. It is even possible that the residual soul of the Ice Dragon King after his death is still hidden in his soul bones. Come out, Ice Dragon King, Fire Dragon King! Ling Feng stood at the bottom of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, his eyes firm and alert, and shouted loudly at the two god-level soul bones in front of him. Zhao Yun was also on high alert. The phoenix spear in his hand flashed with a fiery light, and the tip of the spear trembled slightly, as if it felt the powerful pressure that was about to come. He stood as tall and straight as a pine tree, firmly guarding Ling Feng and blocking out all possible dangers. At this moment, the air was filled with tension, and the surrounding lake water seemed to be rippling slightly due to the unusual movement of the two soul bones. Ling Feng and Zhao Yun could both clearly sense that within those two soul bones, there was a surge of energy so powerful it was heart-pounding. Like a sleeping beast about to awaken. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell. Buzz! The two soul bones in front suddenly released two dazzling rays of light, which cut through the void like lightning. In the air ahead, the shadows of two Dragon Kings quickly condensed. The Ice Dragon King's entire body exudes an icy blue light, as if carved from millennia-old black ice. Every scale is clearly visible, revealing extreme coldness and majesty. The Fire Dragon King was enveloped in blazing flames, the flames dancing like a living thing, and its eyes were like burning magma. As soon as the two Dragon King's phantoms appeared, they released powerful divine-level pressure. Like invisible mountains, they weighed heavily on Ling Feng and Zhao Yun's hearts, making their breathing difficult. As expected of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, both of them are first-level deities. Even their remaining souls after death are imbued with immense majesty. Ling Feng was secretly amazed in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Human Soul Master, you have already obtained such a great opportunity, why are you unwilling to retreat? The Fire Dragon King's voice rang in Ling Feng's ears like a huge bell. As it spoke, the divine power of fire spurted out from its body like a wave. Wherever it went, the surrounding springs dried up instantly. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King's heart was far from as calm as he appeared on the surface. It was secretly shocked by the talent of the Human Soul Master in front of it. It was a terrifying talent that it had never seen before. Just when Ling Feng released his two martial souls, it keenly sensed something unusual. The aura emitted by these two martial spirits far exceeds the scope of ordinary martial spirits on the Douluo continent. Especially the flute spirit, the aura it released was comparable to that of the dragon god, which made the Fire Dragon King feel suspicious. An absurd idea emerged in his mind that this flute martial spirit might be made from the dragon bones left behind after the death of the dragon god. Moreover, within this martial soul, there is also a faint aura of another soul beast. The aura is so powerful that it almost surpasses that of the dragon god. All of this made the Fire Dragon King curious and wary of Ling Feng. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Condensing the God-level Soul Ring. Chapter 24, Condensing the God-level Soul Ring, seeking follow-up reading. Fire Dragon King, Ice Dragon King, you should know the allure of soul bones to human soul masters. What's more, these are the soul bones left behind by the two first-level gods of yours. Ling Feng raised his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. But in fact, he also has his own considerations in mind. He knew very well that forcibly seizing the soul bone might lead to a series of unpredictable consequences. Even if these two residual souls are broken up, in the process of absorbing the soul bones, you may encounter various accidents, and even endanger your own life. Therefore, he hoped to convince the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King to willingly hand over their soul bones to him. A hint of surprise flashed in the Ice Dragon King's eyes. He really couldn't understand it. How did this human soul master in front of him know that the two divine bones of ice and fire were preserved in the yin-yang eyes? You know, they have been carefully hiding their remaining souls in their soul bones and restraining all their breath. I thought I could do it perfectly, but I didn't expect that I would still be discovered by this human soul master. At this moment, the entire bottom of the ice and fire yin-yang lake fell into a dead silence. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King looked at each other. Their eyes revealed complex emotions, including helplessness about their own fate and worry about the future of the Soul Beast clan. After a brief exchange, they secretly made a decision with each other. You want our god-level soul bones? We can give them to you, but you have to agree to one condition. The Fire Dragon King's voice was cold and calm, as if he was stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. After quickly discussing the outcome with the Ice Dragon King in the void, it sighed helplessly. Given their current situation, they are simply unable to change anything. Their residual souls are gradually dissipating with the passage of time, and perhaps within a few years, they will completely disappear from this world. By then, these two soul bones will eventually fall into the hands of human soul masters. Since this is the case, it would be better to seize the opportunity before the residual soul dissipates and seek a glimmer of hope for the Soul Beast clan. What conditions? When Ling Feng heard this, he felt a little happy in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, staring calmly at the two phantoms of the Dragon King in front of him. I hope you will swear on your martial spirit that when you become a god, you will not let the Soul Beast clan perish. The Fire Dragon King's voice was low and serious. He stared at Ling Feng intently, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation and determination. Although the residual souls of the two of them have been trapped in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire and have never left this special area. But they could clearly feel that the luck of the Soul Beast clan was becoming weaker and weaker. If this trend continues, the Soul Beast clan may really be on the verge of extinction within tens of thousands of years. I am willing to swear with my martial spirit that I will preserve the vitality of the Soul Beast clan and will not let it become extinct. Ling Feng agreed to the Fire Dragon King's conditions without hesitation. In his opinion, this condition was not excessive. Let me show you something first. In order to gain the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King's trust in him, Ling Feng decided to demonstrate his unique abilities. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flashed from his storage soul device, and a 100-year-old soul beast appeared in front of everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, Ling Feng released the Void Mirror Martial Soul, and a void mark entered the soul beast's body. An amazing scene took place. A 10-year soul ring slowly emerged from the soul beast's body and instantly floated in the air. At this time, the soul beast was still alive and kicking, and its vitality was not damaged by the extraction of the soul ring. What kind of method is this? The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King widened their eyes at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. They had never seen such a magical ability that could extract soul rings while protecting the lives of soul beasts. How can it be? The Fire Dragon King muttered to himself, a hint of shock and curiosity in his eyes. It really couldn't understand how this human soul master did it. At the same time, this also made the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King even more curious about the silver mirror spirit in Ling Feng's hand. This is the special ability of my martial soul, and as my strength increases, perhaps I will be able to fully popularize this method throughout the Douluo continent in the future. Ling Feng explained slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence and longing. However, Ling Feng also understood that it was not easy to change the rules of the entire Douluo continent. In this world, human spirit masters need spirit rings to improve their strength. This rule is deeply rooted and cannot be easily changed. Unless his strength can surpass that of the God King, perhaps only then will he have enough power to change all this. But he believed that as long as he continued to work hard, once the extracted spirit rings were spread throughout the Douluo continent, the fate of the Spirit Beast clan would be completely changed. I hope you can keep your word. The Fire Dragon King looked at Ling Feng deeply. It tried to see a hint of hypocrisy in Ling Feng's eyes, but found that the other's eyes were clear and firm. Despite this, it couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, this was related to the future of the Soul Beast clan. In that case, let us give you another gift. The Fire Dragon King suddenly spoke. Release your second martial spirit. The Fire Dragon King then spoke, and he and the Ice Dragon King looked at each other, their eyes revealing seriousness and expectation. Ling Feng was slightly startled when he heard this. He was a little confused and didn't know why the other party asked him to release his martial soul. Is it to absorb soul bones? But he did not hesitate too much. He collected the Void Mirror martial soul, and the soul power in his body surged, and the Dragon Roar and Phoenix Flute martial soul was released. As soon as the martial soul appeared, it released a powerful martial soul pressure, causing the surrounding lake water to shake. The Ice Dragon King and I have some of our blood left in our soul bones. By combining it with the ice and fire power of this lake, we can condense 2 god-level soul rings for you. However, due to other limitations, these 2 spirit rings cannot increase your spirit power level too much, and will only give you 1 spirit skill. The Fire Dragon King looked at Ling Feng's second martial soul and said slowly. Even so, this spirit ring is also a god-level spirit skill, powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. The Fire Dragon King added, his eyes revealing a hint of pride and reluctance. These two god-level soul rings are their final gift and their final effort for the future of the Soul Beast clan. We will assist you in absorbing these two soul bones, but we will seal away most of the power within them. After all, with your current physique, you simply cannot withstand the combined power of our two soul bones. As your strength gradually increases, the power of the divine soul bone will be gradually unlocked. The Fire Dragon King told Ling Feng the next plan in detail. He hoped that Ling Feng could understand their painstaking efforts and grow up as soon as possible to protect the Soul Beast clan. A warm feeling surged in Ling Feng's heart. He understood that everything the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King did was for the Soul Beast clan. They would rather sacrifice their remaining soul power to fight for a glimmer of hope for the Soul Beast clan. He admired this selfless spirit very much. Thank you. Ling Feng sincerely saluted slightly to the two phantoms of the Dragon Kings in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude and respect. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Absorbing Soul Rings and Soul Bones. Chapter 25 Absorbing Soul Rings and Soul Bones, please read. Ready to begin. The voice of the Fire Dragon King broke the brief silence, and there was a hint of seriousness and expectation in its tone. Ling Feng took a deep breath and slowly sat cross-legged on the spot. He closed his eyes, adjusted his state, and made his heart calm as water. Zhao Yun, standing aside, tightly grasped the phoenix spear in his hand and looked around vigilantly. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King looked at each other, and their remaining souls began to burn. Boom! Balls of blazing flames and icy ice flames released an extremely powerful aura, sweeping across the entire yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The surrounding lake water began to tremble violently. As the residual soul burned, ice blue and fiery red streams suddenly gushed out from the spring. These springs were like two huge dragons, continuously surrounding Ling Feng's body. Gradually formed the shape of two soul rings. At the same time, the two soul bones below also released a powerful energy, which was injected into the two circles surrounding Ling Feng. Next, the Ice Dragon King and I will assist you in absorbing these two divine soul bones. The process may be painful, so you must persevere, otherwise all your efforts will be wasted. The voice of the Fire Dragon King sounded in Ling Feng's ears. Ling Feng nodded slightly, clenched his teeth, and prepared himself to face the pain. Finally, the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King activated their soul bones, and two rays of light shot towards Ling Feng like lightning. The soul bone instantly merged into his body, and Ling Feng only felt a powerful force raging in his body. It seemed as if it was going to tear his body apart. His left arm was covered in ice blue light, forming a large ice blue left arm that exuded a biting coldness. The right arm was filled with fiery red light, turning into a fiery red right arm, releasing scorching heat. At this moment, Ling Feng released a powerful aura from his whole body. This aura made the entire lake surge like the sea, with waves roaring and terrifying. In the painful torment, Ling Feng persisted with his tenacious perseverance. He constantly circulated the soul power in his body, trying to tame this powerful force. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King watched him closely from the side, constantly adjusting the power of his soul bones. Ensure that Ling Feng can absorb it smoothly. Time passed by minute. The light on Ling Feng's body gradually stabilized, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, after a hard struggle, Ling Feng successfully absorbed these two divine-level soul bones. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of joy and confidence. Ling Feng was surrounded by two soul rings, one was ice blue and the other was fiery red. They were like crystals with 10 golden lines carved on them. Thank you both very much. I will definitely not let you down. Ling Feng stood up and saluted the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King again. The shadows of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King nodded slightly, and their figures gradually became blurred. Go, Human Soul Master, remember your promise. The voices of the Fire Dragon King and the Ice Dragon King echoed in Ling Feng's ears, and then their residual souls completely disappeared into the air. After Ling Feng absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, the entire lake bottom fell into silence. Ling Feng stood there like a statue, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. After a moment's silence, he followed Zhao Yun and left. After leaving the bottom of the lake, Ling Feng did not stay for too long. His eyes fell on the mature fairy herbs in the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Relying on the specific techniques he had learned before, he carefully picked them one by one, and then gently placed them into his ring storage soul guide. After finishing picking, Ling Feng took one last look at the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Now, without the nourishment of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul bone and residual soul power, perhaps within a few years, the unique function of the entire Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye will gradually become insignificant. It is almost impossible to produce those rare magical herbs again. Even after a few decades, the power in the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire will be completely lost and it will become an ordinary valley. Immediately afterwards, Ling Feng left the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire and reunited with Dugubo, who was guarding outside. Dugubo, your soul power has just broken through to level 90. Next, I will help you obtain a soul ring. Ling Feng's voice rang out in the silent forest. He turned his head slightly and spoke to Dugubo. In his mind, Dugubo has now officially joined the Soul Ring Pavilion, and the stronger Dugubo is, the greater the benefits will be for the Soul Ring Pavilion. A powerful Tidal Douluo is undoubtedly a trump card of the Soul Ring Pavilion and can play a key role in many future affairs. Thank you. When Dugubo heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he expressed his sincere gratitude. He had just been worrying about his 9th soul ring. Ever since he embarked on the path of becoming a soul master, he has been working alone, without any strong family or force to back him up. He can be said to be a lonely man. It is almost impossible to obtain the 9th soul ring by one's own strength. If you choose some younger 10,000-year-old soul beasts as your 9th soul ring, although you can successfully absorb it, the improvement in your own strength will be greatly reduced. It will bring great restrictions to his future development. The 9th soul ring is extremely important for a Tidal Douluo. Its quality and age directly affect the ultimate power that the soul master can exert. Ling Feng and Zhao Yun were willing to help him obtain the spirit ring, which finally put his mind at ease. With their help, obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring that is more than 80,000 years old is a piece of cake. Do you have any specific requirements for the soul beast and soul ring age for your 9th soul ring? Ling Feng asked slowly. Determining the characteristics and age range of the target soul beast in advance can greatly improve the efficiency of the search and avoid wasting time. My martial soul is the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. For a soul beast with a 9th soul ring, it's best to find one with a strong venom. Of course, a snake soul beast is best. As for the age, it will be around 80,000 years old. If you can't find a suitable soul beast, a lower age won't hurt. Dugubo raised his head slightly and said. He secretly assessed his own physical strength. After previous training and the improvement after taking the magical herbs, he believed that he could fully absorb a soul ring of more than 80,000 years. As for spirit rings of higher age, although he had a little yearning in his heart, he knew clearly that it was unlikely to find them. Soul beasts that possess the characteristics of an 80,000-year-old soul beast, poison, and snake-like soul beasts are extremely rare on the Douluo continent. As rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Therefore, he could not demand too high a spirit ring age, a spirit ring of about 80,000 years was enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 26, 9-Year Soul Beast. Chapter 26, 90,000-Year Soul Beast, please read. Okay, then we'll search in Sunset Forest for now. If we can't find it, we'll head to Star Forest. After a moment, Ling Feng thought for a moment and quickly analyzed various possible situations in his mind. There are many powerful soul beasts hidden in the Sunset Forest. Searching for them here first can save a lot of time and energy. If you really can't find a suitable soul beast here, it won't be too late to go to the more vast Star Do Great Forest. In this way, Ling Feng followed Zhao Yun and Dugubo and kept walking towards the core area of Sunset Forest. The more powerful the soul beast, the more it likes to stay in the core area, which is the king's territory in the forest and is full of unknown dangers. My lord, there is a soul beast that is about 90,000 years old not far away. It is approaching us. I wonder if it is suitable to become Dugubo's 9th soul ring. Relying on his extraordinary perception ability, Zhao Yun immediately noticed the movement of a soul beast not far away. Hey, let's go check it out, maybe we'll get lucky. Ling Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and a hint of anticipation surged in his heart. I never thought that just after arriving at the core area, a soul beast of the right age would appear within a few minutes. As for whether the attribute of this soul beast is poisonous, the only way to know is to go and take a look. So, under the protection of Zhao Yun, Ling Feng walked cautiously towards a place not far away. When they were about to reach their destination, Ling Feng and the others suddenly stopped, then jumped onto a tree nearby and looked at the scene in the distance. Green Phosphorus Snake Emperor Soul Beast, good fellow, is your luck so good? When Ling Feng looked at the soul beast in front of him, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Dugubo's martial soul is the Green Phosphorus Snake King martial soul. In the entire Douluo continent, the soul beast that is most suitable to be his martial soul is undoubtedly the Green Phosphorus Snake King, which has the same martial soul as him. This soul beast is nearly 100,000 years old. Can you absorb it? At this moment, Ling Feng concentrated his attention and carefully observed the appearance of the Green Phosphorus Snake King. By sensing the powerful aura emanating from the soul beast, he clearly realized that the age of this Green Phosphorus Snake King was close to 100,000 years. This is an extremely powerful soul beast. I don't know if Dugubo has enough ability to absorb its soul ring. I'm more than 80% sure. I just took the magical herb. Not only did my strength increase, but my physical strength also increased significantly. Dugubo said calmly. At the same time, his heart was also excited, because this was a soul ring that was about to reach 100,000 years. If he could really absorb it, his strength would change dramatically. It is hard to imagine what new heights he would reach. In that case, then hunt this soul beast. After careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, Ling Feng decisively agreed to let Dugubo absorb this soul beast. He knew in his heart that this was the best choice at the moment. If he missed this soul beast, he didn't know how much time and energy he would have to spend to find such a suitable one. Ling Feng completely ruled out the idea of extracting the soul ring from this soul beast. On the one hand, soul beasts like the Green Phosphorus Snake King are extremely vengeful, and their wisdom and strength should not be underestimated. On the other hand, with his current strength, he is simply unable to extract a spirit ring that is more than 50,000 years old. Therefore, there was only one solution: to kill this soul beast and allow Dugubo to directly absorb its soul ring. Dugubo, you will deal with the Jade Phosphorus Snake King from now on. I will assist you from the side. Ling Feng also had his own plans in mind. He wanted to test out several of his newly acquired soul skills to see how effective they were in actual combat. What? After hearing these words, Dugubo, who had stood up from the tree trunk, suddenly shook his body, staggered, and almost fell under the tree. He stared at Ling Feng in astonishment, his eyes wide open, unable to believe what he had just heard. He secretly groaned in his heart. Even though his strength had broken through to the Tidal Douluo realm, he only had 8 soul rings. Moreover, he was well aware of his own poisonous properties, which gave him no advantage at all against the Green Phosphorus Snake King. To a certain extent, the toxins released by soul beasts like the Green Phosphorus Snake King are even stronger than his, and its attack methods and defense capabilities are terrifying. This forced him, a Tidal Douluo with only 8 rings, to deal with the Green Phosphorus Snake King, a soul beast that was about to break through the 100,000 year mark. Isn't this asking for death? No matter how you look at it, this behavior is no different from seeking death. Don't worry, Zhao Yun is watching over you and will definitely not let anything happen to you. Ling Feng looked at Dugubo's frightened expression, understood his thoughts, smiled slightly, and reassured Dugubo. With a powerful figure like Zhao Yun protecting them, how could they possibly be in danger? He believed in Zhao Yun's strength. As long as Zhao Yun was there, they would be able to fight even the most powerful enemy and escape unscathed. Okay. When Dugubo heard Zhao Yun's name, he felt a little relieved. He knew in his heart that Zhao Yun's strength was unfathomable, and having him around really gave him a lot more sense of security. Moreover, he also understood that this was a rare opportunity. If he could successfully absorb this soul ring, his strength would make a qualitative leap. So he gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Dugubo slowly took a step forward, approaching the territory of the green-scaled Snake King, and a hint of solemnity gradually emerged in his eyes. This battle is of vital importance to him. It not only concerns his personal strength improvement, but also his 9th soul ring, which he must not lose. He raised his hands slightly, and his martial soul, the green phosphorus Snake King, was released instantly. A huge green snake shadow coiled up behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. The snake's eyes flashed with a cold light as it stared at the nearly 100,000-year-old green phosphorus Snake King in front of it. Fizz! The green phosphorus Snake King soul beast seemed to have sensed Dugubo's hostility. Its huge body slowly squirmed on the ground, emitting a low hissing sound. The scales on its body gleam with a green luster. And each scale is like a carefully crafted shield, indestructible. Suddenly, it raised its head and opened its bloody mouth, and a strong dark green poisonous gas gushed out towards Dugubo like a tide. Wherever the poisonous gas reached, flowers and plants withered instantly, and the branches and leaves of trees quickly turned yellow, as if shrouded in the breath of death. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Seeing this, Dugubo did not dare to be careless at all. He shouted loudly, and the 7th soul ring on his body shone brightly, displaying his martial soul true form. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 10,000 Years Soul Skill. Chapter 27 Million Year Soul Skill. The 2nd soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Breath. The 2nd 100-year soul ring on Dugubo's body suddenly lit up, and in the flash of light, the green phosphorus Snake King emerged behind him. The poisonous gas from the green phosphorus Snake King slowly gathered towards the huge snake mouth. It seems to be accumulating endless power. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it attacked the green phosphorus Snake King in front of it swiftly. At this time, the green phosphorus Snake King, as a dreaded mortal soul beast in this forest, naturally would not be afraid at all. Its huge body was like a towering mountain. It swung its huge snake tail in an instant, carrying an overwhelming force and blasted towards the attack in the void. Boom boom boom! In an instant, the two attacks collided violently in the air, making an earth-shaking roar. The two poisonous forces are colliding and devouring each other. The surrounding air was also stirred into chaos by this powerful force, forming small whirlpools. It whistled and swept around, making the surrounding trees rustle and branches and leaves fly all over the sky. However, the poisonous gas of the green phosphorus Snake King seemed endless, and showed no signs of weakening due to Dugubo's attack. It continued to swim forward. Every movement made the ground tremble slightly. It opened its bloody mouth again, and this time what spewed out was no longer poisonous gas, but countless sharp fangs. Those fangs flashed with a cold light under the sunlight, shooting towards Dugubo like raindrops, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. 5th soul skill, Snake Python Heavenly Escape. Dugubo was shocked. He knew very well how powerful the poisonous fang attack was, so he quickly used his defensive soul skills. A layer of emerald green light quickly formed in front of him, like an indestructible shield, enveloping him completely. The fangs hit the shield, making a tinkling sound and splashing green sparks. The light flickered under the impact of the fangs, and it seemed that it could shatter at any time. Dugubo could clearly feel that the shield began to crack under this powerful impact. His expression became more solemn, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Ling Feng, who was quietly observing the battle situation from the side, was always looking for the right opportunity to take action. When he saw that the green phosphorus Snake King's attention was all on Dugubo, Ling Feng thought to himself, the time has come. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a flute with the sound of dragon roars and phoenix calls appeared out of thin air. Purple gold light streaked across the sky, illuminating the somewhat dim forest. At the same time, 2 soul rings appeared on his body, one was ice blue and the other was fiery red. The soul rings exuded a mysterious and powerful aura that people dared not underestimate. Second soul skill, Dragon Might. The second red soul ring on Ling Feng's body released a dazzling red light at this moment. The red light was like a burning flame, emitting a chilling aura. Ling Feng put the dragon roaring and phoenix crying flute to his lips and played it softly. In an instant, a sound wave containing powerful dragon power spread out in all directions. The sound waves were like layers of invisible ripples, spreading rapidly around with Ling Feng as the center. As the sound of the flute spread, all the soul beasts within the reach of the flute felt the powerful dragon might. Those weaker soul beasts collapsed to the ground, their bodies trembling violently, their eyes filled with fear. The soul beasts in the entire area were plunged into endless fear. The originally noisy forest suddenly became silent, with only the melodious and intimidating sound of the flute echoing in the air. Ling Feng used most of the soul power in his body to exert it completely through sound waves, focusing on the green phosphorus Snake King. Really? The green phosphorus Snake King in front of him felt the terrifying dragon power and his soul power began to become disordered. Its originally smooth soul power fluctuations became intermittent, and its own strength was directly weakened by 30% under the suppression of the dragon's might. This is because the strength of this green phosphorus Snake King is infinitely close to that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. If the opponent is a soul beast of about 50,000 years old, Ling Feng can directly weaken the opponent's combat power by more than 50% by relying on the soul skills given to him by the Fire Dragon King. The dragon's might has a greater impact on soul beasts with lower bloodlines. It can be said that Ling Feng's soul skill is the nemesis of almost all soul beasts. As long as the bloodline is not pure enough, it will be difficult to exert its full strength under the dragon's might. Except for those dragon soul beasts with extremely pure blood, they will not be affected by the dragon's might. This soul skill is not only effective against soul beasts, but also has a very strong suppressive power against human soul masters. It's just that the impact on human soul masters is not as obvious as that on soul beasts. Good chance. At this time, Dugubo saw that the strength of the green phosphorus Snake King in front of him had been greatly reduced, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He immediately seized the opportunity. Release a powerful attack, bombarding the green phosphorus Snake King repeatedly. Dugubo was extremely uneasy inside. He didn't expect that Ling Feng could actually weaken the green phosphorus Snake King by nearly 30% of its combat power. This soul skill is really terrifying. As the flute played, the green phosphorus Snake King struggled to resist the powerful dragon's might while also fending off Dugubo's attack, looking extremely embarrassed. Its movements became sluggish, and its originally fierce attacks became weak and powerless. Dugubo gradually gained the upper hand at this time. His attacks became more and more fierce. Every soul power attack left a deep scar on the green phosphorus Snake King. Dark green blood flowed out of the wound, dripping onto the ground, making a hissing sound and corroding small pits. Dugubo, I will limit the movement speed of the green phosphorus Snake King later. You try to kill it with one strike. Ling Feng didn't want to let the battle drag on any longer. He knew that the longer the night, the more trouble he would have, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Feng landed lightly on the ground and lightly tapped his right foot. Suddenly, the Tianyan realm enveloped the entire area. In the realm of talent, Ling Feng's control over the dragon roar and phoenix cry flute became stronger, and the soul power released in the end became even more powerful. First soul skill, Frozen Divine Song. The first ice blue soul ring on Ling Feng's body lit up. As the flute sounded, an invisible force seemed to be born from between heaven and earth. A large number of snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky and spread in all directions. The snowflakes fluttered like goose feathers, and wherever the flute sounded, snowflakes fell to the ground. After a while, the ground was covered with a thick white blanket. A cold current rushed in all directions, and the powerful freezing force instantly froze the green phosphorus Snake King in place. Its ice sculpture-like body sparkled with crystal light in the sunlight. But after a moment, the green phosphorus Snake King broke free from the ice with its powerful strength. Its huge body shook violently, and the ice shattered and flew everywhere. But at this time, Ling Feng mobilized all his soul power and once again used this icy power on the green phosphorus Snake King to buy a chance for Dugubo. Deep in another part of the sunset forest, there were two figures. One of them was wearing a golden long dress, with long golden hair draped over her shoulders, and she exuded a powerful divine power. The martial spirit behind him is extremely sacred, it is the martial spirit of a six-winged angel, and this person is Qianrongxiu. As for the old man next to her, he was the Tidal Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Snake Spear Douluo. Qianrongxiu had just absorbed her fifth soul ring and was immersed in the joy of increased strength. Suddenly, she felt that the weather was a little cold and was slightly stunned. Snowing. Qianrongxiu stood up, looked up at the sky, and saw light snow falling all around. She frowned slightly at first, and a trace of doubt arose in her heart. How could it suddenly snow in this sunset forest? This is obviously not in line with common sense. No, this is the power of the soul skills released by the soul master. Snake Spear Douluo on the side immediately spoke seriously, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. As a titled Douluo, he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of soul power and could clearly feel that the snow was not a natural force. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 The True 10,000-Year Spirit Ring. Chapter 28 The True 100,000-Year Spirit Ring. This is definitely a soul skill performed by a soul master. It's actually able to change the celestial phenomena. Even with my titled Douluo level divine consciousness, I can't even sense any signs of fighting nearby. Snake Spear Douluo's tone became very solemn, and he slowly expressed his guess. Qianrongxiu was absorbing the fifth soul ring. He was always alert to the movements around him, but he did not find any signs of fighting. This is so strange. But now, the power of someone's soul skill has actually affected this area, and the coverage of the soul skill is really too wide. This made him feel shocked at the strength of the person who used the soul skill. Should we go check it out? It seems that there are no powerful titled Douluo with ice attribute spirits on Douluo continent. A hint of curiosity flashed in Qianrongxiu's eyes, and she wanted to explore. In her opinion, this person is extremely powerful, and if she can recruit him, it will be of great help to her plan. Let's leave. This man is stronger than me. The safety of the young master is the most important thing. Snake Spear Douluo rejected Qianrongxiu's proposal, a trace of worry appeared on his face. His duty is to protect Qianrongxiu's safety. In the face of this unknown powerful force, he dare not be careless in the slightest. He thought he had to leave this place immediately, as no one knew whether the powerful soul master would suddenly appear. If it goes against Qianrongxiu, the consequences will be unimaginable. Okay. Although Qianrongxiu felt somewhat unwilling, she understood Snake Spear Douluo's concerns, so she didn't say much. He followed Snake Spear Douluo and left the sunset forest. If Ling Feng heard the conversation between the two at this time, he would definitely be speechless, because his strength was far from breaking through to the titled Douluo. However, the soul skill Frozen Divine Song is indeed powerful. The area where Qianrongxiu was just now was not within the range of the sound waves, but it still affected the nearby celestial phenomena. This is enough to prove the dominance of this soul skill. At this time, Ling Feng was in the core of the sunset forest. All the areas covered by the sound waves were frozen. The world covered in silver seemed like a kingdom of ice and snow. The closer to Ling Feng, the stronger the freezing power. Even the green phosphorus snake king, which has existed for more than 90,000 years, has been restricted by this freezing power, not to mention other weak soul beasts. As time went on, the green phosphorus snake king's power gradually began to weaken under the joint attack of Ling Feng and Dugubo. There were more and more wounds on its body, and its originally smooth scales became damaged. The dark green blood dyed the surrounding snow dark green. Its movements became increasingly sluggish, and every movement seemed extremely strenuous, as if it had used up all its strength. Sixth soul skill, Jade Phosphorus Snake King Break. The sixth 10,000-year soul ring on Dugubo's body suddenly lit up. He gathered all the soul power in his body into one place, and then sprayed out a huge green beam of light. The beam of light was like a peerless sharp blade, emitting dazzling light. Shoot straight towards the green phosphorus snake king. The green phosphorus snake king wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Its tired body could not react in time. The green beam hit its head, and it let out a painful roar. The sound echoed throughout the sunset forest, as if expressing its unwillingness. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a huge cloud of dust. The surrounding trees were crushed by its fallen body, making crackling sounds. Dugubo quickly flew to the body of the green phosphorus snake king, with a tired but excited expression on his face. Dugubo was overjoyed when he saw a soul ring that was over 90,000 years old emerging from the body of the green phosphorus snake king. Moreover, several red lines appeared on this soul ring, which was infinitely close to 100,000-year soul ring. A spirit ring of this quality is something you can only come across by chance. Dugubo was very grateful to Ling Feng. Without Ling Feng, he would not only be unable to break through to the Tidal Douluo realm, but also would not be able to obtain such a powerful spirit ring. In this battle, Ling Feng's dragon power soul skill played a key role, weakening the green phosphorus snake king's strength and giving him the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Ling Feng felt very satisfied with the spirit ring skills bestowed upon him by the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. As his strength increased, the power displayed by these two soul skills became more and more powerful, extremely powerful. There were also the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King soul bones, which gave him a total of 4 soul skills, which were not much worse than these 2 soul skills. It was just a pity that he didn't use them in this battle. He was secretly looking forward to it, and when he had the chance in the future, he would definitely try out the soul bone skills brought by these 4 god-level soul bones himself. Dugubo gathered his soul power and prepared to absorb this nearly 100,000-year-old soul ring. Don't absorb it for now. I want to do an experiment. At this time, Ling Feng looked at the soul ring in front of him, which was close to 100,000-year soul ring, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if he could use the special properties of the Void Mirror Martial Soul to successfully evolve this soul ring into a true 100,000-year soul ring? Ro. Dugubo didn't say anything after hearing this. He knew in his heart that he was able to obtain this soul ring thanks to Ling Feng's help. He had full trust in Ling Feng and was willing to let him make this attempt. Ling Feng came to the soul ring of the green phosphorus snake king, put away the dragon roar and phoenix singing flute, and then released the martial soul void mirror. Ling Feng waved his hands and created a mysterious void mark in the air. The mark flashed with a strange light and slowly sank into the soul ring. Ling Feng picked out another soul ring from his ring storage soul guide. This soul ring was also obtained from the green phosphorus snake king and is about 5,000 years old. The age of the green phosphorus snake king soul ring in front of him is only a few thousand years away from being a 100,000-year soul ring. He secretly thought in his heart, if he could integrate this soul ring that is more than 5,000 years old into the soul ring that is more than 90,000 years old. Maybe 100,000-year soul ring can be successfully created. He had successfully fused spirit rings before, but they were only 1,000-year spirit rings. This spirit ring, on the other hand, was close to 100,000-year spirit ring, and the difficulty involved was beyond words. He has already injected a void mark into this soul ring, so it will not dissipate. Even if the fusion fails, this soul ring will not be destroyed. This is a small guarantee for him. Immediately afterwards, Ling Feng placed the two soul rings side by side and used the void marks in the two soul rings to establish a connection. Slowly and continuously transfer the power of the 5,000-year-old soul ring into the 90,000-year-old soul ring. He concentrated on controlling the flow of soul power, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. As time passed, Ling Feng clearly noticed that the age of this soul ring, which was more than 90,000 years old, was constantly improving. He thought to himself, there really is hope. Several hours passed. When the last wisp of soul power dissipated, suddenly, a pressure belonging to the 100,000-year soul ring spread out in all directions. The pressure was like a substance, making the air around it heavy. At this moment, the soul ring in front of it, which was originally black with a hint of red, immediately turned into an extremely bright 100,000-year soul ring, releasing a powerful aura. How can it be? Dugubo widened his eyes, his face full of shock. 100,000-year soul ring. Originally, he had no idea what Ling Feng was doing, but until he saw that the spirit ring that was originally more than 90,000 years old turned into a real spirit ring of 100,000 years old, his breathing became rapid and his face was full of disbelief. In his understanding, a person can increase the age of his spirit ring. This is absurd in every way and is simply unheard of. It's too ridiculous. But soon he thought that he was about to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring, and his heart became even more excited. That is 100,000-year soul ring. Among all the Tidal Douluo in the entire Douluo continent, there are only a few who possess 100,000-year spirit ring. He never thought that an old fellow like him could actually obtain a real 100,000-year soul ring. How could Dugubo not be excited? His heart was filled with gratitude towards Ling Feng, and his eyes revealed endless admiration. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Green Phosphorus Poisonous Area. Chapter 29, Green Phosphorus Poisonous Area. This is the method of our soul ring pavilion. Not only can we fuse soul rings, but we can also extract soul rings from soul beasts without harming the soul beast's lives. At this time, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and said. He told Dugubo the general details of the soul ring pavilion. After all, Dugubo was now considered a member of the soul ring pavilion. In fact, even Ling Feng was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the first time he fused the 100,000-year soul ring, he would actually succeed. Part of the reason for this may be that the age difference between the two spirit rings is too large. He only needs to channel several thousand years of soul power to accomplish it. If both were 50,000-year-old spirit rings, it would probably be difficult for him to complete it. This can also be considered a breakthrough. Perhaps when his strength is further improved, he can even fuse multiple 10,000-year soul rings together to create a true 100,000-year soul ring. But Ling Feng didn't know whether the 100,000-year soul ring that was finally created through fusion would come with a soul skill? Or two soul skills? Dugubo couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement, really? There is such a heaven-defying method. The soul ring pavilion can actually break the traditional understanding of soul rings and soul beasts among the soul masters of Douluo continent. It's so outrageous. But thinking back on his previous experiences with Ling Feng, those unimaginable things happened one after another, and he gradually accepted this fact. I am full of expectations for the future of Soul Ring Pavilion. I'm not sure how many soul skills this fused 100,000-year soul ring will grant you. Try to absorb it first. Zhao Yun and I will protect you. Ling Feng solemnly reminded Dugubo with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Even if it only has one soul skill, the soul power contained in this 100,000-year soul ring is real. Once it is used, the power will be extremely terrifying. Okay, Pavilion Master. Dugubo responded respectfully. Seeing this, Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction and signaled Dugubo that he could start absorbing the soul ring. Dugubo took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his soul power, his breath becoming more and more steady. A moment later, he suddenly released his green phosphorus Snake King martial spirit. A huge emerald green snake slowly emerged behind him, its body flashing with a cold light and emitting a chilling aura. Dugubo controlled the 100,000-year soul ring in front of him and brought it closer to his martial soul. The soul ring was suspended in the air, emitting a rich red light. The tremendous soul power contained in it was like a surging tide, spreading outward in waves. Half an hour passed. The 100,000-year soul ring suddenly burst out with a strong red light, spreading rapidly in all directions. Dugubo's body shook slightly, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. It went so smoothly. Dugubo looked at the successfully fused 100,000-year soul ring behind him, his heart filled with disbelief. In the past, he had to go through a lot of difficulties when absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. This time, after absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, even with the help of the magic grass given by Ling Feng, his strength was greatly improved. But facing this 100,000-year spirit ring, he had already prepared himself to endure immense pain. However, the entire absorption process was extremely peaceful and almost no pain was felt. Seeing this, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows and explained, "During the process of fusing the spirit ring, I used a special method to erase the resentment of the spirit beast after its death. This way, you only need to bear the pure and majestic power of the spirit ring. Coupled with the magical herb you took earlier, it greatly enhanced your physical strength, which is why the absorption was so smooth." "I see." Dugubo suddenly understood, and his gratitude towards Ling Feng increased a little more. Thanks to the Pavilion Master's methods, otherwise he would never have been able to absorb this 100,000-year soul ring so easily. "How many soul skills does this 100,000-year soul ring give you?" Ling Feng asked curiously. Dugubo said excitedly, 2 soul skills. The first soul skill is Bylin Divine Light. This is a powerful offensive soul skill. Its power is strong enough to turn the tide of battle in an instant. At this point, Dugubo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and what surprised me most was that I actually obtained a domain-type soul skill. He has been in the world of soul masters for decades and is well aware of the rarity and power of domain-type soul skills. Generally speaking, only when a Tidal Douluo obtains the 9th soul skill, there is a very small chance of comprehending domain skills. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky today that he actually acquired this field skill. My domain skill is called Green Phosphorus Poison Domain. Once activated, the surrounding space will instantly be enveloped by a thick layer of green poisonous gas. These poisonous gases are not ordinary poisonous mists, but contain the extremely poisonous power of the Jade Phosphorus Snake Emperor martial spirit, which can penetrate the enemy's body and soul power without any holes. Within the domain, the enemy's combat effectiveness will be greatly weakened. Over time, the poison gas will gradually penetrate the enemy's body, destroying its physical functions and spiritual power. If the enemy forcibly activates its spiritual power to resist, the poison gas will erode faster, ultimately causing the enemy to lose its combat effectiveness. In order to let Ling Feng feel the power of this field more intuitively, Dugubo's 100,000-year soul ring suddenly lit up. In an instant, a green light spread rapidly from under his feet. In the blink of an eye, a huge circular area was formed, completely covering the surrounding space. Ling Feng was in the field and felt a pungent poisonous gas coming towards him. He mobilized his soul power to form a protective barrier around his body, but he could still feel the poison gas constantly attacking the barrier, trying to invade his body. The poisonous gas of the jade phosphorus snake king is truly pervasive. With just a little spiritual power, the poisonous gas penetrates directly into the body like a cat smelling blood. It's so confusing. Ling Feng carefully sensed the flow of poisonous gas and the fluctuation of soul power in the area, and was secretly amazed in his heart. This field works perfectly with Dugubo's green phosphorus snake king martial spirit, and its range of destructive power is extremely wide. In a large-scale battle, if Dugubo uses this field, it will definitely bring a devastating blow to the enemy. It can be said that with this domain skill, Dugubo has become a top-notch Tidal Douluo, whose strength is enough to stir up a storm on the Douluo continent. In less than a moment, Dugubo withdrew his domain and the surrounding poisonous gas dissipated. Congratulations on becoming a Tidal Douluo. Ling Feng smiled and congratulated Dugubo. Dugubo quickly bowed and saluted, "This is all thanks to Pavilion Master. Without you, let alone breaking through to the Tidal Douluo level, even the toxins in my body would be difficult to dissolve. Dugubo will remember this kindness in his heart and will repay you with all his heart. You made a good choice." Ling Feng smiled calmly and said meaningfully, "Let's go. This trip is successfully concluded. We can leave Sunset Forest now," Ling Feng said in a steady voice. Zhao Yun and Dugubo nodded slightly when they heard Ling Feng's words. They quickly packed their luggage and rushed towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest without hesitation. Along the way, the wind whistled in his ears, but Ling Feng's thoughts drifted back to what he had gained in the Sunset Forest during this period. Not only did he successfully collect all the magical herbs from the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, but he also absorbed 2 million-year soul rings and 2 million-year soul bones. To the extent that Ling Feng himself could not accurately judge what level his soul power had reached. However, he could clearly feel that his strength had already surpassed the Soul King level, but it was not clear whether he had broken through to the Soul Emperor level. Mainly because his strength increased too quickly, his soul power became a little weak, so Ling Feng planned to stabilize his own soul power before absorbing subsequent soul rings. After returning to the courtyard, Ling Feng did not slack off at all, and immediately devoted himself to the preparations for the opening of the Soul Ring Pavilion. During these few days of attempts, he successfully extracted a 10,000-year soul ring. So Ling Feng resolutely decided to announce to the whole continent at the Soul Ring Pavilion's opening ceremony a few days later the breaking news that the Soul Ring Pavilion would sell 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, and even 10,000-year soul rings. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Soul Ring Pavilion Opening. Chapter 30, Soul Ring Pavilion Opening. As for the 100,000-year spirit ring, he was well aware of its rarity and power, so he decided to keep it secret for the time being. When will we fuse several spirit rings of lower age into a 100,000-year spirit ring through special means, and then sell the 100,000-year spirit ring? The reason why he planned to sell the 10,000-year soul ring in a few days was precisely because of Zhao Yun and Dugubo. With the presence of the two of them, the safety of the Soul Ring Pavilion was guaranteed. Time flies, and 10 days pass in a flash. In the days before this, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect made full use of its vast intelligence and spread the news of the Soul Ring Pavilion's opening throughout the Douluo continent. The eyes of the entire Douluo continent were focused on the Soul Ring Pavilion located in the core area of the Tiandu Empire. At this time, the Soul Ring Pavilion had not yet opened, but it was already surrounded by people. The crowd was bustling, including ordinary soul masters who were curious and expectant, wanting to find out what was going on. There are also spies sent by major top forces who are always paying attention to every move around them and are ready to report every detail here to their own forces. The emergence of the Soul Ring Pavilion may change the existing power structure of Douluo continent. As everyone was eagerly waiting, the auspicious time finally arrived. Ling Feng led Zhao Yun and slowly walked out of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Welcome everyone to the opening of the Soul Ring Pavilion. I believe you have heard of our Soul Ring Pavilion. We sell soul rings extracted from living soul beasts. Ling Feng stood at the door, his voice loud and clear, resounding around like a huge bell. He began to introduce in detail to everyone the unique features of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Before he finished speaking, whispers broke out among the crowd. This brand new spirit ring was truly too shocking for the spirit masters on Douluo continent. Traditional concepts have long been deeply rooted, and soul masters have always believed that only by hunting soul beasts with their own hands can they obtain soul rings that match them. But now, the Soul Ring Pavilion claims that a soul master can absorb soul rings with just a token. How can this not make people shocked and suspicious? In order to absorb spirit rings, a spirit master must personally hunt spirit beasts. Can your spirit ring pavilion do that with just a token? A burly man in the crowd was the first to raise questions. He crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes full of distrust. This question was like a fuse, instantly igniting the doubts in everyone's hearts. For a moment, discussions arose one after another and the whole scene became noisy. Ling Feng had anticipated this. He raised his head slightly, a faint smile playing on the corner of his mouth, and said loudly, "I know you don't believe me, but I will choose one of you to absorb the spirit ring in front of you, free of charge." After saying that, his eyes quickly scanned the crowd like lightning, and finally landed on a middle-aged man. "It's you." The middle-aged man looked ordinary, dressed in plain cloth, with a somewhat honest and simple look on his face. He had heard about the opening of the Soul Ring Pavilion and came to join in the fun out of curiosity. But he never expected that he would be chosen. At this moment, his eyes were full of surprise and fear, and his body was trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe this sudden good luck. "Thank you," he stammered, a hint of barely concealed excitement in his voice. Ling Feng slowly took out a wooden token from his arms. The token had a warm texture and emitted a faint luster. He waved it lightly, and a stream of soul power was injected into it. On the front of the token, a void mark flashing with mysterious light appeared. This void mark is the key medium for soul masters to absorb soul rings. The void mark can remain in this token for several months. In this way, from now on, soul masters who want to buy soul rings in the Soul Ring Pavilion only need to take this token. There is no need for him to personally cast the void mark on every soul master. Ling Feng handed the token to the middle-aged man. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand, and 100-year soul ring emitting a soft light appeared in his palm. The soul power fluctuations of this 100-year soul ring were clearly perceptible, attracting envious glances from the people around. "Take this token and spirit ring and absorb it according to the method I told you," Ling Feng patiently explained to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man carefully took the token and spirit ring as if he were holding a rare treasure. He took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and then followed Ling Feng's instructions and began to try to absorb the soul ring. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by this scene. The whole audience suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at the middle-aged man. "I want to witness this unprecedented miracle with my own eyes and see if it can really happen." In a relatively secluded corner, Qian Rongxiu stood there quietly, his eyes fixed on Ling Feng. Is he the leader of the Soul Ring Pavilion? Qian Rongxiu pondered in her heart. She was very curious about the method that the Soul Ring Pavilion used to allow soul masters to absorb soul rings through tokens. However, what concerned her more was the person who created this method. After a few days of secret investigation, she has confirmed that everything the Soul Ring Pavilion claimed is not false, which makes her even more curious about Ling Feng. She looked at Ling Feng carefully, trying to find something different about him, but what confused her was that Ling Feng looked ordinary. What was even more bizarre was that she used all her soul power but still couldn't see through Ling Feng's depth. "Elder Snake Spear, can you tell the depth of this person?" Qian Rongxiu turned her head to look at the Snake Spear elder beside her and asked in a low voice. Elder Snake Spear frowned slightly, shook his head slowly, and said solemnly, "I can't tell. It seems that there is a circle of fog around him, completely obscuring his soul power level. This boy is unfathomable, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Snake Spear Douluo nodded secretly in his heart, and his eyes inadvertently fell on a young man standing next to Ling Feng. The young man had a handsome face and extraordinary temperament, but for some reason, when Snake Spear Douluo saw him for the first time, he felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. At that moment just now, he seemed to feel a kind of pressure from this young man, similar to that of a great priest. It was an aura from an absolutely powerful person, which made people feel awe. What happened? Qianrongxiu noticed something strange about Elder Snake Spear and asked softly. Nothing. Snake Spear Douluo quickly came to his senses, shook his head slightly, and denied his previous thoughts. He secretly comforted himself in his heart, thinking that perhaps he had been too nervous recently and had an illusion. After all, that young man looked so young, how could he possibly possess such powerful strength and reach a level comparable to that of a great priest? At this time, in front of the Soul Ring Pavilion, the middle-aged man slowly closed his eyes under the gaze of everyone, concentrated his energy and began to absorb the soul ring. The token in his hand trembled slightly, and the light emitted by the void mark became stronger and stronger, echoing with the 100-year soul ring. The century-old soul ring began to rotate slowly, releasing gentle soul power fluctuations, gradually merging into the middle-aged man's body. A faint halo surrounded the middle-aged man's body. His expression was slightly painful, but also with a hint of determination. As time went by, the soul ring was integrated faster and faster, and the middle-aged man's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after a slight fluctuation of soul power, the century-old soul ring was completely integrated into the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. He could clearly feel that his strength had been significantly improved. This method of obtaining spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts made him full of gratitude and awe towards the spirit ring pavilion. It worked. It really worked. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone witnessed this magical process with their own eyes, and their original doubts and questions gradually dissipated, replaced by amazement and curiosity. They realized that the emergence of the Soul Ring Pavilion would completely change the way soul masters in Douluo continent obtain soul rings. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 The Thief Gang. Chapter 31 The Thief Gang. As the absorption of the soul ring was demonstrated in public, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, at Ling Feng's signal, the middle-aged man released the soul skill he had just absorbed from the soul ring. The brilliant light and powerful soul power fluctuations made everyone present believe in the power of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Before this, soul rings extracted from soul beasts were unheard of, let alone seen. Now all this is happening right before my eyes. The spirit rings we currently sell at the Spirit Ring Pavilion include spirit rings that are 10 years, 100 years, 1000 years, and less than 50,000 years old. As for spirit rings older than 50,000 years, they may be sold later. Ling Feng stood on the high platform and introduced in a clear voice. The price of each spirit ring can be found by asking the relevant spirit masters when you enter the Spirit Ring Pavilion. As soon as the words fell, the soul masters who had been unable to contain themselves any longer rushed into the Soul Ring Pavilion like a tide, and everyone's eyes were shining with desire and curiosity. In the crowd, Qianrongxiu was wearing a golden long dress, her curious eyes fixed on the gate of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Elder Snake Spear, let's buy a few spirit rings as well. After all, only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we win every battle. Qianrongxiu said softly, her tone was light but revealed her unquestionable determination. If other information can be discovered from these spirit rings, it may be of unimaginable help to her future plans and the Spirit Hall's goal of unifying the Douluo continent. Elder Snake Spear nodded slightly, he was well aware of the importance of this matter. Before, he was only half believing and half doubting the various rumors about the Soul Ring Pavilion, but now that he had witnessed the magic of the soul rings with his own eyes, he no longer dared to underestimate them. Okay, young master, wait here for me. I'll go buy some spirit rings. After saying that, he strode towards the Soul Ring Pavilion. As he walked, he marveled inwardly. This Soul Ring Pavilion actually dares to sell 10,000-year soul rings. Such courage and strength are absolutely incomparable to ordinary forces. If things continue to develop in this way, within a few years, the Soul Ring Pavilion will probably become a powerful obstacle on the road to dominance of the Spirit Hall. Not only Qian Rongxiu and the Spirit Hall, but spies from other forces also took action. Carrying their own missions, they purchased some spirit rings and hurried back to their respective forces. They were eager to go back and study how the soul ring was extracted from a living soul beast. If they could master this technology, their own forces would surely reach a higher level on the Douluo continent. While everyone was busy with their spirit rings, 3 figures in black robes stood quietly in a dark corner not far away. They exude a dark and corrupt aura, as if they were demons crawling out of the dark abyss. How is it? Is there a strong person in charge of the Soul Ring Pavilion? One of the figures made a hoarse sound, like sandpaper rubbing against rough wooden boards, which made people shudder. No, the scouts just went in to investigate and found that there were no strong people in the Spirit Ring Pavilion. We can act now. Another figure replied impatiently. There was a hint of excitement and greed in his voice, and the dark aura around him was like a substance, wrapping around him and slowly spreading. Then let's make a quick decision. The black-robed leader shouted in a low voice. Then the 3 of them looked at each other, with a hint of fierceness flashing in their eyes. They strangely attached their martial spirits to the shadows behind them, and their entire bodies seemed to merge into the darkness. They stayed close to the ground and slowly crept into the Soul Ring Pavilion like ghosts. Their movements were light and agile, like assassins in the dark night, without making a sound. No one noticed such a strange scene. After a while, a powerful soul power fluctuation erupted in the Soul Ring Pavilion. This fluctuation was like a surging wave, sweeping across the entire Soul Ring Pavilion. The 3 men in black robes released their martial spirits one after another. As soon as their martial spirits appeared, someone in the crowd cried out in alarm, "Oh no! It's the thief Saint Gang! Run!" This gang of thieves is notorious in the Tiandu Empire. This gang consisted of 3 people, each of whom was at the Soul Saint stage. These 3 people usually committed all kinds of evil, including robbery and murder. Relying on their unique martial spirits, they can blend silently into the darkness and commit crimes at will within the Tiandu Empire. Emperor Shuya had sent powerful soul masters to encircle and suppress the rebellion many times, but he always returned in failure. Even the powerful Soul Douluo can only sigh and feel helpless when facing them. This is because once they hide in the darkness, they will disappear from the face of the earth, making it impossible to guard against them. The current Tiandu Empire does not have a powerful Tidal Douluo to rule it, so it can only allow the Thief Saint Gang to do whatever they want on this land, and the people are even more terrified of them. The Thief Saint Gang. Qian Rongxiu had originally been planning to take the spirit ring she had just bought back to the palace to study it carefully. Suddenly, she noticed the commotion in the Soul Ring Pavilion. When she heard the words Thief Saint Gang, a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But she had another plan in mind. The appearance of this Thief Saint Gang in the Soul Ring Pavilion at this time might be a godsend opportunity. "Young master, do you want to capture these 3 people?" Seeing this, Snake Spear Douluo hurriedly suggested. He knew very well how difficult this gang of thieves was, and now that the young master was here, he had to step forward. Moreover, the matter that was giving Emperor Shuya a headache has now been handed over to Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, so naturally the responsibility has fallen on Qian Rongxiu's head. Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. "Don't act for now. If nothing unexpected happens, the Thief Saint Gang's target is the Soul Ring Pavilion. Using these 3 people, we can also test the Soul Ring Pavilion's true background and strength." After thinking for a moment, she decisively decided to stay put for the time being. On the one hand, it would be easy to expose her identity if she acted in public. Her layout in the Tiandu Empire was not yet complete, and she must not lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. On the other hand, she was also full of curiosity and doubts about the forces behind the Soul Ring Pavilion. She had a vague feeling that the Soul Ring Pavilion's strength was probably far more than what appeared on the surface, and she wanted to take this opportunity to find out. At this time, the 3 members of the Thief Saint gang had no idea that they had become pawns in the eyes of others. As soon as they entered the Soul Ring Pavilion, they were dazzled by the dazzling array of soul rings before them, and the greed in their hearts instantly grew like wild weeds. The 3 of them frantically collected all the spirit rings placed in the Spirit Ring Pavilion, their faces full of pride and arrogance. Boom! But at this moment, a powerful aura of Tidal Douluo suddenly spread from the 2nd floor like a mountain pressing down on one's head, filling the entire area. The 3 greedy members of the Thief Saint gang were awakened by the sudden powerful momentum and were horrified. Their eyes widened in horror and they quickly released their martial spirits to try to resist this powerful force. However, their resistance seemed so powerless in the face of this majestic momentum. The 3 of them were blown back hundreds of steps like kites with broken strings, and fell to the ground in a mess. I never thought that on the first day of the Soul Ring Pavilion's opening, someone would dare to come and die. A cold voice, as if coming from the netherworld, made people feel chilled. At this moment, a dazzling green light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Poison Douluo Dugubo slowly appeared, his face was stern, and his eyes revealed a chilling majesty. The majestic aura he released was like an ancient giant beast, approaching the 3 members of the Thief Saint gang step by step. Afterwards, he released his powerful green phosphorus Snake King martial spirit. In an instant, the 9 spirit rings on his body gradually flickered, releasing dazzling light and powerful soul power fluctuations. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Especially the last 100,000-year soul ring, the pressure it contained was like the might of heaven, making the people around it feel weak in the legs and collapse to the ground. He looked at the bright red color with horror. Tidal Douluo, 100,000-year spirit ring. The 3 members of the Thief Saint gang were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They never imagined that in the Soul Ring Pavilion sat a Tidal Douluo master with a 100,000-year soul ring. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Shock. Chapter 32 Shock. They had previously used the special characteristics of their own martial spirits to conduct secret investigations many times, but they had never discovered such a powerful person in the Soul Ring Pavilion. Ever since the news came out from the Soul Ring Pavilion, they have been paying close attention and asking around, but they have never obtained any information about this powerful person. Feeling the powerful aura of the Tidal Douluo level, the Thief Saint gang was terrified, but still tried to make a desperate struggle. They looked at each other, and the next moment, their martial spirits were released again, possessing the shadows, trying to escape again under the cover of darkness. Want to escape? Can you escape? A sneer of disdain appeared in Dugubo's eyes. The green phosphorus Snake King's martial spirit burst out with even more powerful force, like a green lightning, rushing forward. The powerful momentum directly shattered the surrounding space, making a sharp roar. The 3 people who had been hiding their bodies by relying on the special nature of their martial spirits were shaken out by this powerful aura and were exposed in front of everyone in a miserable state. The green phosphorus Snake King's martial spirit was like an angry poisonous snake, suddenly attacking the 3 people in front. Blood splattered everywhere and the 3 of them screamed in unison. The toxins invaded their bodies like a surging tide. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were corroded by the powerful poisonous gas and turned into a pool of foul-smelling blood. After doing all this, Poison Douluo Dugubo waved his hand gently, allowing the people around him who were paralyzed by fear to recover. Then, he flashed, turned around and disappeared on the spot. Only a group of frightened soul masters and a pool of disgusting blood were left, proving that what had just happened was not a dream. 100,000-year soul ring. Qianrongxue witnessed this thrilling scene and her eyes widened. The shock in her eyes took a long time to dissipate. In this Douluo continent, there are only a handful of titled Douluo warriors who possess 100,000-year soul ring. As far as she knew, there were only 4 people there: her grandfather, Elder Golden Crocodile, Bibi Dong, and Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao. But today, she saw with her own eyes the 5th titled Douluo who possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. How could she not be shocked and unbelievable? No, I remember not long ago, Poison Douluo was only at the Soul Douluo level. Why did he suddenly break through to the titled Douluo level today? Qianrongxue's heart was filled with doubts, and her brows were tightly furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. And where did his 100,000-year spirit ring come from? She thought to herself that after coming to the Tiandu Empire, she had carefully investigated the situation of the strong people here. According to her intelligence at the time, Poison Douluo was just a Soul Douluo with mediocre talent. It was impossible for him to break through and become a titled Douluo in such a short time. Not to mention that he also possesses a precious 100,000-year soul ring. Behind all this, there must be some unknown secrets hidden. Snake Spear Douluo standing aside also had a look of fear on his face. The aura released from Poison Douluo just now made even a strong man like him feel a strong pressure. He knew in his heart that a titled Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring was not someone they could easily provoke. It seems that my previous perception was absolutely correct. He muttered to himself, and suddenly he remembered the middle-aged man next to Ling Feng whom he had seen before. At that time, he had felt a pressure that was no weaker than that of the great priest for a moment, and he felt that something was wrong. Now seeing the amazing performance of Poison Douluo, he suddenly realized that all this was probably related to the mysterious young man. Young master, the waters of the Soul Ring Pavilion are deeper than we imagined. From what I sense, there is an even more powerful being within the Soul Ring Pavilion. This matter is of great importance and must be reported to the High Priest immediately. Snake Spear Douluo said to Qianrongxue with a serious face. The rise of the Soul Ring Pavilion may disrupt the existing balance of power in Douluo continent. They must prepare in advance to deal with the possible crisis. Qianrongxue nodded slightly. She also realized the seriousness of the situation. Then ask Elder Thorny Porpoise to inform my grandfather of what happened today. She agreed to Snake Spear Douluo's suggestion without hesitation. All of this had completely exceeded her expectations. She needed to draw upon the mighty power of the Spirit Hall to conduct a thorough investigation of the Spirit Ring Pavilion. Afterwards, Qianrongxue and Snake Spear Douluo did not dare to linger any longer and quickly left the area. As the news that Poison Douluo had become a titled Douluo and possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring spread like wildfire, the entire Douluo continent was in an uproar. After all, that was a genuine 100,000-year soul ring, something that countless soul masters dreamed of but was out of reach. This news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves on the Douluo continent. On the second floor of the Soul Ring Pavilion, besides Dugubo, Ling Feng and Zhao Yun were also there. Ling Feng had a premonition that other forces would come to cause trouble today when the Soul Ring Pavilion opened. But he didn't expect that the ones who came to cause trouble would be these 3 small fish and shrimps from the notorious thief gang. He had lived in the Tiandu Empire for many years, so naturally he had heard about the evil deeds of the thief saint gang. Now seeing them being killed by Poison Douluo in one fell swoop, it can be regarded as eliminating a great threat to the people of the Tiandu Empire. He knew in his heart that after this incident, coupled with the exposure of Poison Douluo's powerful strength, the Soul Ring Pavilion would probably not be easily besieged by other forces in the future. The strength displayed by the Soul Ring Pavilion is enough to deter many forces with ulterior motives. Dugubo, from now on, the Spirit Ring Pavilion will be temporarily handed over to you. Ling Feng looked at Dugubo and said calmly. Yes, Pavilion Master. Dugubo bowed slightly and accepted the order. At this moment, Ning Fengzi and Sword Douluo Jinexin slowly walked up to the second floor. Pavilion Master Ling, you've made it so hard for me to find you. Ning Fengzi looked at Ling Feng with a wry smile on his face. When he just arrived at the Soul Ring Pavilion, he happened to witness the whole process of Poison Douluo killing the thief Saint Gang with his absolutely powerful posture. The shocking scene still makes him feel scared. Besides being shocked, he was filled with curiosity and doubts, so he immediately went to find Ling Feng to get to the bottom of things. Let me introduce you first. This is Dugubo, a member of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Ling Feng introduced him to Ning Fengzi with a smile. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly. He and Dugubo were old acquaintances, but he didn't expect that Dugubo had become an important member of the Soul Ring Pavilion and had even broken through to become a Tidal Douluo. This made him even more curious about the mysterious power of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Your Majesty, the Poison Douluo, I have seen him before, but I never thought that seeing him again today would lead to his breakthrough to the Tidal Douluo realm. Ning Fengzi looked at Dugubo and said with emotion. He knew in his heart that although Dugubo had good talent and strength before, it was not easy for him to break through to the Tidal Douluo realm. But now, all this has actually happened, and Dugubo also possesses a precious 100,000-year soul ring. The speed is so fast that it is unbelievable. He secretly speculated in his heart that Dugubo's breakthrough must be inextricably linked to the Soul Ring Pavilion. Perhaps the Soul Ring Pavilion possesses some mysterious method that can help soul masters quickly improve their strength. For some reason, an absurd idea suddenly came to Ning Fengzi's mind. He always felt that Dugubo's 100,000-year soul ring was closely related to Ling Feng's methods. Once this idea took root in his mind, it grew wildly like weeds, making him want to find out the truth even more. Pavilion Master Ling, I came to you today to ask for something. I would like to reserve a 10,000-year spirit ring from you in advance. Ning Fengzi said calmly. He had received Ling Feng's notification before and felt very strange when he learned that the Soul Ring Pavilion was selling 10,000-year soul rings. He knew how precious and rare the 10,000-year spirit ring was, and was originally curious about why the Spirit Ring Pavilion was so bold as to sell 10,000-year spirit rings. But now, after seeing the powerful strength behind the Soul Ring Pavilion, the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. With the Tidal Douluo with 100,000-year spirit ring in charge, they are indeed not afraid of other threats. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 News Spread. Chapter 33 News Spread. There's no problem with the 10,000-year spirit ring. Our spirit ring pavilion can provide spirit rings under 50,000 years old, but the quantity is very small. Ling Feng heard this and nodded slightly, his eyes filled with thought and consideration. It's okay if the number is small. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect doesn't need many 10,000-year spirit rings at the moment. Ning Fengzi responded calmly. As a famous sect on the continent, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect naturally has its own plans and needs for spirit ring resources. It is not in urgent need of a large number of 10,000-year spirit rings at the moment, but only needs to purchase some as backup. After all, with the booming business of the Soul Ring Pavilion, soul rings will definitely be hard to come by in the future. Afterwards, Ning Fengzi and Ling Feng began to have an in-depth discussion on some details. After a long time, Ning Fengzi, with a thoughtful look on his face, followed Jian Douluo and slowly left the Soul Ring Pavilion. Uncle Jian, do you think the Soul Ring Pavilion is really as simple as it appears? Ning Fengzi couldn't help but sigh as he walked. He knew in his heart that the appearance of the Soul Ring Pavilion was too sudden, and the strength it displayed was puzzling. However, now that the Soul Ring Pavilion and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect have a cooperative relationship, this bond of interest has alleviated a lot of his concerns compared to the beginning. Jian Douluo's face was solemn, and he said seriously, "It's not simple, especially the young man next to Ling Feng. His strength is far superior to mine." Jian Douluo recalled the scene when he stepped into the second floor of the Soul Ring Pavilion. At that time, a vague but frightening sense of oppression came over him. For ordinary soul masters, it may be difficult to detect this faint breath. But as a Tidal Douluo, he has an extremely keen sense of soul power. He was clearly aware that there was a big gap in strength between him and the young man. If it's as expected, Dugubo's 100,000 year spirit ring might have been obtained with the help of a powerful person in the spirit ring pavilion. Jian Douluo continued to speculate. In his opinion, 100,000-year-old soul beast is so powerful and rare that it is not easy to obtain its soul ring. However, the soul ring pavilion can possess it, which means there must be a strong person behind it to support it. Ning Fengzi had a different opinion. His eyes were deep and there was a glint of wisdom in them. Not necessarily. I am very confident that the 100,000-year spirit ring might be Lingfeng's method. Similar to extracting spirit rings from living spirit beasts, perhaps Lingfeng can also fuse multiple spirit rings together to create a true 100,000-year spirit ring. Ning Fengzi's guess was not groundless. Before this, Lingfeng had claimed that only 100-year and 1,000-year soul rings could be extracted. However, when the soul ring pavilion opened, it could provide soul rings under 50,000 years old. This huge change is really hard to understand. Moreover, the aura of the 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent is extremely powerful. If a war breaks out with a 100,000-year soul beast, it will inevitably cause a huge commotion. But no relevant news has been released so far. Taking all these factors into consideration, he believed that all this was most likely Lingfeng's unique method. Upon hearing this, Jian Douluo couldn't help but express his doubts. How is this possible? Extracting a spirit ring from a living spirit beast is shocking enough, but as for combining existing spirit rings into spirit rings of a higher age, that seems unlikely. In his opinion, this kind of thing was too contrary to common sense and was simply like a fairy tale. He found it hard to believe that there was such a magical power in the world. We still underestimated Lingfeng. He is more complicated than we thought. Don't worry, within a few years, the Soul Ring Pavilion will definitely be selling 100,000 year soul rings. Ning Fengzi said firmly. He had a strong premonition that the secret hidden behind the Soul Ring Pavilion was far from being revealed. And Lingfeng will create even greater waves in the Douluo continent in the future. Although Jian Douluo expressed doubts about this speculation in his heart, he did not say anything more and just thought about it silently. Afterwards, Ning Fengzi and the others returned to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect with curiosity and doubts in their hearts. Meanwhile, Lingfeng and Zhao Yun also left the Soul Ring Pavilion. With Dugubo in charge, there was no need to worry too much about safety for the time being. Dugubo's powerful poison skills and Tidal Douluo level soul power are enough to deter most people with evil intentions. In the Spirit Hall, a magnificent hall, Pope Bibi Dong sat at the top seat. She has a slender figure, with long purple hair fluttering gently in the wind. She wears a 9-curve crown on her head and a long dress, exuding majesty and nobility. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo stood respectfully in front of her. At this moment, several soul rings appeared in the center of the three people. These soul rings were purchased from the Soul Ring Pavilion. Did you see with your own eyes that someone successfully absorbed one of the 100 years spirit rings? Bibi Dong's voice was serious and cold, and when it reached the ears of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, she was actually extremely shocked in her heart. In her original understanding, the Soul Ring Pavilion was nothing more than a publicity stunt. She had not taken it too seriously when the Soul Ring Pavilion previously announced that it would only sell 100-year or 1,000-year soul rings. But now, the Soul Ring Pavilion announced on the day of its opening that it would be able to sell soul rings that are 10,000 years old, and even soul rings that are less than 50,000 years old. This huge change made it impossible for her to remain calm. Ju Douluo hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Your Holiness, this was witnessed by Old Ghost and I. Also, I observed that the person's physique was weak, yet he was able to absorb a 100-year spirit ring without any pain. Perhaps there are other strange things about this spirit ring." Ju Douluo recalled the scene at that time. The Soul Master's performance was really too abnormal. Ordinary soul masters would experience a painful struggle when absorbing 100-year soul ring, but that person was relaxed, as if the soul ring had no conflict with him at all. The soul skill that person finally released was indeed consistent with the soul skill of 100-year soul ring. Dugubo added with certainty that he knew very well his and Ghost Douluo's eyesight, and that ordinary illusions could not confuse the two Tidal Douluos at all. Bibi Dong frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. At this time, her eyes fell on a purple soul ring and she spoke slowly. Naer is planning to obtain her third spirit ring soon. One of the spirit rings is about 2,000 years old. According to the spirit ring Pavilion, this spirit ring comes from a silver demon fox spirit beast. She thought to herself that since she had such a soul ring, she might as well let Hulina give it a try, so as to explore the true mystery of the soul ring Pavilion. So she asked Ghost Douluo to bring Hulina over. In Bibi Dong's opinion, even if an accident occurred during the absorption process, with the strength of herself, Dugubo, and Ghost Douluo, the three Tidal Douluos, they would be able to interrupt it and ensure Hulina's safety. In less than a moment, Hulina and Ghost Douluo appeared in the Pope's palace. Hulina had naturally also heard about the Soul Ring Pavilion on the Douluo continent. The news spread quickly to every corner as if it had wings. "Teacher, do you mean to let me absorb this 1,000-year soul ring?" Hulina looked at the soul ring with a hint of hesitation on her face. Even though some people have successfully absorbed it, she still can't help but worry about unexpected situations. Seeing this, Bibi Dong softly comforted him, "It's okay. According to my perception, there's nothing else done to this spirit ring. Also, the soul power in it is relatively mild. With your strength, you can absorb it without any mistakes." Her voice was gentle and firm, trying to make Hulina put aside her worries. "Besides, with me, Elder Ju, and Elder Gui, three Tidal Douluo, here, nothing will happen to you." End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Soul Skills That Ignore Defense. Chapter 34, Soul Skills That Ignore Defense. Hulina felt relieved when she heard the teacher's affirmative words. She nodded slightly and said, "Yes, teacher." After saying that, she stood still, took a deep breath, and directly released her own demon fox martial spirit. In an instant, an enchanting and powerful aura spread out, and the soul power in her hand rhythmically moved, as if conducting some kind of mysterious communication with the 1,000-year soul ring. She pulled the 1,000-year soul ring in front of her and slowly approached her martial soul. At the moment the soul ring touched the martial soul, a tremendous soul power surged into Hulina's body like a surging tide. It was the first time that Hulina absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. She was inexperienced and was directly impacted by the powerful energy and almost lost control of her soul power. After a while, relying on her strong willpower and excellent soul power control ability, Hulina gradually became familiar with this surging torrent and began to slowly absorb this 1,000-year soul ring. During this process, Bibi Dong, Dugubo, and Ghost Douluo kept their eyes fixed on Hulina, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Not only did they want to prevent accidents from happening, they also wanted to explore the special features of this soul ring from Hulina's absorption process. Time passed slowly, less than half an hour. A strong wave of soul power suddenly surged around Hulina, and then she slowly stood up. "I absorbed the third soul ring so smoothly." Hulina looked at the purple soul ring that appeared on her body, her face full of surprise. She originally thought that absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring would be a difficult and arduous battle. But apart from some difficulties at the beginning, the subsequent process was so easy. "This is so strange. Naer, tell me about your experience absorbing the spirit ring." When Bibi Dong heard Hulina's muttering, her doubts grew stronger. She desperately wanted to know Hulina's specific experience during the absorption process. Hulina gathered her thoughts and said, "Teacher, the ease with which you absorbed this spirit ring is beyond my expectation. It's even easier than when I first absorbed the 100-year spirit ring. The power of this spirit ring is extremely gentle, without any trace of violence, and even the resentment of the spirit beast does not exist at all. Her words made everyone present fall into deep thought. Ghost Douluo stroked his chin and murmured, "Are there no soul beasts harboring resentment?" According to common sense, after the death of a soul beast, resentment will inevitably remain. When a soul master absorbs a soul ring, these resentments will often attack, causing great pain or even danger to the soul master. But Hulina felt nothing during the absorption process. Could this be the special thing about extracting soul rings from living soul beasts? Naer, release your third soul skill. Bibi Dong said that she was eager to know what was so unique about the soul skills granted by this soul ring. Upon hearing this, Hulina concentrated her mind and used her third soul skill. My third soul skill is called the power of the demonic fox. After using this skill, all of my attributes will be increased. In addition, my martial soul can release an attack that ignores defense. As the soul skill was released, a gorgeous fox shadow roared out with powerful force, and the air seemed to be torn apart wherever it passed. Everyone felt the power of this force, especially after hearing the 4 words "ignore defense." Bibi Dong and others were surprised. You know, on the Douluo continent, there are many defensive soul skills, and soul masters rely on these soul skills to resist enemy attacks. Hulina's third soul skill can actually ignore defense, which means that she will have a great advantage in battle. Other defensive spirit masters were practically useless in front of her spirit skill. It seems this spirit ring pavilion is quite extraordinary. The spirit rings they sell not only allow spirit masters to absorb them painlessly, but the resulting spirit skills are also extremely extraordinary. Bibi Dong pondered in her heart. She realized that the emergence of the soul ring pavilion might disrupt the existing balance of power in Douluo continent. Go to the spirit hall and find some talented spirit masters who are about to obtain spirit rings, and then use these spirit rings to experiment. In order to confirm the authenticity of this matter, Bibi Dong immediately asked Ghost Douluo to find a suitable soul master. Ghost Douluo accepted the order, saluted respectfully, and turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing from the spot in an instant. He began to search in the spirit hall for those talented soul masters who were about to obtain soul rings. After a while, Ghost Douluo returned to the Pope's palace with a group of young soul masters. These soul masters were all carefully cultivated by the spirit hall. When they heard that they were going to conduct a special soul ring absorption test, they felt both excited and nervous. Under the gaze of everyone, the first soul master stepped forward and began to absorb the soul rings purchased from the soul ring pavilion. Just like Hulina's situation, he absorbed the soul ring easily. And during the absorption process, he did not feel any pain, and the soul skills bestowed by the soul ring were also extremely powerful. Afterwards, other soul masters absorbed it in turn. Everyone completed the process smoothly, and the soul skills that were born far exceeded the expectations of Bibi Dong and others. This soul ring pavilion will definitely be the biggest obstacle to the spirit hall's unification of the Douluo continent in the future. Bibi Dong looked at everything in front of her and could no longer remain calm. She gripped the scepter tightly, her eyes gazing into the distance, and she clearly understood the importance of the soul ring pavilion, which far surpassed other forces. With these strange and powerful spirit rings, the spirit ring pavilion will surely be able to attract many spirit masters to join it. In Douluo continent, there are many solitary spirit masters who desire to obtain spirit rings of advanced age but face numerous difficulties. Now the emergence of the soul ring pavilion has provided them with a convenient way. As long as they pay a certain price, they can obtain the soul ring they desire. Moreover, the soul ring pavilion is very likely to take the opportunity to recruit these soul masters and strengthen its own strength. As time goes by, the power of the soul ring pavilion will inevitably continue to expand, and it will definitely threaten the dominance of the spirit hall. Your Holiness! I just saw Snake Spear Douluo return to the spirit hall. Ghost Douluo's voice broke Bibi Dong's contemplation, and he slowly told her about his previous encounter with Snake Spear Douluo. Snake Spear Elder. Bibi Dong frowned and thought to herself. Snake Spear Douluo was originally sent to protect Jian Rongxiu, so why did he return to the Spirit Hall at this time? Many thoughts flashed through her mind instantly, and then she thought of the location of the Soul Ring Pavilion in the Tiandu Empire, and a playful smile gradually appeared on her face. In that case, we will not ask about this matter for the time being. The High Priest will not let this matter go unattended anyway. After all, the Soul Ring Pavilion is located in the core area of the Heaven Do Empire. Bibi Dong had a plan in mind. She planned to sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers. She knew Jian Rongxiu's character very well and would definitely not tolerate the Soul Ring Pavilion developing recklessly in the Tiandu Empire. As the chief priest of the Spirit Hall, Jian Douluo will not sit idly by and will definitely help Jian Rongxiu. In this way, there is a high possibility of conflict between the two sides, and she can just watch and wait for the right opportunity to reap the benefits. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 6 years later. Chapter 35 6 years later. As the person involved, Ling Feng naturally had no idea about the conspiracy against him by Bibi Dong and others. This time, Ling Feng was staying in his room, thinking about how to use his own strength to increase the age of his soul ring. He thought that since he could use external forces to fuse other spirit rings, he could create spirit rings of a higher age. So is it possible to integrate other unabsorbed spirit rings into the spirit rings that one has absorbed? Ling Feng fell into deep thought. In the long history of Douluo continent, no one has ever attempted such a bold act. But he also understands that opportunities and challenges always coexist, and once he succeeds, his strength will surely make a qualitative leap. Improving the soul ring's age is similar to the divine test in the original novel. The divine test is a test set by the gods on the Douluo continent. Only a very small number of soul masters with outstanding talents and strong will are qualified to participate. Those soul masters who successfully passed the divine test are all top-notch masters famous throughout the continent. The age of their soul rings will be greatly improved, and their strength will far exceed that of their peers. Ling Feng wanted to use his own strength to gain the same results as the divine test, to increase the age of the soul ring. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in a flash. During these 6 years, Ling Feng devoted almost all of his time and energy to the research and cultivation of spirit rings. He studied silently in his room, constantly trying various methods to increase the age of his spirit ring. Every attempt carries with it huge risks. The slightest mistake could cause the soul ring to break, making all previous efforts go to waste. Success or failure lies in one move. At this moment, Ling Feng was sitting cross-legged on the spot, his eyes fixed on the black and red soul ring in front of him, and an unprecedented concentration flashed in his eyes. Rich soul power fluctuations spread around him like surging waves. As a 1,000-year-old soul ring next to it gradually dissipated, it turned into a wisp of power and merged into the soul ring. Boom! In an instant, the color of the black soul ring suddenly changed, and it completely turned into a real 100,000-year soul ring, releasing a powerful aura. This momentum was like a surging wave, sweeping in all directions, violently hitting the walls of the room, and making dull echoes. It finally worked. Ling Feng looked at the 100,000-year soul ring in front of him, a bright smile appeared in his eyes, and he felt relieved. During these 6 years, in addition to improving his cultivation, he used the rest of his energy to increase the age of his spirit rings and to fuse multiple spirit rings into a true 100,000-year spirit ring. After years of hard work, the good results are finally coming to fruition today. It just so happens that my current strength has broken through to the soul saint level, so I will absorb this soul ring as my 7th soul ring. Ling Feng said excitedly. The 7th soul ring is of great significance to a soul master and is an important watershed in the soul master's strength. Possessing a powerful 7th soul ring can not only greatly enhance the soul power of the soul master, but also enable him to unleash unimaginable power when displaying his martial soul true body. It is no exaggeration to say that the importance of the 7th soul ring to a soul master is no less than that of the 9th soul skill of a Tidal Douluo. The strength of a soul master after displaying his martial soul true body is closely related to the age of his 7th soul ring. The higher the age of the 7th soul ring, the more powerful the martial soul true body will be. Now his 7th soul ring is at the 100,000 year level, which is extremely rare in the history of Douluo continent. Even Ling Feng himself found it difficult to estimate what level of combat power he had reached with such a heaven-defying soul ring. He only knew that his strength was far beyond that of the same level soul masters. Even if he faced an ordinary Tidal Douluo, he had a certain chance of defeating him by taking advantage of his unpreparedness. Ling Feng took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind of the chaotic thoughts, preparing to absorb the 100,000 year spirit ring. He slowly extended his right hand, and a wisp of spatial power blossomed in his palm. An ancient void mirror martial spirit emerged, emitting a mysterious light, as if containing endless mysteries. Afterwards, a light flashed under Ling Feng's feet, and 6 soul rings rose one after another, releasing a tremendous aura. Black, 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 black. The aura released by the 6 10,000-year soul rings on his body was particularly powerful, slowly rotating around his body. Especially the last 2 soul rings, which are as old as 80,000 years. This is the result of his unremitting efforts in cultivation over the years. As for the first 4 soul rings, their final age has also been increased to 50,000 levels. These 6 black soul rings were obtained by Ling Feng over the past 6 years by integrating them into his own soul ring system with his powerful soul power and exquisite control skills. Ling Feng had learned a painful lesson in this regard. Because he was too eager for success, he fused the power of too many soul rings at once, causing one of the soul rings to almost break. As a result, he suffered a severe backlash of his soul power and had to rest in bed for half a month before recovering. Ling Feng calmly adjusted his soul power to the best condition. He stared at the 100,000-year soul ring in the air in front of him, and slowly pulled it to his own void mirror martial soul. A tremendous amount of soul power poured into his body like a wild horse. This force was like a raging tsunami, instantly submerging him. Ling Feng clenched his teeth, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Although after years of training, his physical strength has increased greatly. But this is a genuine 100,000-year soul ring after all, and its energy is far greater than the 10,000-year soul ring absorbed before. There is a world of difference between the two. Fortunately, the energy of this soul ring is relatively mild, and he only needs to concentrate on dealing with this powerful energy. Half an hour passed quietly. Suddenly, the 100,000-year soul ring was firmly placed on the void mirror martial soul. At the same time, a deafening roar sounded from Ling Feng's body, and the powerful momentum spread wildly in all directions like a volcanic eruption. Call. Ling Feng slowly stood up, took a long breath, and looked at the 7 soul rings on his body that were rhythmically moving, his heart filled with joy. Such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration is unprecedented in the entire Douluo continent. After absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, my soul power directly broke through the 4th level and reached the 78th level. Ling Feng closed his eyes slightly, sensing the surging energy of his soul, and spoke softly. His voice was a little tired, but more excited and happy. Looking back, it has been a year or 2 since I absorbed the 6th soul ring. During this period, his soul power improvement hit a bottleneck and progress was slow. Now that he has successfully absorbed the 7th soul ring, he is surprised to find that his soul power level is only 1 step away from the soul Douluo realm. You know, in just 6 years, he was promoted from a level 20 soul master to a soul saint. This kind of cultivation speed is unprecedented in the Douluo continent. Then Ling Feng straightened his clothes, gently brushed off the dust on his clothes, and prepared to go out for some fresh air. He has been in seclusion for several months and it's time to relax. He slowly walked out of the room, basking in the sunshine, breathing the fresh air, and feeling very comfortable. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Difficult Rongxiu. Chapter 36 The Difficult Jian Rongxiu. The moment Ling Feng stepped out of the room, the system in his mind that had not spoken for a long time suddenly rang with its cold mechanical voice. It has been detected that the host is already 6 years old, and has reached the age to awaken the martial spirit in Douluo continent, so a task has been issued. Release task: Host, please awaken your martial soul today. Reward: 1 divinely bestowed spirit ring, related to the level of the awakened spirit. When Ling Feng heard the system release the task, he was stunned, and then he was filled with emotion. In the past 6 years, the system has only issued 3 insignificant tasks, and he once thought the system had run away. I didn't expect such a critical task to be released at this moment. It has been 6 years since the system binding. 6 years old is a turning point in the fate of everyone on Douluo continent. The awakening of the martial soul will determine the future training direction and development potential of the soul master. Ling Feng had already figured out the system's routine. He calmly raised his right hand and spread it out gently. The Void Mirror martial soul was released, and then the Void Mirror martial soul was put away, releasing the Dragon Roar and Phoenix Singing Flute martial soul. In an instant, purple gold light shot up into the sky, and the Dragon Roar and Phoenix Cry flutes released powerful power. Now the Dragon Roar and Phoenix Singing Flute only has 2 spirit rings, which are the spirit rings of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King that were absorbed before. During these 6 years, Ling Feng was not in a hurry to attach other spirit rings. He planned to first attach all 9 spirit rings to the Void Mirror, and then consider attaching spirit rings to the Dragon Roar and Phoenix Singing Flute martial spirits. The power currently displayed by the Void Mirror martial soul is enough to stand out from the crowd on the Douluo continent. Congratulations to the host for awakening the twin god level martial spirits. You have exceeded your mission targets and are now rewarded with critical hits. Reward: a divinely bestowed spirit ring, up to 100,000 years. Not bad. When Ling Feng heard that he had exceeded the task and received a generous reward, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he nodded with satisfaction. Although he already possessed a powerful 100,000 year spirit ring, the God-given spirit ring was still quite attractive. Ling Feng was not overly surprised by the reward. In his opinion, although the 100,000 year spirit ring was challenging, it was not out of reach as long as he was willing to spend time and energy to fuse it with other spirit rings. Ling Feng stretched out his hand and extracted the God-given soul ring from the system space. I saw a round ball emitting dazzling golden light slowly emerging in the palm of my hand, like a mysterious star containing infinite possibilities. According to the absorption method prompted by the system, you only need to gently crush the golden ball to start the absorption journey. And as the strength of the body increases, this God-given soul ring will eventually evolve to the coveted 100,000 year level. Ling Feng stared at the golden ball in his hand, wondering whether to absorb it immediately. He closed his eyes slightly and probed his mental power into the God-given soul ring like a thread, trying to explore the secret of power hidden within it. However, after some investigation, he found nothing, as if he was in a fog. But he could clearly sense that this God-given soul ring contained a mysterious and advanced power that surpassed ordinary soul power. If nothing unexpected happens, this power is the legendary divine power that is superior to soul power. Just when Ling Feng was immersed in thinking about the God-given soul ring, the system in his mind issued a task again without any warning, which surprised him very much. Detected that the host has successfully awakened the martial soul. Release task: Host, please obtain the first spirit ring within 1 month. Reward: a random spirit ring, the same number of years as obtaining the first spirit ring. After hearing the mission, Ling Feng fell into deep thought, which was rare for him. He had already obtained his first soul ring, and its age was currently around 50,000 years. This means that if the task is completed immediately, the final reward will only be a 50,000 year soul ring. Such a reward would hardly satisfy him. So, Ling Feng sighed helplessly, knowing that the system was going to force him into seclusion again. In order to pursue a higher quality soul ring, he could only increase the age of the first soul ring to 100,000 years within this 1 month. Finally, Ling Feng decided to go out and relax for a while to relieve the pressure of cultivation. He strolled in the yard, and in this moment of tranquility, his tired body and mind found some relief. However, he did not immerse himself in it for too long and soon returned to his room to practice in seclusion. He secretly vowed to increase the age of his first soul ring to 100,000 years within a month, so that he could obtain another precious 100,000 year soul ring. Ling Feng decisively went into seclusion. With the experience of fusing the 100,000 year soul ring last time, the process this time was much easier. He controlled his soul power in an orderly manner, skillfully integrating the power of other ownerless soul rings into the first soul ring. In just 10 days, he successfully upgraded the age of the first soul ring to 100,000 years. At this time, the soul ring configuration on Ling Feng changed. Red, black, 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 red. This kind of heaven-defying spirit ring configuration is unique in the entire Douluo continent. Really? As Ling Feng's thought sank into his mind, the system's cold voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the first spirit ring. The spirit ring age has reached 100,000 years. The mission has been exceeded. The reward has begun to crit. Reward, a random 100,000 year spirit ring. After Ling Feng checked the brightly colored and powerful aura-emitting 100,000 year soul ring in the system, he thought for a moment and decided not to absorb it for the time being. His current soul power is still 2 levels away from the Soul Douluo realm, and he plans to absorb it after breaking through to the Soul Douluo realm. Afterwards, Ling Feng stood up and stretched his muscles. His body was a little stiff due to the long period of seclusion. After completing this, he walked out of the room and saw Zhao Yun standing outside the door guarding it. Has anyone visited recently? Ling Feng turned his head and looked at Zhao Yun. Ning Fengzi came here before, and left after hearing that you were in seclusion. And the former Crown Prince Shrek He of the Tiandu Empire came here to inquire about you some time ago, and also left after learning that you were in seclusion. Zhao Yun said slowly. Why is Shrek He so difficult to deal with? Ling Feng didn't take it seriously at first, but when he heard Shrek He's name, his face suddenly turned black and he showed a helpless smile. He knew Shrek He's true identity very well. She was Qian Rongxiu, the granddaughter of the Spirit Hall's chief priest. She possessed a god level 6 winged angel spirit and inherited the angel god test. He also understood that Qian Rongxiu approached him because of the secret of the Soul Ring Pavilion. But she was too persistent. If she couldn't get the answer once, she would come again and again, which made Ling Feng very helpless. He could only send her away on the pretext of seclusion. Shrek He is here again. At this moment, Zhao Yun suddenly sensed someone approaching from the front. After a little investigation, he found that it was Shrek He, disguised as Qian Rongxiu, who was slowly walking towards him with the snake spear elder. Here we go again. Ling Feng sighed helplessly. He knew that he could no longer avoid the question, so he decided to go straight to the point and ask Qian Rongxiu about her purpose. Finally, Ling Feng did not leave the yard and walked forward. Qian Rongxiu arrived at this time, mentally prepared for Ling Feng to still be in seclusion. She knew that Ling Feng was avoiding her, but she was stubborn and would not give up until she got an answer. She had previously used various methods to investigate the secrets of the Soul Ring Pavilion, but found nothing. In desperation, he had to turn his target to Ling Feng. Ling Feng stood in the middle of the yard, quietly waiting for Qian Rongxiu's arrival. He was thinking about the possible actions and countermeasures that Qian Rongxiu might take. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Identity Revealed. Chapter 37, Identity Revealed. Ling Feng saw two figures suddenly appear like ghosts. They were Qianrongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo. Qianrongxiu, I wonder what brings you here? Tell me your purpose directly. Ling Feng raised his head slightly, his deep eyes staring straight at Qianrongxiu in front of him. A hint of amusement flashed across his eyes inadvertently. Already know everything. Looking back on the past, he had not yet exposed Qianrongxiu's carefully disguised identity. But now the situation forces him to do so. If he doesn't do so, Qianrongxiu will probably follow him like a shadow and continue to bother him in the future. When Qianrongxiu heard this, the pupils in her beautiful eyes suddenly shrank sharply. But she was a scheming person who had experienced many ups and downs and had been lurking in the Tiandu Empire for many years. In an instant, she regained her calm and composed expression. But my heart was like a surging sea, causing huge waves. She thought to herself, she had hidden her identity very well, so why could Ling Feng see through her disguise of many years at a glance? You know, she has stepped into the land of Tiandu Empire since she was a child and has been lurking carefully for such a long time. During this period, no one ever discovered her true identity. Result: Ling Feng easily revealed it in one sentence. How could she not be shocked? Could it be that Ling Feng secretly investigated her identity during this period of time? But this is almost impossible. The people who knew about this matter were limited to a few powerful people above the Tidal Douluo level in the Spirit Hall in the entire Douluo continent. This doubt was like a huge mystery that deeply troubled Qianrongxiu and made her unable to let it go for a long time. Helpless, she could only pretend to be calm. However, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, secretly hoping that Ling Feng was just bluffing and deliberately deceiving her. Who is Qianrongxiu? Do I know her? Qianrongxiu opened her red lips slightly and asked in a confused manner, with a hint of curiosity deliberately flashing in her eyes, trying to cover up her inner panic and anxiety. She looked as if she really knew nothing about the name Qianrongxiu and was just an innocent and curious passerby. When Ling Feng saw Qianrongxiu like this, he felt speechless for a moment, then his face turned black, and he secretly complained in his heart, this woman really won't cry until she sees the coffin, and won't give up until she sees the Yellow River. Qianrongxiu is the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, the judgment elder of the Spirit Hall. Her father is Qian Sunji, and her mother is Bibi Dong. She is also the heir to the throne of the angel god. Ling Feng had no intention of playing tricks or beating around the bush with Qianrongxiu. His voice was cold and firm, cutting through the layers of disguise that Qianrongxiu had put on. A series of secrets were told without reservation. Who are you anyway? After hearing these words, Qianrongxiu could no longer maintain her pretense of calmness and composure. She slowly took off the disguise she usually wore in front of others, and her eyes instantly became serious and cold. At the same time, her body tensed slightly, and she subconsciously took a defensive posture. Even though Ling Feng had guessed her identity as Qianrongxiu before, she never expected that Ling Feng even knew such extremely secret information as her participation in the Angel Divine examination. You know, very few people know this news. This stranger, whom she had only met a few times, knew all her secrets, which made Qianrongxiu feel creepy. It was as if he was a naked, transparent person in front of Ling Feng, with no privacy at all. At this moment, Snake Spear Douluo, who was standing aside, also heard this shocking news. His originally resolute and stern face turned pale in an instant, and his expression changed drastically, as if he had suffered a devastating disaster. Then, he released his powerful martial spirit without hesitation. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The 9 soul rings around his body were like dazzling suns, releasing a tremendous aura. Always be prepared to deal with upcoming unknown crises. Okay. At the moment when Snake Spear Douluo released a powerful aura, Zhao Yun, who was standing beside him, was like a sharp cheetah and instantly noticed this unusual aura. A majestic light flashed in his deep eyes, and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear in his hand shot out in all directions like a flash of lightning, cutting through the void. At the same time, the 9 dazzling and astonishingly configured spirit rings on his body flashed with a chilling light in the void. Black, 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 red, red, red. 6 black and 3 red. Qianrongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo's gazes simultaneously fell on Zhao Yun. When they saw the 6 black and 3 red spirit ring configuration, their pupils suddenly contracted sharply. It was as if they had witnessed the most terrifying scene in the world. Their hearts were as if swept by a sudden huge storm, and an idea involuntarily emerged in their minds at the same time. How is this possible? In the long history of Douluo continent, such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration is simply unheard of. Although they also know that there are occasionally some powerful people with extraordinary talents and extraordinary spirit ring configurations in this world. Just like Qian Daolia's soul ring configuration, which is 8 black and 1 red, it is also an existence that countless people look up to. However, Qianrongxiu's heart was full of doubts. She knew very well that the reason why her grandfather Qian Daoliu was able to possess such a powerful spirit ring configuration was because of the angel god test. He went through countless hardships and obstacles to improve the age of his own spirit ring to this level. However, she did not feel any divine aura from Zhao Yun, who was standing in front of her. This means that Zhao Yun's soul ring configuration has nothing to do with the divine test. This discovery was what truly shocked and confused Qianrongxiu. Qianrongxiu's thoughts were like a wild horse running out of control, racing through her mind. Recalling the various signs he had seen before, and thinking about the current impressive ability of the Soul Ring Pavilion, the ability to extract soul rings from soul beasts. She secretly deduced in her heart that if nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Yun's 6 black and 3 red soul rings. It must be that the Spirit Ring Pavilion used some mysterious method to upgrade the originally ordinary Spirit Ring configuration to such a heaven-defying level. How many unknown secrets does this Soul Ring Pavilion hide? At this time, Snake Spear Douluo's heart was already filled with fear. He clearly felt that Zhao Yun's aura was like an invisible net, completely locking onto him. He knew in his heart that if he dared to make any rash moves at this moment, he would surely face the abyss of death. After all, the aura and pressure exuded by Zhao Yun at this moment were almost the same as those of the chief priest of the Spirit Hall. In the face of this suffocatingly powerful force, he felt like a tiny ant, completely powerless to resist. What does this make him do? At this moment, Snake Spear Douluo was secretly distressed and full of regret. He couldn't help but think that if he had known that he would encounter such a predicament today, he should have come here with Thorny Porpoise Douluo. If Thorny Porpoise Douluo were here, the two of them might have a chance of survival if they joined forces. At least they could protect the young master and let him leave this place safely in times of crisis. It's too late now. Helplessly, he could only swallow the bitterness and unwillingness in his heart deep into his stomach. He secretly hoped that Zhao Yun would show mercy and not attack him easily. I don't like people talking to me under a false identity. Ling Feng frowned slightly and said lightly. At the same time, a hint of curiosity surged in his heart, and he wanted to see with his own eyes Qianrongxiu's true appearance hidden under the disguise. Let's take a look at what kind of peerless beauty this woman who stirred up the world in Douluo continent has. When Qianrongxiu heard Ling Feng's words, her face darkened slightly, and she turned her gaze to Zhao Yun beside her again. After feeling the powerful aura that was comparable to that of her grandfather Qian Daoliu, she sighed helplessly in her heart. Then, she slowly raised her right hand and waved it gently. A soft light flashed by, and her soul bone skills instantly faded away. In an instant, a dazzling golden light bloomed from the void like a rising sun, illuminating the entire courtyard. That light contained an incomparably sacred and bright power, as if it could purify all the evil and darkness in the world. As the light faded, Qianrongxiu was seen wearing an extremely gorgeous golden dress. Her face was exquisite, like a work of art carefully carved by God. Her fair skin was as smooth and delicate as mutton-fat jade, and her eyes were bright and deep. He stood there with the sacred aura of a six-winged angel. His temperament was very noble and otherworldly. When Ling Feng saw Qian Rongxiu's appearance at this moment, even though he was knowledgeable and experienced, his heart couldn't help but move slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He secretly admired in his heart that she was worthy of being the future angel god Qian Rongxiu. Such grace and elegance were indeed rare in the world. However, when his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to the ending of the original work, he couldn't help but shook his head secretly, and a complicated emotion surged in his heart. What do you mean when you shake your head? Qian Rongxiu keenly caught Ling Feng's subtle movement. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ling Feng, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes for a moment. In her opinion, Ling Feng's shaking head seemed to express his dissatisfaction with her appearance. Is it possible that in his eyes I look so ugly? End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Participating in the Fighting Spirit. Chapter 38 Participating in the Fighting Spirit. This made Qian Rongxiu, who was always proud of her beauty and strength, feel annoyed. It's okay. Why don't you just reveal your true identity and talk to me? Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me? Ling Feng continued, and directly asked Qian Rongxiu about the specific purpose of approaching him this time. I want to know how this Tidal Douluo configured his spirit rings. Qian Rongxiu didn't beat around the bush. Following Ling Feng's question, she turned her gaze to Zhao Yun standing beside her and asked about his incredible spirit ring configuration. Well, it might be because he is gifted and has a strong body, so his first spirit ring can absorb 10,000-year spirit rings. Ling Feng spread his hands, shrugged helplessly, and explained lightly. Zhao Yun is a powerful being created by the system. Ling Feng himself is not clear about the specific reasons why he has such a heaven-defying soul ring configuration. Although Ling Feng currently possesses a special ability that can increase the age of the soul rings he has absorbed, this ability can only be used on himself. He knows his own spirit rings best. In the process of increasing the age of his spirit rings, he was able to accurately grasp the scale to avoid harming himself. However, as for increasing the age of other people's spirit rings, Ling Feng believed that it was impossible to do so under the current circumstances. What's more, others would not easily trust him and put their lives in his hands to let him try to increase the age of his spirit ring. Therefore, all of this is simply unrealistic in reality. Tisk, if you don't want to tell me, just say it. When Qian Rongxiu heard Ling Feng's explanation, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, her heart filled with dissatisfaction and suspicion. In her opinion, Ling Feng's explanation was too far-fetched and simply a fairy tale. She had personally experienced the difficult process of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring and was well aware of the huge risks involved. For a soul master, even if he has awakened his innate full soul power, it is almost impossible to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the tender age of 6. With the weak mental strength of the soul master at that time, he was unable to resist the powerful soul impact contained in the 10,000-year soul ring. What's more, the immense power in the 10,000-year soul ring is enough to cause the soul master's fragile body to explode and die before he even starts to absorb it. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Ling Feng saw Qian Rongxiu's reaction and spread out his palms and said. At this moment, a crisp system prompt sound suddenly rang in Ling Feng's mind. Detected that the host has successfully absorbed the first soul ring and become a soul master. Now issuing tasks. Quest, host, please go to the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena tonight to participate in a 2v2 soul fighting match. Reward, a random soul bone. Depending on the final battle score, you will receive soul bones of different ages. C level 100-year soul bone, B level 1,000 year soul bone, A level 10,000 year soul bone, S level 100,000 year soul bone. After hearing the task issued by the system in his mind, Ling Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise and expectation flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that the system would issue tasks so frequently. However, when he saw the tempting reward of the mission, which could be up to 100,000 year soul bones, a strong interest suddenly surged in his heart. Now he has only absorbed the million-year-old soul bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Apart from this, there are no other soul bones. Although he had obtained some 10,000-year soul bones by chance in the past 6 years, the age of those soul bones was too low for him. In his opinion, absorbing those low-age soul bones was undoubtedly a waste. Because there are limited spaces for soul bones in his body, each space should be reserved for a more powerful and older soul bone. He secretly decided in his heart that the soul bones he was equipped with must be at least 100,000 years old. You've come just in time to accompany me in a fighting spirit competition. Ling Feng's eyes flashed with a gleam as he looked at Qian Rongxiu in front of him and said, the system requires him to participate in a 2v2 match, but there are not many people around him who can serve as teammates. You can't ask powerful Tidal Douluo like Zhao Yun or Dugubo to accompany him to participate in the fighting spirit competition, right? In that case, it would be a dimensionality reduction attack without any suspense. Although his own strength was enough to deal a dimensionality reduction blow to other contestants by participating in the competition at the Soto Arena, he had to complete the tasks issued by the system. And at this moment, isn't Qian Rongxiu an excellent teammate candidate? Since she's here, I can't let her go easily. It can be considered as collecting some interest for the disturbance during this period of time. What? Participate in the fighting spirit competition. When Qian Rongxiu heard Ling Feng's words, her mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. She widened her eyes and looked at Ling Feng with suspicion. I just couldn't understand why the leader of the Soul Ring Pavilion would suddenly want to condescend to participate in a soul fighting competition. This is really contrary to common sense and unbelievable. You know, in the past 6 years, the development of the Soul Ring Pavilion in the entire Douluo continent has been booming, and its influence has been growing day by day. It is no exaggeration to say that the Soul Ring Pavilion today is the most powerful force except for the Spirit Hall, which has a profound foundation and has dominated for many years. Moreover, the Soul Ring Pavilion also enjoys extremely high prestige among the common people. All of this is due to the unique ability of the Soul Ring Pavilion. Soul Masters do not need to risk their lives and go to the dangerous Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. This is undoubtedly a blessing for those civilian Soul Masters who live at the bottom of society and are weak. Therefore, in their eyes, the status of the Soul Ring Pavilion is supreme. To a certain extent, it has even far surpassed the Soul Hall that awakens their spirits for free. Then who is your 2v2 opponent? Although Qian Rongxiu was full of doubts, she couldn't help but continue asking. A thought couldn't help but emerge in her mind. Could it be that Ling Feng's opponent was also extremely powerful, so powerful that he needed to personally participate in the competition? I don't know. We'll just wait and see which team's turn it is and then we'll just jump in. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. Sorry, I refuse. Qian Rongxiu lowered her head slightly and shook her head secretly. She knew in her heart that her current identity was too special and sensitive. Not to mention her eye-catching 6-winged angel spirit. Once exposed, it will inevitably attract the attention and suspicion of various forces. Even if some powerful mysterious beings discovered her true identity, then the plans she had carefully planned in the Tiandu Empire for many years would fail and go to waste. In addition, if she disguised herself as Shrek King He to participate in the fighting spirit competition, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. In the outside world's perception, she is the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire. If the news of a country's crown prince participating in a fighting spirit competition were to get out, wouldn't it destroy the dignity of the royal family and make them a laughingstock of the world? Really? If you don't go, your identity will spread throughout the Douluo continent the next day. Ling Feng seemed to have anticipated Qian Rongxiu's refusal, and continued calmly. When Qian Rongxiu heard Ling Feng's threat, her face darkened. After weighing the pros and cons in her mind, she sighed helplessly. You are vicious. She snorted coldly, and although she was reluctant, she still agreed to Ling Feng's invitation. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Invincible Combination. Chapter 39 Invincible Combination. Let's go to the Soto Great Fighting Arena tonight. Ling Feng's voice was low and firm, echoing in the silent courtyard. He looked at Qian Rongxiu with a sharp gaze, with a hint of unquestionable determination in his eyes. Qian Rongxiu frowned slightly, feeling reluctant, but under Ling Feng's strong pressure, she finally nodded helplessly. Seeing this, Ling Feng smiled with satisfaction. I can't cure you, little one. In the face of absolute strength, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Ling Feng turned his head and signaled Zhao Yun with his eyes. Zhao Yun immediately understood Ling Feng's intention. He slowly put away the white bird-facing phoenix spear in his hand. The powerful pressure that had originally filled the courtyard disappeared in an instant like a tide. Qian Rongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo, who were standing right in front, suddenly felt the burden on their shoulders lighten and breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Rongxiu raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of cold sweat from her forehead. Recalling the suffocating pressure from Zhao Yun just now, she still felt a lingering fear in her heart. The pressure was like a heavy object, weighing heavily on their hearts, making it unbearable. Now go! Qian Rongxiu frowned even more tightly. Her original plan was completely disrupted by Ling Feng. She had planned to find an opportunity to slip away after Ling Feng left, but she didn't expect Ling Feng to ask her to go to the Soto Soul Fighting Arena right now to participate in the soul fighting competition. Now, Ling Feng had no intention of staying. He had no intention of paying attention to Qian Rongxiu's thoughts. He took steady steps and slowly left the courtyard with Zhao Yun. Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth and followed behind helplessly, secretly thinking about her next response strategy in her mind. The Soto Soul Fighting Arena is located in the south of the Tiandu Empire, not far from the courtyard where they are. The atmosphere along the way seemed particularly depressing. Qian Rongxiu followed behind Ling Feng, stealing glances at his back from time to time, her heart full of doubts and dissatisfaction. Time passed slowly in silence, and soon an hour had passed. The sky gradually darkened, and the night slowly enveloped the entire world like a huge piece of black silk. Ling Feng and the others finally arrived at the Soto Fighting Arena. Before we even got close to the Soto Fighting Arena, we could hear a lively noise coming from inside. The noisy voices, cheers and shouts intertwined together, like a passionate symphony. After all, for soul masters, fighting spirits is not just a contest of strength, but also a fun thing full of passion and enthusiasm. Here, soul masters can demonstrate their strength, win honor and wealth, and constantly improve themselves in battle. Ling Feng brought Qian Rongxiu into the Great Soul Fighting Arena. The interior of this magnificent building was brightly lit and bustling with people. In the center of the hall, two soul masters were engaged in a fierce soul battle. Their martial spirits released brilliant light, their spirit rings flickered, and their skills intertwined, drawing cheers from the surrounding audience. But Ling Feng had no interest in this. His goal was clear, and he took Qian Rongxiu directly to the front desk. Qian Rongxiu has now transformed into another unfamiliar appearance through her own soul bones. She knew very well that whether she participated in the fighting spirit as Qian Rongxiu or Shui Qinghe, if people knew about it, it would bring a series of unpredictable troubles. She followed Ling Feng, secretly praying that nothing unexpected would happen. Ling Feng walked to the front desk skillfully, and a young woman stood in front of him. She had a graceful figure and a professional smile on her face. When she saw Ling Feng and the others coming, she immediately asked softly, "Excuse me, are you here to participate in the fighting spirit?" "Yes, which team will be in the next 2v2 match?" Ling Feng said straight to the point that he wanted to end the battle quickly and complete the task as soon as possible. In his eyes, there wasn't a single soul master in the entire Soto Great Soul Fighting Arena who could truly interest him. Given his strength, if he truly exerted his full strength, he probably wouldn't be able to find a match for him in a short period of time. Therefore, he planned to hide his own strength, and of course there was no need to release his martial spirit. Please register your age and soul master level first, so that we can match you with the appropriate opponent. The receptionist smiled and explained, if the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, it's impossible to engage in a spirit battle. I just want to know which team will participate in the next 2v2 game. Ling Feng said. Okay, I'll check for you. The receptionist didn't pay any attention to Ling Feng's attitude. She skillfully operated the record book in front of her and said after a moment, the next 2v2 fighting spirit will be a 3-5 combination. 3-5 combination. When Ling Feng heard the name of this group, his eyes lit up instantly. Then, the plot of the original novel emerged in his mind, and a playful look welled up in his heart. He thought to himself, isn't the Sanmu combination the Tang San and Xiaowu in the original novel? Oh, right. The Soto Fighting Spirit Arena is located in Soto City, and Shrek Academy is very close to it. In the original novel, the Shrek 7 Devils often fought in the Soto Fighting Arena. I didn't expect to meet them by chance this time. Interesting, is this such a coincidence? I actually ran into Tang San and Xiaowu. Is this a deliberate arrangement by the system? Ling Feng pondered in his heart the limitations of the tasks issued by the system. First, the task must be completed tonight. The second is to go to the Soto Great Fighting Arena. It seems that this system is trying to do something. Okay, help me and this beautiful lady register a team so we can directly participate in the next 2v2 fighting spirit match. Ling Feng pointed at Qian Rongxiu and spoke to the front desk, his tone carrying an air of urgency that could not be refused. To participate in the next soul battle, both of you must have soul power of Soul Master. Please test your soul power. The lady at the front desk still smiled and continued to respond officially. After saying that, she took out a blue crystal ball and placed it on the table, signaling Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu to test their soul power. Seeing this, Ling Feng raised his hand and gently placed it on the blue crystal ball in front of him. He slightly controlled his soul power, and saw a faint blue light appear on the crystal ball, indicating that his soul power had reached level 30. Qian Rongxiu, who was standing by, also used the camouflage skill of her own soul bone to disguise her own soul power to level 30. After the receptionist saw that the two people's soul power met the standard, she continued to ask, what is the name of your team? Let's call it the Invincible combination. Ling Feng touched his chin with his hand and pretended to be calm as he randomly gave a group name. All right. At this moment, the receptionist heard the name of the team and looked helpless, secretly laughing and crying in her heart. It seems that these two people really don't know their place. They actually came up with such an arrogant team name. Don't they know that in this great fighting arena, the more conspicuous and arrogant a team's name is, the more likely it is to be targeted by other soul masters? Moreover, she could already imagine the tragic situation that would occur in the upcoming battle between Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu. As soon as the words fell, Qian Rongxiu's face was full of black lines. This name was really too casual. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Encountering Xiaowu Tang 3. Chapter 40 Meeting Xiaowu and Tang San. But thinking of Ling Feng's mysterious strength, Invincible in Soto City might not be an exaggeration. Here are your tokens. Please keep them safe. Once you hear the announcement from the lobby, you can proceed to the designated location and prepare to participate in the spirit battle. The lady at the front desk handed 2 tokens to Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu. Afterwards, Ling Feng picked up the token and took Qian Rongxiu directly to the designated area to wait. They found 2 empty seats and sat down. Qian Rongxiu sat on the chair, still feeling dissatisfied with the battle of spirits. I say, let the 2 of us bully a pair of 3-ring soul masters, do you have the nerve to do that? Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but complain that she felt this battle was not challenging at all, and their attacks were simply a dimensionality reduction attack. When did the leader of the Soul Ring Pavilion develop such a bad taste? If you don't want to participate, you can leave. Ling Feng glanced at Qian Rongxiu indifferently, with a hint of indifference in his tone. After saying this, he closed his eyes and thought, no longer paying attention to Qian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu, who was standing aside, felt helpless when she saw Ling Feng ignoring her. She also wanted to leave, but when she thought about what would happen if Ling Feng made her identity known to the public, the consequences would be disastrous. She could only curl her lips helplessly and force herself to swallow the bitterness in her heart. A moment later, the announcement sounded, the next 2v2 fighting spirit match, the 3-5 combination against the Invincible combination. Hearing the announcement, Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu slowly stood up and walked towards the battle area. At this moment, as the announcement sounded, the entire fighting arena suddenly became boiling. The audience's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, and they all talked about the upcoming fighting spirit. 3-5 combination, it looks like I'm going to win big this time. No matter what, I'm going to bet on the 3-5 combination this time. A chubby soul master shouted excitedly. Luckily, I have a keen eye for talent. Ever since the 3-5 combination appeared, I have been suppressing them. Another tall and thin soul master said proudly. But what about the Invincible combination on the opposite side? The name of this combination is so outrageous. A young soul master asked doubtfully. In a private room stood the Shrek 7 devils, Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, and Zhao Wuji. When they heard the name Invincible combination, they all showed different expressions. This Invincible combination has never appeared before. I think it is a new Soul Master team. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, you don't have to worry too much. Yu Xiaogang patted Tang San's shoulder, his tone full of confidence. He has full confidence in the students he teaches personally, and believes that they are strong enough to handle any challenge. In theory, as long as you can cooperate a little better, this battle will be a sure win. Yu Xiaogang continued, his eyes revealing his anticipation for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Okay, teacher, I will definitely win this game. Tang San nodded firmly. He and Xiao Wu looked at each other, their eyes filled with trust and determination. After all, ever since the Shrek 7 devils came to the Great Soul Fighting Arena to participate in the soul fighting, they have never lost. This series of victories filled their hearts with confidence. Hey, look at that Invincible group on the opposite side, their name is so arrogant. Ma Hongjun raised his fist and waved it in the air a few times, looking unconvinced. This name is even more outrageous than he is, which makes him very unhappy. Don't worry, I'll teach them a lesson. Tang San nodded slightly, and with everyone's encouragement, he and Xiao Wu slowly walked towards the battlefield. It's time for the exciting soul fighting session again. Without further ado, please welcome the Sanmuo combination and the Invincible combination to enter. When a soul master above announced the entry of both parties, the lights turned on and the entire soul fighting arena was instantly illuminated. Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu slowly walked towards the center of the hall. Their figures were particularly eye-catching under the light. Xiao Wu and Tang San also walked in. The two teams' eyes met, and different thoughts arose in their minds. Is this Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo continent? He looks so ordinary. This was what Ling Feng was thinking. At this moment, Tang San had an ordinary appearance and his aura was pitifully weak. A Tang San like this really made him lose all interest in fighting. The reason why he wanted to participate in this fighting spirit was, on the one hand, to complete the system's task as soon as possible, and on the other hand, he also wanted to see Tang San's strength. The result is so disappointing to him, so don't blame him for being ruthless next time, just end the battle as soon as possible. Qian Rongxiu had almost the same idea as Ling Feng. According to her perception, Tang San and Xiao Wu in front were indeed not strong. These two were just ordinary three-ringed soul masters and were no match for them at all. But in Xiao Wu's eyes, the situation was completely different. The moment she saw Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu, alarm bells rang in her heart and a serious look appeared in her eyes. Third brother, this invincible combination is not simple. It seems that they are very powerful. Xiao Wu felt the aura inadvertently released by the two people in front of her, and the oppressive atmosphere made her almost breathless. Although her current strength is only that of a soul master, she is, after all, the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and her keen perception has never disappeared. She clearly sensed a fatal sense of crisis from these two people. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and warned them to prevent them from underestimating the enemy. There's nothing to be afraid of. These two people are quite old, and it's obvious that they've used special methods to increase their soul power. They've already overdrawn their potential, so there's no need to worry too much. Tang San had different ideas, he said very confidently. In his eyes, Ling Feng and Qian Rongxiu were definitely over 15 years old. Reaching the soul master level at this age was far from comparable to the Shrek 7 devils. Therefore, in Tang San's mind, he did not regard the two as opponents. Okay. Seeing that Tang San refused to listen to her advice, Xiao Wu sighed helplessly. She just hoped that the two of them wouldn't lose too badly next time. Xiao Wu had already foreseen the outcome of this duel. And there was a high chance that both of them would lose. You take action? Or should I? Qian Rongxiu had no interest in this battle. She turned her head to look at Ling Feng beside her. She just wanted to end this boring battle as soon as possible and get rid of Ling Feng's control. Forget it, it's boring. Ling Feng was also not interested. He planned to kill the other party instantly. In his opinion, this battle was just a simple task that did not require wasting too much time. When Qian Rongxiu heard Ling Feng's words, she became even more speechless. If you are not interested, why do you want to participate in the competition? What are you doing? Both sides are ready, the game begins. Following the order from the Soul Master above, the tense battle began immediately. The atmosphere in the entire fighting arena froze instantly, and everyone's attention was focused on the two teams in the center of the venue. All the spirit masters in the stands placed their bets, with over 90% of them placing their bets on the 3-5 combination. Only a small number of people placed their bets of victory on Ling Feng and the other two. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Instant Kill. Chapter 41 Instant Kill. It's so weak and boring. At this time, Ling Feng took the lead and stepped forward, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, you've already got a way to die. Tang San was furious when he heard the mockery from the other side. He snorted coldly, and released the blue-silver grass martial soul in his hand. The 3 soul rings around his body flickered in turn, emitting a faint light. Under the nourishment of soul power, the blue-silver grass instantly became strong and powerful, as if it had life. Xiao Wu released the soft bone charm rabbit martial spirit, which also had the yellow and purple 3-ring soul master configuration. Her body instantly became lighter. The first soul skill, blue-silver coil. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang San took the ghostly steps and instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. He then released his first and second soul skills, and the blue-silver grass in the sky turned into thick vines, wrapping around Ling Feng at an extremely fast speed. These vines were like flexible pythons, pouncing on Ling Feng with bared fangs and claws, trying to bind him tightly. Ling Feng didn't even look at Tang San, and an invisible force of space spread out in all directions. This spatial force seemed to be a mysterious force from another dimension, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Bang bang bang! The blue-silver grass that was rushing forward was instantly shattered by the force of space. The originally thick vines broke and dissipated under the impact of the force of space, turning into pieces of green debris. In an instant, invisible spatial restrictions covered the entire battlefield, forming a mysterious and powerful domain. Not good. Xiao Wu and Tang San sensed this invisible force. They felt as if their bodies were tightly bound by an invisible wall, unable to move at all. Their eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. They didn't expect that the other party possessed such powerful strength. Then, Ling Feng lightly pointed his finger forward, and the powerful force of space surged again, pressing towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. This force directly knocked them out of the stands. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu obviously felt a huge force, which was like a heavy hammer, completely acting on their internal organs. Their bodies drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. The two men vomited blood, their eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Their bodies twitched a few times on the ground, and their lives were uncertain. The entire fighting arena fell into silence, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. They couldn't believe that the 3-5 combination, which had been highly expected, was defeated in such a short time and was defeated so thoroughly. Ling Feng stood quietly in the center of the venue, his eyes cold and calm, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial matter. In a spacious box, Yu Xiaogang frowned, his eyes revealing incredible shock. The Shrek 7 devils gathered around him, also with looks of astonishment on their faces, their eyes fixed on the center of the fighting arena. Tang San and Xiao Wu, the best among the Shrek 7 devils, are very clear about their strength. Tang San awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, and under Yu Xiaogang's careful teaching, he was able to unleash the astonishing power of this seemingly ordinary martial soul. Xiao Wu possesses the agile soft-bone rabbit spirit. Her melee combat ability and strange body movements give countless opponents a headache. However, at this moment, they were like fragile dolls, easily defeated, and their life or death was unknown. How can it be? Yu Xiaogang muttered to himself, his voice filled with confusion and anger. He really couldn't accept that his disciple, whom he had high hopes for, was killed instantly in a seemingly ordinary fighting spirit. Ning Rongrong, who was standing by, widened her eyes and covered her mouth in disbelief. Uncle Ling, she whispered softly, her eyes filled with confusion. She clearly saw that the man who defeated Tang San and Xiao Wu was Uncle Ling. How could that mysterious figure whom she occasionally saw chatting and laughing with her father appear here and do such cruel things to Tang San and Xiao Wu? Ning Rongrong's thoughts drifted back to the time she spent with her father. She remembered that every time Uncle Ling met with her father, it was always in a serious and mysterious setting. My father had great respect for Uncle Ling, and whenever they talked, they always touched upon important and confidential matters. In her impression, Uncle Ling was a man with a strange temper and rarely showed up in public. Unexpectedly, they met again in a fighting arena, and he became the opponent of Tang San and Xiao Wu. What the hell is going on? Why is Uncle Ling participating in this competition? He's even bullying Tang San and Xiao Wu. Did they offend Uncle Ling? Ning Rongrong pondered secretly, her heart full of doubts. She shook her head helplessly, she knew very little about all this. In Yu Xiaogang's mind, Tang San and Xiao Wu's strength should not allow them to be defeated so easily even when facing a powerful opponent. He looked towards the center of the fighting arena. Tang San and Xiao Wu were lying there quietly, breathing weakly, and blood was slowly flowing from the corners of their mouths. This scene pierced his heart like a sharp knife. He didn't understand how the man did it. He clearly didn't release his martial soul, nor did he show any obvious fluctuations in soul power. But even so, he completely controlled Tang San and Xiao Wu, and knocked them to the ground with the final blow. This strange method made Yu Xiaogang feel a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. There must be something wrong with this. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth and thought to himself. He decided that he must find out the truth of the matter. Yu Xiaogang rushed quickly to the center of the fighting arena. His figure appeared eager and determined under the gaze of everyone. Zhao Wuji and Flanders looked at each other and hurriedly followed. They came to Tang San and Xiao Wu, squatted down, and carefully checked their injuries. This is simply a fatal attack. Flanders clenched his fists in anger, his eyes were red as if burning with flames. Referee, I request a re-inspection. These two are definitely not ordinary spirit masters. They deliberately concealed their strength and tried to kill my disciple. Yu Xiaogang stood up and shouted loudly to the host in front of him. His voice echoed in the fighting arena, full of anger and unwillingness. The host looked at Yu Xiaogang helplessly, smiled bitterly, and said, "When each team participated in the soul battle, we checked the specific level. The soul power of the two people in front is indeed level 30. He was also very confused. The result of this game was really beyond everyone's expectations. Impossible." Yu Xiaogang shook his head fiercely. He was unwilling to believe this result at all. In his opinion, these two people must have concealed their aura through some unknown means, which led to such a strange situation. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Shut up!" The voice seemed to come from the netherworld, carrying with it an endless chill. Ling Feng slowly raised his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The tremendous power of space in his hands emerged again. This power was like a surging wave, spreading out in all directions with overwhelming force. The surrounding void seemed unable to withstand this powerful pressure and began to tremble slightly, making a buzzing sound. What a strong momentum! Qianrongxue felt the powerful aura coming towards her, and her face suddenly changed. She felt as small as an ant in the face of this momentum. An uncontrollable fear surged in her heart, and she had no desire to resist at all. Is this the leader of the Soul Ring Pavilion? His strength is at least at the Tidal Douluo level. Qianrongxue speculated secretly in her heart. She sensed that the aura in Ling Feng's body was even stronger than that of the Tidal Douluo she had encountered before. It is natural to think that Ling Feng has reached the level of Tidal Douluo. However, she didn't know that Ling Feng was just a soul sage now. If she knew this fact, her jaw would probably drop. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Tang Hao. Chapter 42 Tang Hao. After all, in the entire Douluo continent, which soul sage could burst out with a terrifying aura comparable to that of a Tidal Douluo at such a level of soul power? But who made Ling Feng a pervert? It would be strange if you weren't strong if you had a system. Yu Xiaogang and others were completely unaware of the approaching danger. Their attention was still focused on the injuries of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Ling Feng snorted coldly and raised his right hand slightly forward. An invisible force of space spread out in all directions like ripples. This power was extremely strange. Except for Qianrongxue, no one else present noticed it. I acted, who are you to judge? Ling Feng's voice sounded again, full of disdain and ridicule. As soon as he finished speaking, the force of space directly acted on Yu Xiaogang, Flanders, Zhao Wuji, and the Shrek 7 devils. Everyone only felt an irresistible force coming from all directions and directly pressing them to the ground. At the same time, the violent force hit everyone like a cannonball. Yu Xiaogang and the others were terrified, as if their internal organs were being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand and then squeezed hard. Their bodies trembled involuntarily and they groaned in pain. Even Zhao Wuji and Flanders, who were at the soul saint level, could not muster any intention of resisting under this powerful aura. The two were filled with despair and helplessness, and today they had hit a wall. They looked at Yu Xiaogang speechlessly, complaining in their hearts, if Yu Xiaogang wasn't crazy, why would this strong man target us? Ling Feng looked at the people lying on the ground struggling in pain, without a trace of pity in his eyes. He used a little trick, and an even more powerful force came again. Yu Xiaogang and others felt a black screen before their eyes, and then they all fell unconscious. They lay on the ground, motionless. I guess he won't be able to wake up for 10 days or half a month. Let's go. Ling Feng ignored the miserable situation of Yu Xiaogang and others. His spatial power surged again, and he and Qianrongxue disappeared from the spot. When they appeared again, they had already arrived outside the Soto fighting spirit arena. Outside the door, Snake Spear Douluo and Zhao Yun had been waiting for a long time. Snake Spear Douluo stood aside with a respectful look on his face. Although he wanted to protect Jianrongxiu closely, he couldn't help feeling a little apprehensive when he saw Zhao Yun standing beside him. Zhao Yun's strength is unfathomable, so he dare not make any rash moves and can only stay obediently outside the Soto fighting arena. You're being too cruel. Jianrongxiu recalled what had happened to Tang San and the others before, and couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, you'll thank me later. Ling Feng suddenly said this nonsensical sentence, which made Jianrongxiu confused. She looked at Ling Feng with a puzzled look on her face, thinking to herself, what do you mean by thanking him? These people and I are strangers, and we won't have any intersection in the future. However, Jianrongxiu still felt curious and followed Ling Feng slowly out of the Soto fighting arena. After walking for a few minutes, they arrived at a remote street. Suddenly, a strong murderous intent emerged from all around. Snake Spear Douluo, Zhao Yun. And Ling Feng immediately sensed this inexplicable murderous aura. The eyes of Snake Spear Douluo and Zhao Yun instantly became sharp. Only Jianrongxiu continued to walk forward on her own, and she did not feel this powerful momentum. Sure enough, it's here. Ling Feng stopped, put his hands behind his back, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come out, the renowned Haoshan Douluo of Douluo continent. Ling Feng turned slightly and shouted loudly into the void in front of him. His voice echoed in the quiet street, seeming particularly loud. What, Tang Hao? When Snake Spear Douluo heard this name, the hairs on his body stood up and his expression changed drastically. Tang Hao. This name is as loud as thunder in Douluo continent. He possesses the number 1 martial spirit in Douluo continent, the clear sky hammer, and also a genuine 100,000-year spirit ring. His strength is also among the top ones among the Tidal Douluo. Snake Spear Douluo did not dare to slack off at all, he immediately released his own martial spirit. Jianrongxiu also became very serious when she heard this name. A shock welled up in her heart. After all, she had already heard of Tang Hao's reputation. Are you sure Tang Hao showed up? Jianrongxiu turned to look at Ling Feng, who was standing beside her. She found Ling Feng's behavior very strange. Not to mention that he had previously bullied 2 soul masters for no reason, but now he actually dared to be so sure that Tang Hao was coming. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that those people have some connection to Tang Hao? Did you take action today just to lure Tang Hao out? It seems you are not stupid. Ling Feng glanced at Jianrongxiu indifferently. In fact, he was not there simply to lure out Tang Hao. The system simply issued a task, and it was natural for him to see Tang Hao's strength. You. When Jianrongxiu heard Ling Feng implying that she was stupid, her face turned slightly red and she looked at Ling Feng with dissatisfaction. She stood aside in a huff, feeling a little angry. However, she was not worried about her own safety at all. With the unfathomable Zhao Yun and the mysterious Ling Feng by her side, she felt that she should be safe. You are bullying a 3-ringed soul master by taking advantage of your power. If this gets out, will you still have any shame? A dull sound suddenly exploded in the void, like a thunder, breaking the silent atmosphere. A ragged man in a black robe covering his face appeared before everyone. He held a huge hammer in his right hand, which slid along the ground, leaving cracks wherever it passed. Tang Hao slowly raised his head, his eyes flashing with scarlet light, like burning flames. He exuded a strong murderous intent that made people shudder. It seems you already knew of my existence and wanted to lure me out. Tell me, what is your relationship with the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao's voice was filled with anger and questioning. 9 soul rings suddenly appeared around his body. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Especially the last 100,000-year soul ring, attached to the clear sky hammer, the aura it exudes is enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Oh, what do you want? Ling Feng looked at Tang Hao in front of him with a playful expression, and did not immediately deny his relationship with the Spirit Hall. His aura burst out instantly, colliding with the powerful aura that Tang Hao inadvertently released. For a moment, the streets were filled with strong winds and flying dust, as if the whole world was trembling under these two powerful forces. You killed my wife, and now you're harming my son. Spirit Hall, you deserve to die. Tang Hao raised his head instantly, his eyes fixed on the three people in front of him, and the aura around him became even heavier. His heart was filled with hatred, and this hatred was like a volcano, about to erupt. Today you will stay here forever. Tang Hao roared and raised the clear sky hammer in his hand. The muscles in his arms bulged and the veins popped out, as if they contained infinite power. A domain of power suddenly appeared from under Tang Hao's feet. The area was filled with red light, like a sea of blood, covering the entire street. In this area, violent murderous intent enveloped Ling Feng and others like surging waves. Snake Spear Douluo immediately recognized that this was the domain of the god of death and was deeply shocked. He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately released all his strength, trying to protect Jian Rongxia from the erosion of the killing god's domain. When Ling Feng saw this, he just raised his eyebrows and felt the power of the surrounding area. Not only was he not panicked, but he raised his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems that this killing god domain is far inferior to my own two domains. Ling Feng pondered inwardly. He lightly tapped his right foot, and a silver-white light spread out in all directions. Void Realm. Wherever this ray of light reached, the endless force of space directly crushed the surrounding murderous intent into pieces. The enormous force carried in the field continued to bombard forward. There was a loud bang as the two areas collided, creating an explosive momentum like a landslide. The houses on both sides of the street were destroyed by this powerful force and turned into ruins. In less than a moment, the killing god's domain was completely suppressed by Ling Feng's void domain. Tang Hao only felt a powerful force coming towards him. He took a few steps back with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Tang Hao was filled with shock and confusion. He didn't understand how this young man in front of him could possess such powerful strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, Battle with Tang Hao. Chapter 43, Battle with Tang Hao. Ling Feng was dressed in black, standing tall and straight with a calm expression. Tang Hao on the opposite side was seriously injured but still had extraordinary momentum, holding the famous clear sky hammer tightly in his hand. Is this all your strength? The renowned Haoshan Douluo on Douluo continent is no more than this. Ling Feng's voice was not loud, but it reached Tang Hao's ears clearly, with a hint of disdain and provocation in his tone. Tang Hao raised his head, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his originally sharp eyes as he looked at Ling Feng, who was a little too young. He knew in his heart that he was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced, but even so, he never thought that he would be looked down upon by a young man. First soul skill, power of clear sky. Tang Hao's face turned as dark as ink. He no longer held back his strength, and the first soul ring on his body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The light contained endless power, as if it was going to ignite the entire space. On the surface of the clear sky hammer, purple lightning swam like a spirit snake, making a crackling sound and flashing with a terrifying and powerful aura. The clear sky hammer, enveloped in lightning, rapidly grew in size, and every inch of its metal exuded a heavy sense of oppression, like a giant mountain about to collapse. Tang Hao roared angrily and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The air was torn apart by his figure, making a sharp whistling sound. He swung the clear sky hammer in his hand at an extremely fast speed and smashed it hard in front of Ling Feng. This attack carried Tang Hao's anger and unwillingness, as well as the majesty of Haoshan Douluo. Boom! The terrifying power spread out in all directions like a surging tide. Even the surrounding void could not withstand this force and began to tremble slightly, as if it would shatter at any time. Zhao Yun, please don't attack for now. Let me have a good look at him. Seeing that Zhao Yun was trying to help, Ling Feng quickly said calmly. His eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, this was a great opportunity to test his full strength. Zhao Yun nodded slightly without saying anything more, and then quickly took Qian Rongxiu away from the battlefield. Tang Hao looked at Ling Feng standing there alone, and a feeling of disdain welled up in his heart. In his eyes, Ling Feng was so young, how could he possibly reach the realm of Tidal Douluo? This kid is simply courting death. Since he dares to openly provoke us, we can take this opportunity to eliminate this ignorant guy for the spirit hall. Ling Feng was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile. Buzz! The next moment, he slightly moved his right hand, and the majestic force of space was released from his body like surging waves. The dust particles that were originally floating freely in the air, under this powerful force of space, stopped in the void. It seemed as if time had stopped at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a shocking series of spirit rings suddenly appeared around Ling Feng. Red, black, 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 red. The heaven-defying configuration of 5 black and 2 red soul rings exudes a suffocatingly powerful pressure. The light illuminated the entire area, attracting the attention of everyone present. How can this be? Tang Hao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and the movements of his hands paused slightly because of this sudden shock. His eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he saw. Such an exaggerated spirit ring configuration. He had never heard of it before, especially the age of the first soul ring, which had reached the level of 100,000 years. In his opinion, this was simply a fantasy. You're just dreaming if you want to deceive me with this trick. Xi Hao was completely overwhelmed by anger. His eyes turned red like burning flames, and he roared with murderous intent on his face. In his opinion, all of this was just an illusion created by Ling Feng to confuse him. However, if Tang Hao was a little more sober and rational, he would be able to truly feel the powerful force emanating from these spirit rings. That force was real and majestic, and it was definitely not something that could be faked by illusion. What a terrifying spirit ring configuration, and his cultivation has only just reached the soul saint level. Qian Rongxiu also looked at Ling Feng with eyes full of shock. Her lips trembled slightly at the dazzling soul rings around her, and she murmured to herself in disbelief. She was so surprised that she couldn't express it in words. Ling Feng is only a 7-ringed soul saint, but he can burst out with a powerful aura comparable to that of a Tidal Douluo. This strength is really terrifying. Especially when she looked at the mirror-like martial soul in Ling Feng's right hand, the 6-winged angel martial soul in her body actually felt suppressed at this moment. This means that Ling Feng's martial soul level is 1 level higher than her god-level martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Qian Rongxiu couldn't calm down for a long time. Could it be that a new god-level martial spirit that they have never known about has been born in Douluo continent? Looking at Ling Feng's spirit ring configuration, Qian Rongxiu fell into deep thought. She remembered that she had seen Ling Feng and Zhao Yun's incredible spirit ring configurations before. I couldn't help but guess. All of this may be related to the secrets hidden behind the Soul Ring Pavilion. A gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she secretly made up her mind to find out the mystery. Snake Spear Douluo was already stunned by the scene before him, standing there in shock, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. 5th Soul Skill, Space Distortion. Ling Feng stared closely at the clear sky hammer that was bombarding him with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. He knew very well the power of this attack and did not dare to be careless at all. The soul power in the body surged like a surging river, pouring into the void mirror martial soul. The 5th 10,000-year soul ring on his body released a dark light at this moment. The light was like a deep black hole, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The power of space spread out from Ling Feng's right hand, like an awakened ancient beast, and rushed forward. In an instant, space was distorted. The originally flat space now became uneven like crumpled paper. The surrounding light was also refracted due to the distortion of space, forming strange light and shadows. Space distortion is Ling Feng's 5th soul skill, which is the embodiment of his extreme use of the power of space. He can use this soul skill to completely distort all the space around him, causing the enemy to fall into chaos of time and space. Ling Feng just used this soul skill to distort the space in front of him and disperse all of Tang Hao's attacks to different spatial locations. Therefore, when the clear sky hammer touched the distorted space, all the power was completely dispersed in the surrounding space, but Ling Feng himself did not suffer any harm. He stood there quietly, a calm smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. "Damn it, what kind of tricks are you using?" Tang Hao was stunned by Ling Feng's strange method. He originally thought that his full-strength attack would be enough to seriously injure Ling Feng. After all, he was very clear about the power of his attack. Even an ordinary Tidal Douluo would not dare to take it head-on. But Ling Feng easily withstood his attack with just his soul saint-level strength. Moreover, when his attack hit the void in front of him, it seemed to encounter an invisible powerful force and was completely broken down. This method was so bizarre that it shocked and angered him. Tang Hao stared at the void realm martial soul in Ling Feng's right hand, his eyes full of fear. He had never seen this martial soul before, but it could release such terrifying power. For some reason, Tang Hao's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. He knew very well that if he did not use more powerful means, it would be difficult to defeat the mysterious young man in front of him today. Explode the ring! So, he did not hold back at all, and the next moment, the 200-year-old soul rings on his body exploded at the same time. Powerful energy poured into Tang Hao's body like a volcanic eruption. His body trembled slightly under the impact of this energy, but his momentum doubled again. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Martial Spirit True Body. Chapter 44 Martial Spirit True Body. The aura, which had been somewhat weak, now became violent and turbulent, like a prehistoric beast that had awakened. Ling Feng felt the sudden increase in Tang Hao's aura and frowned. The soul rings around him flickered again, releasing light of different colors. These lights intertwined with each other, forming a gorgeous and dangerous barrier. Sixth soul skill, space tearing. Seeing that Tang Hao's attack was about to hit like a rainstorm, Ling Feng's sixth soul ring flashed with dazzling light. He used the power of space and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. In the void, Ling Feng's figure kept changing like lightning, making it impossible to catch his trace. Finally, he appeared in front of Tang Hao like a ghost. The void mirror martial soul burst out with a silver-white light, which was as dazzling as the sun, releasing endless spatial power. These forces were like sharp blades, attacking Tang Hao's back rapidly. The powerful force of space permeated the entire street, as if the whole world was in doomsday. The originally solid ground now had huge cracks, and a heart-pounding dark aura emanated from the cracks. Under the influence of this force, the surrounding trees, rocks, and other objects were instantly torn into countless pieces and flew all over the sky. Such a shocking battle scene made Qianrongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo dare not blink. Their hearts were filled with fear and awe. This power far exceeded the combat power of ordinary Tidal Douluo. Especially the martial soul power and soul skills displayed by Ling Feng were so strange that they could not understand the mystery at all. In fact, they couldn't even tell where Ling Feng came from. Every movement and attack of his was incredible. When Tang Hao saw Ling Feng suddenly disappear, a strong sense of vigilance suddenly surged in his heart. He kept using his soul power to explore the surrounding space, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any trace of Ling Feng. This made his face look extremely ugly, and an unprecedented feeling of frustration surged in his heart. Such a strange ability made Tang Hao deeply aware that Ling Feng must not stay. Otherwise, the future will definitely become a huge obstacle in his and Xiao San's way forward. Moreover, if the spirit hall had a strong person like Ling Feng, its strength would definitely become even stronger. After all, Ling Feng was only at the soul saint level at this time, but he was able to fight him so fiercely. If he waits until he breaks through and becomes a Tidal Douluo, he will not be his opponent at all. Therefore, Tang Hao suddenly felt an unprecedented killing intent. No matter how great the cost, even if he was seriously injured, he would eliminate this scourge for Tang San. Boom! Tang Hao's 2,000-year soul rings exploded again, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever this energy passed, the space was distorted and deformed, making a buzzing sound. Ling Feng felt this terrifying aura and his body was involuntarily pushed back a few steps. His feet left 2 deep marks on the ground, which shows how powerful this force is. But Ling Feng did not panic. He quickly adjusted his state and used the power of space to decompose this force again. Then, he used the space-tearing soul skill in his hand and blasted towards Tang Hao without hesitation. Not good. Tang Hao keenly sensed that a fatal crisis was approaching behind him. His face turned pale, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly put the clear sky hammer in his hand behind him. 9 Ju of Haoshan. Tang Hao roared angrily, and he used all his strength to swing the clear sky hammer and perform the clear sky sect's unique skills one by one, the clear sky 9 wonders. This is a powerful skill that has been passed down for a long time in the Haoshan sect. Every move and every style contains endless power and mystery. The light on the clear sky hammer became brighter, and terrifying attacks blasted towards Ling Feng like meteors. These attacks carried devastating power, as if they were going to destroy everything. Ling Feng did not dare to be careless. He concentrated all his energy and used the power of space again to resist this powerful attack. Cough cough. Even so, he was still shocked by this force and took a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes remained firm, with no intention of retreating. The 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. Ling Feng knew that this was a critical moment. At this moment, his 7th 100,000-year spirit ring released a dazzling red light. This light was like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire sky and dyeing everything around it with a mysterious and dangerous red. Ling Feng's void mirror martial soul enlarged, and the originally small mirror now became like a huge shield, emitting a powerful aura. Between his eyebrows, a miniature version of the void mirror appeared. This miniature void mirror exuded a mysterious aura, as if it contained the mysteries of the universe. The aura around Ling Feng increased tenfold compared to before, and his whole body was surrounded by silver-white spatial power. At this moment, he seemed like a god who controlled space, standing there, exuding awe-inspiring majesty. Void Realm. Ling Feng shouted loudly and unleashed the void domain. A powerful force quickly spread out from him and enveloped Tang Hao. In the void realm, Ling Feng felt the surging power in his body like a surging ocean, endless. A confident smile appeared on his face and a sharp gleam in his eyes. He was moving back and forth in the void like a ghost in the blink of an eye, so fast that people could only see blurry light and shadows. The soul skills around him bombarded Tang Hao like raindrops, resisting with all his strength the 9 absolutes of Haoshan that Tang Hao had unleashed. Boom! Each soul skill contained powerful spatial force, which collided with Tang Hao's attack, making a deafening roar. Tang Hao naturally realized that he was in Ling Feng's territory. He was secretly shocked, but quickly calmed down. He tried to use his Killing God domain to resist, but the Killing God domain was completely suppressed by Ling Feng's Void domain. In this field, Tang Hao seemed so passive. Every attack of his seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, weakened and dissolved by Ling Feng's Void field. Moreover, the injuries he already had in his body were gradually aggravated at this moment due to the fierce battle and the suppression of the domain. His face turned extremely ugly, as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead. Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. Ling Feng was really too difficult to deal with. He was like an invisible shadow, impossible to touch, and all the powerful means he displayed were completely dissolved by Ling Feng's strange spatial power. It was impossible to cause any substantial harm to him. Tang Hao realized that Ling Feng was not simple. He looked at the soul power in his body that was constantly being consumed and felt his injuries becoming more and more serious. I knew in my heart that if I kept delaying like this, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This is the only way for now. Once I recover from my injuries, I will make this person pay the price. Tang Hao's expression turned extremely ugly, and his voice was filled with resentment and anger. But no matter how hard he tried now, he couldn't break free from this area. Bang bang bang! In desperation, Tang Hao decided to take another risk. 3 more 10,000-year spirit rings exploded on his body. An extremely terrifying force hit his body. This power was like a sharp knife, wreaking havoc in his body. His face became even paler, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain. His injuries worsened again and he was on the verge of collapse. But Tang Hao did not give up. He injected all the power after the ring exploded into the clear sky hammer, and then used the last bit of strength in his body to swing it forward. Crack! A sound. A despairing force burst out, which directly shattered the void field cast by Ling Feng. The originally solid void domain shattered like glass under the impact of this force, making a crisp sound. Under this powerful force, Ling Feng's true form was revealed in an instant. His face was a little pale, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Tang Hao had just exploded 2 or 3 10,000-year soul rings, and the power that finally erupted was too terrifying. Even if he used the power of space, it would be difficult to resist all of it. It's worthy of being the Haoshan sect's unique skill, ring explosion. It really lives up to its reputation. Ling Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but sigh at the horror of the exploding ring. Tang Hao also paid a heavy price. Ling Feng clearly saw that the breath in Tang Hao's body was as weak as a gossamer. The injuries in his body worsened again, and it would take decades to recover. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Ring Explosion. Chapter 45 Ring Explosion. Tang Hao felt desperate. The injuries in his body were like a turbulent undercurrent, constantly eroding his body. The soul power was also rapidly dissipating, like the sand in an hourglass, about to run out. If I don't leave this dangerous place immediately, I might really die here and my glorious life will end. A hint of determination flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and he didn't care about the chaos in his heart. He knew very well that the most important thing at the moment was to survive. For the sake of his son Tang San, he had to survive. He just flashed, put away the clear sky hammer martial spirit, and rushed towards a place not far away like a black lightning. Zhao Yun, stop him! The sharp-eyed Ling Feng shouted, breaking the tense atmosphere. Ling Feng stared at Tang Hao's fleeing figure with a sharp gaze. He had personally experienced the terrifying ring-blasting skill of the Haoshan sect, and the terrifying power still left him with lingering fears. He knew very well that if Tang Hao was allowed to escape, there would be endless troubles. Ling Feng would never allow such a thing to happen. Since he had provoked Tang Hao today, he would not let him leave safely no matter what the cost. Yes. Zhao Yun took the order, and his sharp eyes burst into a captivating light, like 2 sharp blades drawn from their sheaths. He had been eager to fight for a long time, but he had been suppressing his inner desire to fight because of Ling Feng's orders. At this moment, the order had been given, and he no longer had any scruples. His aura suddenly rose, like a volcano about to erupt. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying aura of the 98th level peak Douluo spread out like ripples, with Zhao Yun as the center. This momentum seemed like a materialized force. Wherever it went, the air was squeezed and made a buzzing sound. Qianrongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo were caught off guard and were shocked by the sudden momentum, forcing them to retreat repeatedly. So strong! Shock appeared on their faces, and they quickly used their martial spirits to try to resist this powerful momentum. Qianrongxiu's body was shining with golden light, her sacred angel martial spirit spread out behind her, and her huge wings emitted a holy glow. Snake Spear Douluo held his martial soul in his hand, and his soul ring glowed. He injected his soul power into it, trying to stabilize his body. However, Zhao Yun's aura was too strong, and the two of them seemed so small and fragile under the impact of this aura. Damn it! Tang Hao, who was desperately fleeing, felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. He was keenly aware of the sudden danger behind him, a sense of oppression that made him feel suffocated. He didn't dare to stop for a moment, and tried his best to mobilize the little soul power left in his body. His steps became faster, and he rushed forward like an arrow. Tang Hao looked up and saw that Zhao Yun was surrounded by 6 deep black soul rings and 3 dazzling red soul rings. The astonishing spirit ring configuration made his heart sink. He knew clearly what such a spirit ring configuration meant, and that the opponent was definitely an extremely powerful opponent. A feeling of despair spread in his heart, like a dark tide, gradually drowning him. But Tang Hao did not give up. He gritted his teeth and a surge of resolute courage surged in his heart. Boom! There was a flash of light on his body, and he blew up the remaining 2 10,000-year soul rings one after another. In an instant, an even more powerful aura burst out from him, as if a sleeping ancient beast had been awakened. His body was surrounded by violent soul power, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and continued to flee into the distance. However, this struggle made Tang Hao's injuries worse. His face became even paler, like white paper, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. Every step he took seemed to use up all his strength, leaving a trail of shocking bloody footprints on the ground behind him. 8th Soul Skill, the Power of Phoenix. Zhao Yun saw that Tang Hao's speed was getting faster and faster, and knew that he could not let him escape again. The 800,000-year soul ring on his body burst into a dazzling scarlet light at this moment, like a bloody sun, emitting a heart-pounding aura. Zhao Yun poured all of his soul power into the Baniao Chao Feng spear without reservation. The spear seemed to be given life, the gun body trembled violently and made a buzzing sound. A noble and passionate phoenix cry suddenly sounded. The sound seemed to penetrate the space and echoed between heaven and earth. An amazing scene appeared. The light on the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear became brighter, and countless rays of light gathered together and suddenly turned into the phantom of a huge phoenix. The phoenix was surrounded by flames, and its fiery red feathers danced like burning flames, each feather emitting a noble and mysterious aura. Its eyes were like 2 bright rubies, sparkling with sharp light, as if they could see through everything in the world. The phoenix shadow let out a long cry, spread its wings, and instantly turned into a stream of light, like a burning meteor, and swiftly bombarded Tang Hao, who was fleeing in front. It was moving so fast that it was almost impossible to catch a glimpse of its figure. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited by the high temperature, leaving a long trail of flames. Are you really going to let me die here? Tang Hao felt the powerful attack following him like a shadow, and a deep despair surged in his heart. He knew clearly that with his severely injured body, even with the 2 spirit rings that had exploded before to replenish his strength, he would have almost no chance of resisting this powerful attack. Even in its heyday. Even if he blew up all his spirit rings, he would probably still be unable to resist this indestructible force. Tang Hao was full of doubts. He really had no idea who these 2 people were. Not only did they have such a perverted spirit ring configuration, but their strength was also so terrifying. If you want me to die, I'll drag you down with me to be buried with me. A look of determination appeared in Tang Hao's heart, and a hint of madness and fierceness flashed in his eyes. He knew that he had no way out. Rather than die without dignity, he would rather use his last bit of strength and die together with the enemy. Tang Hao suddenly stopped where he was, stomping his feet heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His face was extremely pale and his breath was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. Tang Hao slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes full of reluctance and concern for his son Tang San. He understood what his decision meant, but in order to leave his son a chance to live, he had no choice. Boom! There was a flash of light on his body, and the last 100,000-year soul ring was shattered at this moment. An endless violent force swept around. This force seemed to come from the devil of hell, carrying the breath of destroying everything. Wherever it went, the ground was torn apart, trees were uprooted, and boulders were crushed into powder. Even though Ling Feng was far away, he was affected by this force and retreated quickly like a kite with a broken string. Snake Spear Douluo felt this terrifying power and his expression changed drastically. He understood the terrifying nature of this power and knew that if he didn't protect Jian Rongxiu in time, the consequences would be disastrous. He used his soul skills without hesitation, his soul ring flickered, and he injected soul power into his martial soul. A huge soul power barrier instantly formed in front of Jian Rongxiu. This barrier emitted a black light, with mysterious runes flowing on its surface, like a layer of solid armor protecting Jian Rongxiu. However, the power of Tang Hao's soul ring explosion was too strong. Under the impact of this force, the soul barrier continued to tremble and make a cracking sound, as if it would break at any time. At this moment, both Ling Feng and Snake Spear Douluo were shocked by Tang Hao's crazy behavior and were speechless. They really didn't expect that Tang Hao would be so decisive as to dare to blow up all his spirit rings. Even they could not help but be moved by such courage and bravery. But they understood that Tang Hao was already seriously injured, and now his last soul ring had been blown up, if nothing unexpected happened. After this battle, there is no possibility of his survival. End of this chapter. Chapter 46, 9th Soul Skill, Bird Facing Phoenix. Chapter 46 9th Soul Skill, 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Ling Feng's face became extremely solemn. He knew how terrifying the power of the 100,000-year soul ring would be after it exploded. Even with the power released by Tang Hao now, anyone who was touched by a Tidal Douluo would surely die. The 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul True Form. Zhao Yun's face became extremely solemn at this time, as if covered with a layer of frost. Faced with the power of Tang Hao's final attack, he could no longer hold back. The 7th 100,000-year soul ring on his body released a dazzling light, which was like bright blood light, illuminating the entire sky. As the soul ring shone, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear trembled violently in his hand, as if responding to the power of its master. A powerful aura that was almost suffocating burst out from Zhao Yun's body. This momentum even seemed to exceed the scope of the extreme Douluo, like an invisible pressure, spreading wildly in all directions. Under the cover of this momentum, the entire space seemed to be solidified, the air became extremely heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Cracks appeared on the ground, as if they were torn apart by this momentum. Go to hell! A hint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and the last flame burned in his eyes, which was the anger towards the enemy and the protection of his son. He used up the last bit of his strength and injected all the power in his body into the clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer shone brightly in his hand, and the originally dark hammer body was now covered by a layer of red light, as if it was the weapon of the god of war from ancient times, exuding endless majesty and power. Tang Hao swung the clear sky hammer fiercely and attacked Zhao Yun fiercely. This strike condensed all his strength and will, and was his final swan song. Without anyone noticing, a red light appeared out of nowhere and was injected into the clear sky hammer. This kind of power far surpasses soul power. 9th Soul Skill, 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. Zhao Yun also did not dare to be careless at all. This was a life and death battle. He instantly unleashed his 9th Soul Skill. Suddenly, the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear spun rapidly in the air, at such a speed that it was dazzling. As the spear rotated, countless fiery red phoenixes flew out from the spear. These phoenixes were lifelike, and each one emitted powerful soul power fluctuations. They circled and danced in the air, making bursts of clear phoenix calls, as if they formed a sacred legion. The power condensed from countless phoenixes was like a blazing torrent, rapidly bombarding Tang Hao in front of him and directly hitting Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and the entire world was shrouded in these two powerful forces. At this moment, Ling Feng was shocked when he saw the terrifying power unleashed by these two attacks. If he doesn't take action immediately, he is likely to be affected by this force. The fourth 10,000-year soul ring on his body was shining with a mysterious light. That light was like a deep ocean, containing endless power. Fourth soul skill, Space Leap. Ling Feng let out a low shout, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, hiding in the void. This is his life-saving skill, which can create countless different spaces in the void. These alien spaces folded onto each other, forming a complex and mysterious spatial maze where one could hide to avoid harm and detection by any aura. Snake Spear Douluo also did not dare to delay. He grabbed Jian Rongxiu, turned into a stream of light, flew towards the distance, and left this dangerous place. At the moment Ling Feng and Snake Spear Douluo left, Zhao Yun's attack and Tang Hao's attack collided instantly at this moment. Boom! The entire world fell into a dead silence, and then a dazzling white light shot up into the sky, like a sun explosion, illuminating the entire sky of Douluo continent. This ray of light contained terrifying energy fluctuations, which spread out in a radius of hundreds of miles from the center of the explosion. Wherever the light passed, everything turned into ruins, and the once vibrant earth became devastated. At this time, Zhao Yun was also directly knocked back by this powerful force. The 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear in his hand kept spinning under the violent impact, trying to weaken the attack in front. But Zhao Yun relied on his own powerful strength to continuously mobilize the soul power in his body to resist this powerful impact. With his efforts, his body gradually stabilized, but the soul power in his body was slightly weak, and his body was not hurt. After a while, Zhao Yun finally stopped, breathing heavily as he looked at the devastated scene before him. Zhao Yun was still thinking about Tang Hao's life and death. He ignored his own fatigue and rushed towards the direction where Tang Hao had just been. He was extremely fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he arrived at the place where Tang Hao had just fought. However, when he arrived, he saw only desolate ruins. Tang Hao's body had vanished, and aside from the remaining bloodstains and the fluctuations of his spirit power, there was nothing unusual. Okay. A sense of doubt arose in Zhao Yun's heart, and he immediately expanded his spiritual sense to carefully explore every corner around him. But no matter how he searched, he could not find Tang Hao's body. Zhao Yun was full of doubts. He didn't understand. With the power of his and Tang Hao's attacks just now, even if Tang Hao didn't die, he should have been seriously injured and fallen to the ground. How come even his body couldn't be found? At this moment, there was a wave in the void, and Ling Feng's figure slowly appeared. His expression was equally solemn, and he was filled with doubts as he looked at the scene before him. Hey, did the attack just now blow Tang Hao to pieces? Ling Feng muttered to himself. He also did not see Tang Hao's body. Recalling the power of the two attack explosions just now, it was indeed enough to tear Tang Hao into pieces. My lord, something is wrong. Zhao Yun frowned and said, although we both unleashed our strongest attacks, the power of both was partially offset. I also noticed that Tang Hao quickly moved away from the center of the explosion. Logically speaking, an attack of that magnitude shouldn't cause Tang Hao's body to disappear without a trace. Zhao Yun told all the doubts in his mind. It was because he noticed this situation that he came here immediately after the explosion. But no matter how carefully he searched, he couldn't find Tang Hao's body, which made him very confused. After hearing Zhao Yun's explanation, Ling Feng also became serious. He knew Zhao Yun's strength and ability very well. With Zhao Yun's detection ability, there would definitely be no omissions. Unexpectedly, Tang Hao could disappear without a trace after this battle, which made Ling Feng speechless. Tang Hao truly lives up to being the father of Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo continent. He's like an indestructible cockroach. Ling Feng sighed inwardly. He knew that this matter was definitely not that simple. Ling Feng still didn't dare to miss any clues. He decided to use the void domain and the power of space to detect traces around him. He closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and slowly released his soul power into the void. Under the influence of the power of the void, the surrounding space seemed to become transparent, and Ling Feng could clearly feel every fluctuation of soul power and every subtle change. He searched carefully, not missing any corner. Finally, Ling Feng captured a place with a strange smell. He hurried in that direction, taking every step carefully, for fear of missing any important clues. When he came to that place, he carefully observed the power remaining in the void. His expression instantly became extremely ugly. Is this divine power? Ling Feng was shocked. He never expected to find traces of divine power here. This power is far higher than the level of soul power, and the origin of this power is no different from the 2 million-year soul rings on his body. The Azura God King. After a little thought, Ling Feng came up with this answer. After all, Tang San's every move now may be under the watchful eyes of the Azura God King in the God realm, and Tang Hao is Tang San's father. Apart from the God King Shura, he really didn't know who could successfully rescue Tang Hao under Zhao Yun's nose, not even the extreme Douluo. Except for the legendary gods. On the other hand, Tang Hao was already seriously injured. Logically speaking, even if all 9 rings exploded, he would not be a match for Zhao Yun. I'm afraid that in Tang Hao's final attack, the Shura God King was definitely involved. He. Ling Feng sneered, his heart filled with helplessness and unwillingness. As expected, the Sons of Luck are so unreasonable, and they can always get help from mysterious forces at critical moments. However, Ling Feng did not pursue the matter further. After all, the strength of the Shura God King was far beyond his ability to resist at the moment. His current strength is far from enough. To fight against the Azura God King is like hitting a rock with an egg. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Asking for Help. Chapter 47 Asking for Help. Let's go. Then Ling Feng no longer paid attention to this matter, turned his head and said to Zhao Yun. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. The intervention of the Shura God King had indeed made the matter very difficult. Zhao Yun nodded, and the two of them flashed and disappeared from the spot. As for Qian Rongxiu and Snake Spear Douluo, they must have left this place long ago. That's right. Just as Ling Feng thought, Snake Spear Douluo successfully arrived at the Tiandu Empire with Qian Rongxiu and returned to the palace. What is the origin of this Soul Ring Pavilion? Especially that Zhao Yun, the momentum he unleashed at the end was even better than my grandfather's. Qian Rongxiu has successfully disguised herself as Shui King He, and her heart has been restless for a long time. The scene of Zhao Yun's final move kept appearing in her mind, and the powerful momentum made her feel extremely shocked. He even felt that his grandfather was not as strong as Zhao Yun. This is what shocked Qian Rongxiu immensely. A powerful person suddenly appeared in Douluo continent, and his origin was unknown. It was unknown whether he could pose a threat to the Spirit Hall. This made Qian Rongxiu very worried, as she knew very well that the Spirit Hall's plan could not fail. Qian Rongxiu paced back and forth beside the bed, her expression full of worry and thought. Elder Snake Spear, please tell my grandfather this news. We must have Spirit Hall prepare in advance. We cannot let our plans of many years fall through because of the Spirit Ring Pavilion. Qian Rongxiu stopped and looked firmly at Snake Spear Douluo beside her, her tone revealing unquestionable majesty. She understood the seriousness of the matter and must not slack off in the slightest. The suddenly rising power of Soul Ring Pavilion has already posed a huge threat to the status of Spirit Hall. And this powerful man of unknown origin is like a sharp blade hanging high in the air, which may fall at any time. Snake Spear Douluo bowed slightly and replied solemnly, Yes, young master. He knew in his heart that this matter was of great importance and could not be taken lightly. Then, he flashed and turned into a stream of light, quickly disappearing in the mansion and rushing towards the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxiu was left alone in the room, continuing to think about how to deal with the situation. At the same time, in a quiet courtyard not far from here, Ling Feng had just finished a fierce battle with Tang Hao. He dragged his tired body and slowly walked into the courtyard. Although Ling Feng is now a soul saint and has an amazing soul ring configuration, facing the powerful Tang Hao who uses special skills, his soul power is consumed greatly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ling Feng couldn't wait to find a quiet place and sit cross-legged. It is necessary to recover the soul power as soon as possible, and at the same time, sort out the lessons learned from this battle. He thought to himself that although his soul power had increased rapidly over the years, his actual combat experience was relatively scarce. If his actual combat ability could be improved to a higher level, perhaps he would not be at a disadvantage when facing a strong enemy like Tang Hao. Time passed quietly and several hours went by. Snake Spear Douluo rushed all the way and finally arrived at the spirit hall. He ran straight towards the hall of worship. This hall was solemn and majestic, and was usually the core of the spirit hall, exuding a sacred and majestic aura. Upon entering the hall, the first thing that caught Snake Spear Douluo's eye was the tall and sacred six-winged angel statue. The statue is lifelike, as if containing endless power and emitting a soft and dazzling light. Sitting above the statue was a middle-aged man in a golden robe. He was none other than Qian Douluo, the chief priest of the spirit hall. Qian Douluo exuded a powerful divine power, which reflected the statue in front of him, making the entire worship hall shrouded in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. The moment Snake Spear Douluo entered, Qian Douluo's keen perception detected his arrival. Qian Douluo slowly opened his eyes. A majestic light flashed in his eyes, then he slowly stood up and turned to look at Snake Spear Douluo behind him. His expression was solemn, and with a hint of concern in his tone, he asked, "Snake Spear, weren't you protecting Zioxu? Why did you suddenly rush to the spirit hall? Did something happen to Zioxu?" Snake Spear Douluo hurriedly saluted respectfully, then replied, "Great Lord, the young master is fine. But an unexpected event did occur in the Tiandu Empire today. Tang Hao appeared today." His voice was low and steady as he informed Qian Douluo of the details of Tang Hao's appearance. When Qian Douluo heard Tang Hao's name, a startling murderous intent flashed across his originally calm eyes, like a turbulent undercurrent erupting in an instant. However, he quickly suppressed his murderous intent and regained his usual composure. He knew in his heart that Tang Hao was not the real murderer of Qian Sunji, but if Tang Hao had not seriously injured his son, Qian Sunji would not have been easily killed by Bibi Dong's sneak attack. Therefore, Tang Hao had already been included in his must-kill list. That year, Qian Douluo personally went to Haoshan sect and asked Haoshan sect to hand over Tang Hao to avenge the old grudge. But in order to protect Tang Hao, the Haoshan sect actually expelled him from the sect. After that, Qian Douluo searched the entire Douluo continent, but still could not find any trace of Tang Hao. Now, Tang Hao suddenly appeared. How could Qian Douluo not feel murderous intent? Where is Tang Hao now? Qian Douluo's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He planned to come out immediately and kill Tang Hao with his own hands. He knew very well that Tang Hao now possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring and his strength should not be underestimated. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, he would definitely pose a huge threat to the spirit hall in the future. Snake Spear Douluo lowered his head slightly, looking ashamed as he said, "Tang Hao is nowhere to be found now. When the war broke out in that place, I was unable to participate with my strength. For the young master's safety, I took him away from the battlefield early in the morning, so I don't know where Tang Hao ended up." Thinking of the scene of the great battle at that time, Snake Spear Douluo was still frightened. In the battle between such powerful men, any wave of attack released was too much for him, a Tidal Douluo, to bear. "If I intervene rashly, I will probably be seriously injured at least." When Qian Douluo heard Snake Spear Douluo's answer, he couldn't help but frowned. And his suspicious eyes fell on Snake Spear Douluo. He wondered in his heart, why did these words sound so confusing? Did something really happen to Zioxu? Snake Spear Douluo seemed to sense Jian Daoliu's doubts and hurriedly continued, "That's right, Great Priest, you should know that the Soul Ring Pavilion has emerged as a new force in the entire Douluo continent. The Soul Ring Pavilion possesses a Soul Master who, in my opinion, is at the ultimate Douluo level. At the time, Tang Hao was being hunted by this ultimate Douluo, so it is unclear whether Tang Hao ultimately survived or not." Snake Spear Douluo slowly told the news that there were powerful people inside the Soul Ring Pavilion. Knowing the importance of this matter, we must not hide it any longer. Now that the Soul Ring Pavilion has risen, it has posed a serious threat to the Spirit Hall. The High Priest must personally take action to resolve this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Daoliu Attacks. Chapter 48,000 Daoliu Attacks. What did you say? Extreme Douluo. When Jian Daoliu heard the news, he was slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, there are only a handful of extreme Douluo masters on the Douluo continent, and their whereabouts can be traced. Now, an extreme Douluo of unknown origin suddenly appeared, which made him feel very surprised. What does this person look like? Jian Daoliu followed up with another question, and the known extreme Douluo masters quickly emerged in his mind. Poseidon, the direct disciple of Poseidon, has always been guarding Poseidon Island and will not easily step out of the mainland. The other extreme Douluo powerhouse, Tang Chen, is the first leader of the Haoshan sect, and under the current circumstances it is impossible for him to attack Tang Hao. So, who is this powerful person who suddenly appeared? Jian Daoliu was full of doubts. Snake Spear Douluo pondered for a moment and said slowly, "I have never heard of the origins of that powerful man. We also used the power of the Heaven Do Empire to investigate and found that this man seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There is no record of him. This man's martial spirit is a fiery red spear. After some deductions by the young master and I, it is definitely a god-level martial spirit. The most surprising thing is his spirit ring configuration, which is 6 black and 3 red. Snake Spear Douluo described the characteristics of the strong man in detail, emphasizing his martial soul and spirit ring configuration. In Douluo continent, such a martial soul and spirit ring configuration is simply against the will of heaven. The appearance of any one of them is enough to cause a sensation in the entire continent. A spear-type god-level martial spirit, with such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration, could it be the successor of another god, or a sacrifice to the godhood? Jian Daoliu was secretly guessing in his heart. Anyone who possesses such a powerful martial soul and spirit ring configuration is definitely not an ordinary person. There must be a true god-level strongman standing behind him. As for which god-level powerful being it was, Jian Daoliu couldn't determine for the moment. But now, Jian Daoliu had an idea in his mind that he must go there in person. An unknown successor to the throne of God, who might have some influence on Qian Rongxiu in the future. What's more, he didn't know what the Soul Ring Pavilion's attitude was towards the Spirit Hall. If a conflict eventually breaks out between the two, the consequences will be unimaginable. You go back and protect the young master now. I will go to the Soul Ring Pavilion to find out what's going on. After thinking for a moment, Jian Daoliu ordered Elder Snake Spear to go back and continue to protect Qian Rongxiu. He decided to take action himself and meet this mysterious and powerful man. Over the years, he has been sitting in the worship hall and rarely goes out in person. Now it is time for him to move around and let those potential threats see His Majesty. Yes, a big offering. When Elder Snake Spear heard Jian Daoliu's order, he was shocked and surprised. In his mind, the great priest Jian Daoliu is the symbol of invincibility. With him taking action, no matter how powerful the unknown strong man is, he is probably not Jian Daoliu's opponent. So, Elder Snake Spear completely relaxed his mind, then bowed respectfully, turned around and left the worship hall, and rushed back to the Tiandu Empire. Buzz. After Elder Snake Spear left, Jian Daoliu raised his head slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly released his six-winged angel martial spirit. In an instant, a tremendous force of light surged out from his body, echoing with the six-winged angel statue behind him, so that the entire worship hall was shrouded in a layer of brilliant light. The statue behind him seemed to have received some kind of summons, and also released a dazzling golden light, which complemented Jian Daoliu's six-winged angel spirit. The entire worship hall was like a bright holy land. Afterwards, the spirit rings around Jian Daoliu were released one by one. The configuration of 8 black and 1 red spirit rings exuded a powerful aura that made people's heart palpitate. This kind of spirit ring configuration is considered top-notch in the entire Douluo continent, demonstrating Jian Daoliu's unparalleled strength. Jian Daoliu was seen gazing at the distant horizon, his eyes revealing a firm determination. The whole person instantly turned into a stream of light, like a meteor across the sky, disappeared in the worship hall, and rushed towards the direction of the Tiandu Empire. With the terrifying strength of a limit Douluo, Jian Daoliu reached his destination in less than half an hour. His gaze was as sharp as a torch, gazing at the seemingly ordinary courtyard ahead, his powerful soul power quietly unleashed. Like an invisible big net, it is conducting an all-round exploration of the courtyard. Soon, Jian Daoliu noticed a powerful aura hidden in the courtyard, which was no weaker than his own. Sure enough, he thought to himself that this person must be the unfamiliar Extreme Douluo from the Soul Ring Pavilion. Jian Daoliu's eyes narrowed, and his vigilance instantly reached its peak. His mind raced like lightning as he pondered over his next response strategy. However, no one knew what Jian Daoliu was thinking at this moment. The moment Jian Daoliu appeared, Zhao Yun in the courtyard immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. His expression instantly became serious. Years of combat experience made him realize that the newcomer was definitely not a good person. He didn't dare to delay for even a second, and hurried to the room where Ling Feng was in seclusion, and opened the door with force. Ling Feng was concentrating on recovering his soul power when he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door opening. He frowned slightly, opened his eyes, and saw Zhao Yun with a serious face. Normally, Zhao Yun is calm and composed, and would never show such an expression unless in an emergency. "My lord, a powerful Extreme Douluo has arrived from outside. I'm afraid he has ill intentions." Zhao Yun's voice was low and rapid, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. On the Douluo continent, the Extreme Douluo are those who stand at the pinnacle of strength, and any one of them possesses the power to destroy the world. An Extreme Douluo. Jian Daoliu. After hearing these words, Ling Feng's heart couldn't help but be moved. He immediately activated his soul power and carefully observed his surroundings. Soon, he sensed the terrifying power of divine light, a power so unique in the entire Douluo continent. No one else possesses this ability except Jian Daoliu, who is known to be invincible in the sky. Ling Feng knew in his heart that Jian Daoliu's visit this time must be related to a series of previous events. But he was not afraid at all. He slowly stood up, calmly flicked the dust off his clothes, and then calmly walked out of the door with Zhao Yun. "Since such distinguished guests have come, how can we not go out to greet them?" Ling Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Now with Zhao Yun guarding him, he has enough confidence in his own strength, and will not retreat easily even when facing a strong enemy like Jian Daoliu. If he is really defeated, he still has the trump card of spatial power to avoid Jian Daoliu's detection. He was very confident in his ability to use the power of space. Except for a true god-level expert, there was no way to find out his real hiding place. When Ling Feng opened the door, he saw Jian Daoliu walking towards him. Jian Daoliu's long golden hair fluttered in the wind, like bright sunshine. He was dressed in gorgeous golden armor with exquisite carvings on it, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. The angel's holy sword in his hand was shining with dazzling light, as if it contained endless divine power. The rich power of light from Jian Daoliu came towards him like a surging wave, making Ling Feng feel slightly uncomfortable. This force of light seems to have a purifying power that can dispel all darkness in the soul. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of a god-level martial soul. The six-winged angel has indeed brought this god-level martial soul to its full potential in the hands of Limit Douluo Douluo. Ling Feng knew that Douluo was extremely powerful now, and he was truly powerless in front of him. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed Douluo's purpose of coming to the Soul Ring Pavilion. Combined with the previous battle with Tang Hao, Rongxue was by the side, and Zhao Yun's strength was exposed again. Douluo came here this time to investigate the Soul Ring Pavilion's strengths and weaknesses and to understand Zhao Yun's situation. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Peak Showdown. Chapter 49 Peak Showdown. Senior Douluo, what brings you here today? Ling Feng spoke first, his voice calm and steady, without a trace of panic. The man in front of him, Douluo, who is known as the Invincible in the Sky, is one of the few top powerhouses on the Douluo continent, and he has not appeared on the continent for nearly decades. Oh, you know me. Douluo's figure slowly emerged. He looked Ling Feng up and down, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his understanding, he has been in seclusion for many years, and talented soul masters like Ling Feng who have appeared in recent years should know very little about him. But the young man in front of him not only knew him, but was also so calm when facing him, which really surprised him. Who doesn't know that there are 3 top masters on the Douluo continent, one of whom is known as the Invincible Douluo? Ling Feng smiled calmly, with just the right amount of praise in his words. He knew very well that in this world where the strong are respected, appropriate praise can sometimes ease the tense atmosphere. Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It was obvious that Ling Feng's words benefited him a lot, and he also developed a little good impression of Ling Feng. Even someone as strong as him couldn't help but like to hear praise. However, Douluo quickly put away his smile and immediately remembered the purpose of this trip. His expression grew serious, and he slowly said, "Young man, I've come here to find out more about the Soul Ring Pavilion. Your sudden rise, coupled with the appearance of a Limit Douluo, has certainly made me wary." Douluo's voice was low and majestic, and every word seemed to carry an irresistible power, echoing in every corner of the courtyard. Ling Feng understood Douluo's concerns. After all, the rapid rise of the Soul Ring Pavilion had indeed posed a threat to the status of the Spirit Hall. He smiled slightly and said slowly, "The Soul Ring Pavilion is just a force that benefits the Soul Masters of Douluo continent. We have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Spirit Hall. As for that extreme Douluo expert, he is also a friend we met by chance." Ling Feng did not intend to tell Douluo the whole truth. In this world full of dangers and opportunities, keeping some secrets is a necessary means of survival. Douluo snorted coldly, the suspicion in his eyes not diminishing. "Humph, no intention of becoming an enemy? The prestige of the Spirit Ring Pavilion is now comparable to that of the Spirit Hall. This forces me to be on guard." In his opinion, the rise of the Soul Ring Pavilion was too sudden, and it was hard to believe that they had no ambitions. Ling Feng thought to himself, knowing that Douluo would not trust him easily. He paused and continued, "We at the Spirit Ring Pavilion have no intention of provoking any disputes. As long as your Spirit Hall doesn't provoke us, then there's no need for us to provoke your Spirit Hall. We would rather focus on our own development and explore more mysteries of the Soul Master world." Douluo frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. He was weighing Ling Feng's words in his heart, and at the same time thinking about the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Soul Ring Pavilion. He understood that if an organization with ultimate Douluo powerhouses really became an enemy of the Spirit Hall, it would be a huge disaster. After a long moment, he slowly said, "I hope you are telling the truth. If the Spirit Ring Pavilion truly has no intention of opposing the Spirit Hall, I will naturally not make things difficult for you. But if you have any ill intentions, Spirit Hall will definitely not sit idly by. There was a hint of warning in Qian Daoliu's tone, and his eyes revealed a firm determination, as if to tell Ling Feng that the majesty of the spirit hall must not be violated. Qian Daoliu said this after sensing Zhao Yun's strength. According to his perception, Zhao Yun's strength is not weaker than his own, and he observed that this person's bone age is very young, and there is a great possibility that he will make further progress in the future. But he himself is already old, and for the future of Spirit Hall and Qian Rongxiu, he is unwilling to provoke such a powerful enemy. He knew very well how terrifying a strong man with the strength of an extreme Douluo was. If he was not completely prepared to kill him, he must remember not to provoke him. Otherwise, not only he, but also the forces behind him will find it difficult to remain unscathed. I have been in seclusion for many years now. Today I want to stretch my muscles. I wonder if he can fight with me. Qian Daoliu once again raised his inner thoughts, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Years of seclusion made him eager for a fierce battle to test his own strength, and he also wanted to test Zhao Yun's depth. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed on his body, and the sacred and noble six-winged angel spirit emerged from behind him. The strong light illuminated the earth, turning the entire courtyard into a golden world. The dazzling light seemed to be able to dispel all the darkness in the world. Ling Feng did not agree immediately. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Yun beside him, letting Zhao Yun decide everything by himself. Can? Zhao Yun didn't say much, just nodded slightly in agreement. He knew that Qian Daoliu in front of him was extremely powerful, but strong people always respect each other. It was not easy to find someone who was equally powerful as him. How could he be satisfied without fighting? He longed to compete with Qian Daoliu in this battle and show his strength. It is good. Come with me. Qian Daoliu shouted loudly, and his voice resounded through the sky like a huge bell. He flew towards a place not far away, as fast as a golden lightning. This place is completely unable to withstand the battle between two extreme Douluo powerhouses. Once the battle breaks out, the power generated will be enough to raise the surrounding area to the ground, so we must find an open place. After hearing this, Zhao Yun also released his martial spirit, and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear instantly appeared. The spear had a simple shape and the gun body emitted a faint red light. Zhao Yun stood on the Baniao Chao Feng spear and exerted all his strength to follow Qian Daoliu. His posture was agile, like an eagle soaring in the sky, following Qian Daoliu closely. Seeing this, Ling Feng did not stop at all. He used the power of space, flashed, and followed closely. He knew how rare this battle was and perhaps he could gain some valuable experience from it and improve his strength. At the same time, in the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi was discussing sect affairs with Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Suddenly, a breath so powerful that it suffocated people swept over like a storm. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's expressions suddenly became extremely solemn, and a hint of vigilance was revealed in their eyes. As everyone arrived at the entrance of the sect master's hall, they saw a golden and red light flying towards the distant sky. It was so fast that it disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. This is... Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. They had been on the Douluo continent for many years and had seen all kinds of storms, but such a powerful aura still shocked them. Ning Fengzi walked out of the room slowly. Looking at the serious expressions of Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, he felt uneasy. Then he asked, "Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, what happened?" Limit Douluo aura, 2 Limit Douluo warriors just passed above the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Jian Douluo took a deep breath and told his discovery. His voice was a little heavy. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Watching the Battle. Chapter 50 Watching the Battle. This situation is extremely rare. If he were alone, he might make a mistake, but now that Bone Douluo has the same perception as him, it means that he is absolutely correct. I never thought that they were two extreme Douluo masters. and the aura of one of the extreme Douluo was very familiar. One of them is Tidal Douluo. I didn't expect to see him come out again after so many years of seclusion. Tidal Douluo spoke slowly with a serious expression. No matter how long he was in seclusion, Tidal Douluo could never forget Tidal Douluo's powerful sacred and bright aura. As for the other powerful aura, he felt it was very unfamiliar. Suddenly, Lingfeng's figure appeared in a trance not far away, and rushed towards the direction where Tidal Douluo left. Its Pavilion Master Ling. Could it be that the unfamiliar extreme Douluo expert is a strong man in the Spirit Ring Pavilion? Tidal Douluo immediately sensed Lingfeng's presence, and some guesses emerged in his mind, which then reminded him of the mysterious man who always followed Lingfeng. Before this, he had felt that the man was extremely powerful. It seems that now that he can lure 1000 Douluo out of the mountain, this person's strength must have reached the level of extreme Douluo. Tidal Douluo couldn't help but gasp. He originally thought that Zhao Yun's strength was only at level 97 or 98. I never thought that he was at the extreme Douluo level. But Tidal Douluo and others didn't know, and they guessed wrong. The reason why Zhao Yun can burst out the combat power of the extreme Douluo level is that his soul ring configuration gives him powerful strength. Let's go and follow them to see the battle between two ultimate Douluo masters. It's something that only happens once in a century. There was a gleam of excitement in Tidal Douluo's eyes. He was eager to gain experience from this battle and improve his strength. Perhaps through this combat experience, we can make further progress in breaking through the bottleneck that has eluded us for many years. Bone Douluo also echoed, his heart also full of anticipation. Ning Fengzi also had the same idea. Such an opportunity was really rare. The three of them turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Lingfeng. They were so fast that they left 3 brilliant light shadows in the sky. In less than half an hour, everyone suddenly stopped. This place is far away from the territory of the Tiandu Empire and not far from the boundless ocean. The surroundings are deserted and uninhabited, making it a perfect battle scene. Tidal Douluo's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he exuded a powerful aura, like a towering mountain that could not be ignored. Zhao Yun did not give in at all. His eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, and he also released a powerful aura. The powerful aura of the two suddenly released an invisible force, colliding with each other in the void, creating ripples that spread in all directions. All the stones around were directly smashed into pieces by this powerful momentum, and dust flew everywhere. The scene was very spectacular. Buzz! The six-winged angel martial spirit behind Tidal Douluo released the power of divine light at this moment. The light was as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the entire sky. Then 9 soul rings flashed one after another. And a heaven-defying configuration of 8 black and 1 red appeared in front of everyone. Each soul ring exudes a powerful aura, as if telling of Tidal Douluo's power. Zhao Yun also held the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear, with 6 black and 3 red spirit rings on his body, floating in the void, unwilling to be outdone. The light of these soul rings intertwined with each other, forming a gorgeous and colorful picture. That's true. Tidal Douluo's pupils shrank when he saw Zhao Yun's spirit ring configuration with his own eyes. He had roamed the Douluo continent for many years and considered himself knowledgeable, but such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration still shocked him. He never thought that there would be a soul ring in the entire continent that was even more extraordinary than his, which made Tidal Douluo even more curious about Zhao Yun's origins. Strangeness. No aura of any deity. For some reason, Tidal Douluo observed Zhao Yun from beginning to end, but did not detect any aura of a god-level strongman from him. It seems that he is not the one who is assessing the divine position and opening the inheritance of the divine position. This is what makes Tidal Douluo puzzled. Before the battle, Tidal Douluo couldn't help but express the doubts in his heart. I want to ask, how did you configure your spirit rings? I don't sense any divine aura from you. As long as your body is strong enough, even if your first spirit ring absorbs 100,000-year spirit ring, it will be no problem. Zhao Yun only gave Chapter Douluo a vague answer. He didn't want to reveal too much of his secrets. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Now let's see what you can do. I want to see how strong you are with such a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration. Chapter Douluo snorted coldly, holding the holy angel sword in his hand, and the six-winged angel spirit shone brightly. A series of sacred sword energies suddenly appeared in the void, like sharp swords, stabbing towards Zhao Yun in front. These sword energies were extremely fast, and wherever they passed, the air was cut with a hissing sound. The 100 birds attracting phoenix spear in Zhao Yun's hand slashed towards the void, and beams of spear light also attacked Chapter Douluo. The spear flashed with dazzling light, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. Bang bang bang! At this point, the two powerful men with the ultimate Douluo combat power launched a complete attack at this moment. How is this possible? Your soul power level is only at level 98. As the battle was in full swing, Chapter Douluo immediately discovered a clue. He discovered that Zhao Yun's strength was only level 98, and had not reached the level of ultimate Douluo. However, he also discovered the opponent's strength in the attack with Zhao Yun just now, and it was indeed at the level of ultimate Douluo. This made Chapter Douluo take a deep breath. He knew very well that the difference between the soul power of level 98 and level 99 was only one level, but it was like an insurmountable gap. In his opinion, this level of gap is almost insurmountable. But now the man in front of him was able to make up for this gap with his absolute strength. This was what shocked Chapter Douluo. An idea emerged in his mind. Could it be that his spirit ring configuration made up for the spirit power gap at this level? Chapter Douluo didn't think any further, as he knew very well that there was no room for distraction in battle. He roared angrily and attacked Zhao Yun again, waving the holy angel sword in his hand even more violently, and sword energy poured towards Zhao Yun like raindrops. Zhao Yun's figure shuttled through the sword energy, and the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear in his hand kept dancing. Every swing could dissolve Chapter Douluo's attack and at the same time counterattack. Boom boom boom! The battle between the two became more and more intense. There were flashes of light in the sky and explosions one after another, as if the whole world was shaking in their battle. Ling Feng, who followed, stood in the void, watching the battle between the two in front of him. The destructive momentum generated by it made Ling Feng sigh. As expected of the power generated by the battle at the level of extreme Douluo, even titled Douluo would find it difficult to get close to the core area. Ling Feng watched the two people fighting intently, his eyes revealing concentration and desire. Such a battle is a rare learning opportunity for him. He carefully observed every movement and every release of soul power of Chapter Douluo and Zhao Yun, trying to find ways to improve himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 51, Poseidon Island. Chapter 51, Poseidon Island. Ling Feng was watching the battle in the front, when suddenly the familiar yet mysterious system in his mind once again issued a rare task. Detected that two of the Douluo continent's top masters are battling in front of the host. Quest: Host, please gain insights from the battle between two powerful individuals. Reward: self-created soul skill, triple divine forbidden. After hearing the task issued by the system, Ling Feng's originally calm eyes lit up slightly, like the twinkling stars in the deep night sky. An irrepressible curiosity welled up in his heart. What type of soul skill would this self-created soul skill called Triple Divine Forbidden belong to? It is difficult to know the secret just by guessing from the name. All the answers can only be known after the mission is successfully completed and the reward is actually obtained. Ling Feng quickly adjusted his state and began to carefully observe the fierce battle unfolding in front of him. Ning Fengzi and others rushed all the way without stopping for a moment and finally arrived. When their eyes fell on the two powerful auras in the field that were like raging waves, Ning Fengzi and the other two instantly showed horror on their faces. Ning Fengzi whispered, "It's him indeed. His spirit ring configuration is so terrifying." Sword Douluo Chen Xin, the strong man who has always been as calm as a mountain, couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the gleaming 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix spear in Zhao Yun's hand, as well as the 6 black and 3 red spirit rings on Zhao Yun's body. It was as if a huge wave was rising in my heart. Jian Douluo originally thought that Jian Douluo's soul ring configuration, which was said to be against the heavens, was already an extremely rare existence on the Douluo continent. But the soul ring configuration that Zhao Yun showed now once again ruthlessly refreshed his cognition. It seems that everything is just as I expected. The soul ring pavilion definitely has the ability to allow soul masters to absorb soul rings on a large scale and cross levels, and even master the means to increase the age of soul rings. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Ning Fengzi's eyes, and he became more and more certain of his long-held guess. Over the past few years, Ning Fengzi has always been curious and eager to explore the mysterious methods of the Soul Ring Pavilion. He had tried countless times to learn the secrets of the Soul Ring Pavilion's magical methods from Ling Feng. However, nothing was achieved every time. Now, Zhao Yun's amazing spirit ring configuration and Dugubo's 9th dazzling 100,000-year spirit ring 6 years ago are like bright rays of dawn, penetrating layers of fog. Ning Fengzi's guess was strongly confirmed. Ning Fengzi knew very well that the Soul Ring Pavilion now possessed 400,000-year soul rings. This was undoubtedly a shocking fact in the entire Douluo continent. Just as Ning Fengzi was lost in thought, he inadvertently glanced out of the corner of his eye and spotted Ling Feng, who was concentrating on watching the battle not far away. Ning Fengzi was slightly stunned, then shook his head gently, giving up the idea of saying hello. He turned to look at Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. The three of them understood and turned their attention back to the battle breaking out in front of them. Boom boom boom. Every collision between Jian Douluo and Zhao Yun was like the collision of stars, producing devastating aftermath. The powerful soul power impact raged on the earth, and huge deep pits suddenly emerged. Even the originally quiet void was greatly shaken by this terrifying force, emitting bursts of low roars. As the battle escalated, the land could no longer withstand the powerful force of these two top warriors. Jian Douluo and Zhao Yun looked at each other, and at the same time, their figures flashed, like two streams of light, flying into the vast ocean. Bang bang bang! As soon as their figures stepped onto the sea surface, waves of powerful soul power suddenly spread out from them like ripples. Wherever these soul power waves reached, they set off a raging sea. Waves tens of feet high roared like ferocious beasts, rising into the sky. The entire sky above the ocean seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, forming an absolute no-fly zone. Any creature that approaches this area will feel the suffocating pressure, as if it will be crushed by this force at any time. Poseidon Island. In the middle of the sea, the dreamlike island stands quietly in the turbulent ocean. It is a holy place that all sea soul masters yearn for, carrying countless mysteries and legends. At the deepest part of Poseidon Island, there is a palace constructed of crystal clear crystal, like a shining pearl, emitting a mysterious and soft light. Inside the main hall, a tall and majestic statue of the sea god sits solemnly, as if overlooking the entire Douluo continent and guarding this magical ocean. Below the statue of Poseidon, there is a woman in a blue dress. Her black hair flutters in the wind like a waterfall, and every strand of her hair seems to contain the spirit of the sea. Her eyes are like the deep ocean, embracing everything in the world, showing calmness and majesty. This woman is none other than the chief priest of Poseidon Island, Poseidon. Not only is she one of the 3 ultimate Douluo masters in the entire Douluo continent, but she is also known for her fame as Invincible on the sea and is feared by all. At this moment, Poseidon was immersed in the wonderful state of feeling the power of the sea god. Her mind merged with the power of the sea god, and she seemed to be able to hear mysterious whispers from the depths of the sea. Okay. At this moment, 2 powerful auras like storms suddenly raged on the sea, breaking the tranquility. Poseidon frowned slightly, then slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. She turned slowly and walked towards the door with light and graceful steps. Every step he took seemed to carry an invisible force, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. In the blink of an eye, Poseidon was above the sea god island. Her gaze was looking into the distance, as if penetrating layers of fog, locking onto the two powerful auras that were fiercely clashing. "Great priest, what happened?" At this moment, a powerful voice came from not far away. "I saw a middle-aged man coming quickly like a rock spreading its wings. This person is none other than Seahorse Douluo, one of the 7 titled Douluos of Sea God Island. 2 extreme Douluo warriors are fighting in the sea." Poseidon's voice was gentle and calm. Yet it seemed to carry an irresistible majesty. "Ah! 2 ultimate Douluo masters? How is that possible?" An expression of disbelief appeared on Heba Douluo's face. In his opinion, apart from Lord Poseidon, it is difficult to find other extreme Douluo masters on the Douluo continent. Could it be Tang Chen and Qian Douluo? The shocking battle that happened many years ago suddenly flashed through Seahorse Douluo's mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 52 Poseidon takes action. Chapter 52 Poseidon takes action. At that time, Tang Chen and Qian Douluo on the mainland, who were also top-level extreme Douluo warriors, fought a thrilling battle with Lord Poseidon in this sea. In the end, relying on the advantage of the sea as his home field, Lord Poseidon successfully defeated the two and won the final victory. Recalling that history, Seahorse Douluo couldn't help but guess that the 2 people fighting in the sea this time might still be the 2 powerful men before. "One of the auras is very familiar to me, it's Qian Douluo, and the other one is a strange aura I have never seen before." Poseidon frowned slightly, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. She couldn't help but feel curious. Has the development of soul masters in Douluo continent become so powerful now? A brand new extreme Douluo powerhouse was born. Poseidon knew very well how difficult it was to break through and become an extreme Douluo. It was with the blessing and help of Lord Poseidon that she successfully reached the peak level of the 99th level extreme Douluo after going through countless hardships and tests. She secretly wondered whether this unfamiliar extreme Douluo was actually a talented soul master who was undergoing the assessment for the divine position. Or is he, like her and Qian Douluo, a great worshipper of some god? Notify Sea Dragon Douluo and the others and tell them to protect Sea God Island. I'll go investigate. Poseidon's tone left no room for doubt. She held the scepter in her hand and transformed into a dazzling blue stream of light, flying towards the direction of the battle like lightning. On the sea, the battle between Qian Douluo and Zhao Yun became more and more intense, as if the whole world was shaken by their power. On the sea, countless soul beasts lost their lives under the influence of this powerful aura, and their corpses floated on the sea, creating a mess. In an instant, Zhao Yun and Qian Douluo roared at the same time, and brilliant light burst out from their bodies. At the same time, he released an extremely powerful attack, slamming fiercely into the void. The 2 attacks streaked across the sky like meteors, carrying the power to destroy everything, and met in the void. Buzz! Just as the 2 attacks were about to collide, suddenly, an invisible mysterious force, like a big net, quickly spread across the entire sea. Qian Douluo and Zhao Yun's expressions changed instantly, and they immediately sensed this strange aura. This breath seemed to come from the depths of the sea, carrying an ancient and mysterious power that made people shudder. 6th Soul Skill, Sea Burial. Poseidon's voice, like a huge bell, suddenly appeared above the sea. The 8 black and 1 red spirit rings on her body were like a gorgeous rainbow, sparkling and shining. The enormous phantom of the sea god behind him exudes awe-inspiring divine power, as if it has gathered all the power of the ocean together. As Poseidon used his soul skills, a huge deep blue vortex suddenly emerged in the void. This vortex was like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth and instantly sucking Zhao Yun and Qian Douluo's attacks into it. The originally turbulent sea surface calmed down, as if the thrilling battle just now had never happened. In the ocean, whether soul beasts or soul masters, they are all subjects of the sea god. Poseidon's voice echoed on the sea. calm but with an unquestionable majesty. You fought in the sea without permission, resulting in the death of a large number of soul beasts. This is a blasphemy against the sea god. Her eyes were like lightning, shooting straight at Qian Daoliu and Zhao Yun. Poseidon. When Qian Daoliu saw Poseidon appear, a complex look flashed in the depths of his eyes, which contained both nostalgia for his old friend and helplessness about the current situation. Soon, he withdrew his soul power and stopped fighting. Zhao Yun also sensed the powerful strength of Poseidon. In this ocean, Poseidon seemed to be invincible. So he chose not to fight any further and stood aside quietly. Hurry and leave the sea. If you want to fight, go to land. Poseidon glanced at Qian Daoliu and Zhao Yun with a hint of warning in his eyes. If the battle between the two extreme Douluo masters continues in the sea, it might affect the vicinity of Poseidon Island. The soul masters on the Sea God Island would probably be seriously affected by this powerful aura. Let's end the battle today. I recognize your strength. Qian Daoliu nodded slightly and then said to Zhao Yun. In his long life, apart from Tang San and Poseidon, it was indeed difficult for him to meet an opponent who could give him such a satisfying fight. It is good. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, and his brief answer revealed a sense of calmness and magnanimity. On the sea not far away, Ling Feng was also very surprised to see Poseidon's appearance. It was clearly felt that in this ocean, Poseidon's strength was indeed far stronger than Qian Daoliu and Zhao Yun. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh, as expected of Poseidon, the great priest of Sea God Island, the invincible Poseidon on the sea. Compared to Ling Feng's sigh, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Gurong, and Ning Fengzi were completely dumbfounded. They never imagined that at this seemingly peaceful moment, another extreme Douluo expert would appear. This sudden change made them doubt the Douluo continent they knew. The ultimate Douluo powerhouse. How come this existence, which is rare in Douluo continent, seems to have become so numerous now? Moreover, this powerful extreme Douluo warrior actually came from the mysterious sea. Suddenly, a legend flashed through Ning Fengzi's mind, and he murmured softly, could this woman be from the legendary Sea God Island? When Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurong heard the name Sea God Island, they were stunned at first, and then they suddenly realized. They looked at each other and understood in their hearts that this guess was almost right and close to the truth. That should be correct. Legend has it that Sea God Island is the inheritance land of Lord Sea God. It seems normal for a limit Douluo to appear in such a place of inheritance of a god. Her spirit, if nothing unexpected happens, should be on the same level as the divine six-winged angel spirit worshipped by the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. Sword Douluo Chen Xin nodded vigorously. After all, under the current circumstances, other explanations except this one were hard to convince people. With the end of the battle, Zhao Yun did not stay any longer. He followed Ling Feng and left the sea filled with smoke. Ning Fengzi and others also set out on their journey home with Ling Feng. As for Qian Daoliu, he stayed. He and Poseidon hadn't seen each other for so many years. And there were so many things he wanted to talk about. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 Heading to Shrek Academy. Chapter 53 Heading to Shrek Academy. Pavilion Master Ling, I didn't expect His Majesty Zhao Yun next to you to be so powerful. I was wrong about you before. On the way back, after Ning Fengzi met up with Ling Feng, he looked at Zhao Yun with a hint of respect in his eyes. Anyone who can fight Qian Daoliu to a draw must be extremely powerful. Zhao Yun's strength has not reached level 99. He is only level 98 now. It may be that Qian Daoliu has been in seclusion for too long, and his combat power has decreased. Ling Feng's faint voice came. He knew in his heart that Zhao Yun was a character created by the system, and fighting against opponents of higher levels was not a difficult task for him. When Ling Feng finished speaking, the expressions of Ning Fengzi and the other two were stunned for a moment. They were a little doubtful about their ears. Zhao Yun's strength had not even reached level 99. Soon, a bitter smile appeared on the faces of the three people. They knew in their hearts that no matter how weak Jian Douluo was, he was still an extreme Douluo with a god-level martial soul. All I can say is that Zhao Yun is really too strong, so strong that it is beyond their imagination. By the way, why isn't that little follower Rongrong here? Ling Feng asked curiously. In the past, Ning Rongrong would always follow Ning Fengzi and others like a lively little tail. Ling Feng thought about it. According to the current timeline, Ning Rongrong is already 12 years old. Thinking of this, Ling Feng couldn't help but wonder if Ning Rongrong had already gone to Shrek Academy to study. As this thought flashed through his mind, a hint of interest appeared on Ling Feng's face. He clearly remembered Ning Rongrong's willful and capricious personality. Because of this personality, she was often targeted by others. Faced with this situation, how will Ning Fengzi, a father who dotes on his daughter, respond? Oh, forget it. When Ning Fengzi heard Ling Feng's question, he couldn't help but sigh, his face full of helplessness. Originally, I planned to let Rongrong study at the academy under the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but who knew that she has always wanted to study at Shrek Academy. I've also inquired about Shrek Academy in advance. It's affiliated with the Heaven Do Empire and is a very run-down academy. The strongest teacher there is only a soul sage. Ning Fengzi's tone was full of dissatisfaction and doubts about Shrek Academy. He really couldn't understand why Ning Rongrong was so determined to study in that dilapidated academy. This child is too stubborn. I really can't control her. I originally didn't intend to let her go, but she actually ran away secretly and went to Shrek Academy. Fortunately, the sect guards saw that she had successfully joined Shrek Academy, so they withdrew. Ning Fengzi said this while shaking his head helplessly. Why don't we go to Shrek Academy and see what kind of academy it is that Ning Rongrong is so eager to join and study there? A hint of curiosity flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, and he turned to look at Ning Fengzi. Ning Fengzi was moved when he heard Ling Feng's suggestion, and immediately took it over. Okay, it happens that I haven't seen Rongrong for a long time, and I also want to see what kind of magic that academy has. Ling Feng nodded slightly. And Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurong looked at each other and expressed their agreement. They were also full of curiosity about the mysterious Shrek Academy. So, the group took light steps and headed towards the Tiandu Empire. Inside Shrek Academy, sunlight shines through the dense branches and leaves, forming patches of light. However, this tranquility was broken by a fierce quarrel. Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed red, her eyes filled with anger and resentment, clearly furious. Flender, I advise you not to provoke me, or the consequences will be more than you can bear. Ning Rongrong fully displayed her witchy nature. She stretched out her finger without hesitation and pointed it directly at Flander's nose, with an unquestionable threat in her tone. As the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, she has been pampered since childhood and has always been a man of her word. How could she have suffered such injustice? Flander's face turned pale. He adjusted his glasses, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. This is not your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, this is Shrek Academy. No one will indulge your temper. His voice was deep and powerful, carrying an inviolable majesty. In his opinion, the academy has its own rules, even though Ning Rongrong possesses the powerful Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda spirit, known as the #1 auxiliary spirit in Douluo continent. But his academy will never tolerate this kind of spoiled little girl's temper that disobeys orders and acts recklessly. Leave Shrek Academy. We don't welcome students like you who disobey orders. Flanders said mercilessly. You. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes, a look of surprise on her face. From childhood to adulthood, even her father Ning Fengzi had never been so mean to her. Now she was scolded like this by Flanders. How could she not be shocked? Then, a rage ignited in her heart, and the anger clouded her mind. She rushed forward desperately, wanting to attack Flanders. Go away! Dai Mubai, who was standing behind Flanders, instantly released his martial spirit. In an instant, a powerful soul power spread out in all directions like surging waves. Ning Rongrong was caught off guard and was directly knocked back by this soul power, and finally fell heavily to the ground. Dai Mubai, you're looking for death. Ning Rongrong stood up from the ground with an angry face, her eyes burning with rage. She pointed at Dai Mubai in front of her, her voice trembling slightly with anger. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to make Dai Mubai pay the price for his actions. Tang San, kill him for me, and I will give you 10,000 gold soul coins. From now on, you will be a guest of honor of our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect will support you unconditionally in the future. In panic and anger, Ning Rongrong placed her hopes on Tang San. In her opinion, there must be brave men under great rewards, and Tang San will definitely take action against Dai Mubai for these generous rewards. However, as soon as the words fell, Tang San just shook his head secretly and did not take action immediately. He has his own principles and bottom line. You. Ning Rongrong looked around and saw that no one was willing to help her, and a feeling of being isolated and helpless came over her. Her eyes gradually filled with tears, and she felt both aggrieved and angry. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been neglected and bullied like this. Boom! At this moment, a huge aura of Tidal Douluo filled the entire Shrek Academy like an invisible storm. This aura is powerful and majestic, as if it can make the heaven and earth tremble. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Lessons. Chapter 54 Lessons. Everyone in Shrek Academy immediately became alert, and everyone's face showed an expression of tension and fear. The aura of a Tidal Douluo. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face turning pale in an instant. She knew that the Tidal Douluo could see through her soul beast's true form, so she didn't dare to hesitate at all. She quickly disappeared from the spot and ran to her dormitory room to hide. Tang San was confused when he saw Xiao Wu so flustered. He was about to chase her and ask her the reason. But a powerful aura was like an invisible shackle, tightly binding him and the people around him. This momentum made them unable to move their bodies and minds, as if they were fixed in place. Presumptuous! A loud shout like thunder rang out in the void. Ning Fengzi, along with Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and others, appeared at the gate of Shrek Academy. Ning Fengzi was dressed in a gorgeous robe, with an elegant temperament, but his eyes revealed an inviolable majesty. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stood on both sides of him, like guardian beasts, exuding a powerful aura. Grandpa Jian, they bullied me. When Ning Rongrong heard this familiar voice, she couldn't help crying. Like a wounded little bird, she quickly ran towards Jian Douluo, threw herself into his arms, and cried aggrievedly. This was the first time she had experienced such a scene, and the grievances in her heart completely burst out at this moment. Grandpa, help me teach him a lesson. With Jian Douluo as her backbone, Ning Rongrong once again showed her witch nature. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Flanders and others not far away, with anger flashing in her eyes. How dare you bully Rongrong? Don't you take our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect seriously? Bone Douluo's face was also filled with anger, and his voice was like a huge bell, echoing in the academy. Everyone knows that Ning Rongrong is the young master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. They love her so much on a daily basis that how can they allow others to bully her? Bone Douluo released the Bone Dragon martial spirit, and a huge bone dragon appeared behind him. The bone dragon emitted a cold light and carried the powerful aura of a Tidal Douluo, pressing down on the Shrek group like a towering mountain. Everyone in Shrek Academy felt difficulty breathing, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. Bone Douluo, you guys acted without knowing what happened. If this gets out, it will damage your reputation, right? Flanders was forced to kneel on one knee by this powerful aura, with beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. He quickly released his martial spirit, trying his best to resist the pressure from the Tidal Douluo behind him, while his heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, all of this was a series of conflicts caused by Ning Rongrong's stubbornness and willfulness. If Ning Rongrong had not attacked him, Daimyo Bai would not have pushed Ning Rongrong down. Reputation? Do you think that after I've cultivated to this level, I still care about the reputation of outsiders? Bone Douluo's voice was filled with disdain. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you still think that the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will allow you to bully me? Bone Douluo didn't listen to the explanations of Flanders and others at all. In his heart, Ning Rongrong had been wronged. And as a grandfather, he must seek justice for her. Bone Douluo was not polite at all. He used all his martial soul pressure and released the power of the bone dragon. The bone dragon opened its huge mouth, and a powerful beam of energy shot out from its mouth, hitting the ground directly. A huge deep pit was instantly blasted out on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. However, Bone Douluo also held back, otherwise, if he struck with all his strength, everyone present would have died. Even after Bone Douluo withdrew, everyone present, including Flanders and Zhao Wuji, who were soul saints, were lying limp on the ground. Their bodies seemed to be hit by heavy hammers, with broken bones all over their bodies and groaning in pain. It took more than a month before I was unable to get out of bed and walk. Remember, don't show up in front of me next time, or I won't show mercy to you like old Bones did. A murderous look flashed in Jian Douluo's eyes, and his voice was icy cold, like the cold wind in winter, which made people shudder. Hey, isn't this the fearless little witch? I never thought that one day she would cry. At this moment, Ling Feng's voice sounded. He looked at Ning Rongrong, who was feeling extremely aggrieved, and couldn't help but make a joke. Humph! Ning Rongrong felt extremely embarrassed when she saw Ling Feng saw her ugly appearance. Her face flushed red, and she quickly threw herself into Jian Douluo's arms to prevent Ling Feng from seeing her current appearance. At this moment, she felt both ashamed and angry, and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It's him! As Ling Feng spoke, the people from Shrek Academy who were lying on the ground seriously injured saw Ling Feng's face. Their eyes were instantly filled with hatred. Recalling that it was this man who attacked all of them in the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, they naturally thought that Ling Feng and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect were in cahoots, and even felt that the unexpected disaster they suffered today was related to this person. Everyone in Shrek Academy completely hated Ling Feng, especially Tang San, whose eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. He secretly made up his mind that when his strength improved in the future, he would definitely get rid of this person no matter what. Just as he thought in his heart, you have provoked me, and you have already met your death. After the matter was resolved, Ning Fengzi did not stay for too long. He frowned slightly. He glanced at everyone in Shrek Academy and left Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong. In his opinion, with the majesty and strength of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, any academy on the continent can go into study, and there is no need to let Ning Rongrong suffer here. Poseidon Island. Jian Douluo followed Poseidon back to Poseidon Island and reminisced about the past. The two of them had not seen each other for nearly decades since that battle. Tang Chen, where are you now? Poseidon looked at the sea in the distance, a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. She once sent people to the mainland to search for any trace of Tang Chen, but to no avail. Poseidon couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thinking back then, when you become a god. Tang Chen actually took it as the truth. I don't know either. After that battle, I didn't get any news about Tang Chen. Jian Douluo sighed slowly. He and Tang Chen were competitors before. But now that so much time has passed, he has let it go. He once looked for Tang Chen's whereabouts, but in the end found nothing. Even in the battle against Haoshan sect decades ago, Tang Chen never showed up. Jian Douluo even suspected that Tang Chen had fallen. What is the origin of the extreme Douluo expert you are fighting today? Poseidon thought of the powerful warrior who had just fought against Jian Daoliu and expressed her doubts. He comes from the Soul Ring Pavilion, a newly emerged power in Douluo continent in recent years. His soul power level is only level 98. I originally thought his soul power level was the same as mine, a level 99 ultimate Douluo, but during the battle with him, I discovered that his soul power level was one level lower than mine. Jian Daoliu said with a wry smile that this situation had never happened before. The gap between level 98 and 99 has blocked countless talented and amazing soul masters. Unexpectedly, a new strong stranger appeared and broke through this barrier. Terrible. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Advice. Chapter 55 Advice. Then what exactly is going on with his spirit ring configuration? After hearing this answer, Poseidon's originally calm face suddenly showed a touch of emotion. Poseidon was also very curious about Zhao Yun's spirit ring configuration. She often came into contact with the power of the sea god, but did not feel any divine breath from those spirit rings. Even none of the spirit rings on that person were divinely bestowed. That is to say, the age of his spirit ring was not changed by divine power. I'm not sure about that. The Soul Ring Pavilion is very mysterious. After I return to the Spirit Hall, I still have to investigate the Soul Ring Pavilion. Otherwise, no one knows what impact this newly emerged force will have on Douluo continent. Jian Daoliu said with a solemn expression. I want to ask you a favor. Suddenly, Poseidon turned his head to look at Jian Daoliu, sighed and said. Don't worry, when I return to the mainland, I will help you find Tang Chen's whereabouts. Before Poseidon could speak, Jian Daoliu had already guessed what he would say next. Even though so much time has passed, every time Jian Daoliu heard these words, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. He couldn't imagine how much worse he was than Tang Chen. Poseidon chose Tang Chen instead of him. Perhaps, I may not be able to wait for him. At this moment, Poseidon held the scepter in his hand and said lightly. What do you mean? Jian Daoliu asked in a serious tone. Not long ago, the Lord of the Sea announced an oracle that within 10 years, the true successor of the sea god will appear. You know my ultimate fate as the sea god's great worshipper. Poseidon spoke the truth directly without any emotion in his tone, as if he was talking about something ordinary. Poseidon's voice, like a mysterious whisper from the deep sea, echoed in Jian Daoliu's ears. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. As a great worshipper of God, Jian Daoliu has already dedicated his life to the will of God. However, facing the impending ending, his heart was filled with ripples and he could not calm down for a long time. When Zioxia finally became a god, Jian Daoliu knew clearly that he would face the same choice as Poseidon, sacrifice himself to help Jian Rongxiu ascend to the throne of God. This is the family's mission, the responsibility of the Spirit Hall's inheritance, and the fate he cannot escape. Jian Daoliu closed his eyes slightly, trying to find a trace of tranquility in the noisy sea breeze. The responsibility of protecting the glory of the Jian family falls on Jian Rongxiu's shoulders, and he, as the guardian of the family, must pave the way for her. It's all our choice. Jian Daoliu muttered to himself, but his voice was quickly blown away by the sea breeze. He slowly opened his eyes, a look of determination in his eyes. Then, he turned and looked at Poseidon beside him, the chief priest of Poseidon Island who also shouldered an important mission. Their eyes met, and without words, they understood each other's thoughts. So, Jian Daoliu and Poseidon sat silently on the beach, gazing at the distant sky. Not long after, Jian Daoliu broke the silence. He stood up, brushed off the sand on his body, informed Poseidon, and then turned and left the sea, embarking on the journey back to land. After leaving the Sea God Island, Jian Daoliu did not return directly to the Spirit Hall, but went directly to the Heaven Do Empire to look for Zioxia. Jian Rongxiu was in the room, handling affairs as usual. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her like a ghost. Qian Rongxiu was startled and subconsciously wanted to defend herself. However, when she saw the face of the person who came, the vigilance in her eyes instantly turned into surprise. "Grandpa, you are here!" Qian Rongxiu excitedly threw herself into Qian Daoliu's arms, like a child meeting a long-lost relative. Qian Daoliu touched Qian Rongxiu's head with a kind face, his eyes full of love and expectation. "Zioxiu, during the time you are lurking in the Heaven Do Empire, you must be careful, especially the Soul Ring Pavilion. It is more complicated than I thought." Qian Daoliu's tone was serious and heavy. He was well aware of the threat posed by the Soul Ring Pavilion and did not want to put Qian Rongxiu in danger. "Soul Ring Pavilion? Are they really that scary?" Qian Rongxiu asked curiously, feeling a little dissatisfied at the same time. In her opinion, with her own strength and wisdom, there is nothing she cannot deal with. Qian Daoliu frowned slightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Zioxiu, the Soul Ring Pavilion expert you mentioned earlier is not inferior to me in strength, and his soul power level is only level 98. What's even more terrifying is that I see his bone age is very young. In the future, he is very likely to step into the 99th level of Ultimate Douluo, or even directly cross the threshold of becoming a god." After hearing this, Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She originally thought that the Soul Ring Pavilion was just an emerging force and nothing to be feared, but she didn't expect that there was such a powerful figure hidden within it. "Grandpa, are we really that afraid of them?" Qian Rongxiu gritted her teeth, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. Qian Daoliu shook his head slightly and patiently explained, "The terrifying thing about the Spirit Ring Pavilion isn't just their apparent strength. The powerful individuals known publicly are just the tip of the iceberg. No one can be sure if there are other, even more powerful beings hidden behind them. For example, our Spirit Hall, although on the surface there are only a few Tidal Douluo, our real strength lies in the Hall of Worshippers. Every worshipper is a Super Douluo above level 95. I even suspect that there is a God-level expert behind the Soul Ring Pavilion. God-level strongman." Qian Rongxiu opened her mouth in surprise. In Douluo continent, God-level strongmen are almost legendary. They possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth and control the fate of the entire world. If the Soul Ring Pavilion really has the support of a God-level strongman, the situation will become extremely complicated. Qian Daoliu nodded and continued, "It took the Spirit Hall hundreds of years to develop to its current state, but the Spirit Ring Pavilion has almost caught up with us in less than 10 years. Apart from the power of God, I really can't think of anything else that could have allowed them to rise so quickly." Qian Daoliu shook his head secretly. "By the way, Zioxiu, you should quickly complete the plan for the Tiandu Empire and take part in the Angel God's divine examination. The future continent will be the world of you young people." Qian Daoliu changed the subject and reminded Qian Rongxiu not to forget her mission. "Just today, I went to Sea God Island and heard from their chief priest that within the next 10 years, the Sea God's legacy will appear again. By then, perhaps that future Sea God successor will become your powerful competitor on the continent." Qian Daoliu told Qian Rongxiu about this urgent situation, hoping that she would pay attention to it. End of this chapter. Chapter 56, 9th Divine Forbidden. Chapter 56 Ninefold Divine Forbidden. What? The successor of the Sea God is about to appear. A hint of surprise flashed across Qian Rongxiu's golden pupils. Although she had heard of the legend of Poseidon Island, she always thought it was just a distant story. She never expected that it would become a reality. Qian Rongxiu suddenly felt a sense of urgency in her heart. "Zioxiu, don't tire yourself out. As for Bibi Dong..." There was a hint of helplessness and heartache in Qian Daoliu's tone. When Qian Rongxiu heard the words Bibi Dong, she was slightly stunned and soon snorted coldly. "Grandpa, don't mention that woman to me." Although her tone was full of disgust, there was a hint of desire in her eyes, but it only flashed by for a moment. Qian Daoliu sighed helplessly. He was well aware of the conflicts and entanglements between Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong. The root of all this lies in the mistakes that the Qian family once made. But Qian Rongxiu is innocent and she shouldn't have to endure this pain. Well, I can't stay here for long. If you really can't complete the plan, you can return to the spirit hall. Qian Douluo touched Qian Rongxiu's head and comforted her softly. Grandpa, don't worry, I will take control of the Tiandu Empire as soon as possible. Qian Rongxiu remembered a previous bet, and her eyes became more determined, as if declaring her determination to the whole world. Seeing Qian Rongxiu being so stubborn, Qian Douluo felt both relieved and worried. He knew that Qian Rongxiu, like her mother Bibi Dong, was a person of strong character who would never give up until she achieved her goal. Ugh! Qian Douluo sighed deeply and said nothing more. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the night of the Tiandu Empire. Qian Rongxiu looked in the direction where her grandfather left and did not come back to her senses for a long time. She knew that the road ahead would be full of hardships and challenges, but she was ready. No matter what awaits her ahead, she will move forward bravely and never retreat. In another corner of Douluo continent, Ning Fengzi, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, was walking with Ling Feng on the way to the sect. There was a trace of worry on Ning Fengzi's face, and he was thinking about Ning Rongrong's future in his heart. By the way, Pavilion Master Ling, do you have any colleges to recommend for Rongrong? Ning Fengzi broke the silence and looked up to ask Ling Feng for his opinion. Ling Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, if you want me to recommend, going to Tiandu Royal Academy is a good choice. A hint of doubt flashed across Ning Fengzi's eyes. He asked, why Tiandu Royal Academy? I originally planned to send Rongrong to study at the Soul Master Academy under our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ling Feng smiled slightly and explained patiently, Sect Master Ning, I believe you should know a little about the situation at the Tiandu Royal Academy. There are 3 Soul Douluo level masters in the academy who are fully capable of teaching Ning Rongrong. Furthermore, the identities and origins of the students at the Tiandu Royal Academy are also remarkable. There's Duguyan, the granddaughter of Poison Douluo Dugubo, and Yu Tianheng, who comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. As for the other team members, their strength and talent are equally astonishing. Their talents are no less than Ning Rongrong's, and they come from extraordinary backgrounds. Naturally, they won't spoil Ning Rongrong. Moreover, under the pressure of the team members' strength, I think Ning Rongrong will be eager to practice. Ling Feng analyzed the advantages of Tiandu Royal Academy in detail. Ning Fengzi nodded slightly after hearing this. He knew Ning Rongrong's character very well. If she stayed in his own academy, she would inevitably be favored and indulged, which would be detrimental to her growth. Ling Feng knew that there were top martial spirits in Tiandu Royal Academy, such as Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, Nine-Heart Begonia, and Jade Phosphorus Snake King. If the Shrek 7 devils in the original novel had not taken the magical herbs to enhance their talents, then in the end their talents might really be no match for the students of Tiandu Royal Academy. Indeed, if that's the case, then it's decided. Sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bone Douluo Gurong, who were standing by, nodded slightly in agreement after hearing Ling Feng's explanation. In less than a moment, Ning Fengzi made the decision to let Ning Rongrong go to Tiandu Royal Academy to study. Why don't you ask my opinion? At this time, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with tears. When she heard that the final arrangements had been made, she pouted angrily. Ning Fengzi smiled helplessly and said, Rongrong, we are doing this for your own good. There are many outstanding students in Tiandu Royal Academy. You can learn a lot there. Although Ning Rongrong was dissatisfied, she knew that she could not refute it. She could only complain inwardly, but when she heard Ling Feng introduce the Tiandu Royal Academy, a hint of curiosity surged in her heart. Humph, I want to see if this academy is really as good as you say. Ning Rongrong muttered softly. After what happened at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong's mentality had obviously changed. She is no longer the willful little princess, but longs to become stronger and carve out a world of her own on Douluo continent. Not long after, Ning Fengzi arrived at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Ling Feng didn't stay for long and returned to his own courtyard. Returning to his room, his mind sank into the system. After all, the task rewards issued by the system have not yet been claimed. Ling Feng gained a deep understanding in the battle with Zhao Yun and Qian Daoliu. His strength has increased by 20% compared to before, which makes him full of confidence in the future. Congratulations to the host for gaining a profound understanding in the battle between two top masters, which has greatly increased his combat power. He has exceeded the mission target and will be rewarded with a critical hit. Reward: Self-created soul skill, 9-layered divine forbidden. At this moment, some complicated knowledge suddenly emerged in Ling Feng's mind. A look of horror flashed across Ling Feng's eyes. What an outrageous self-created spirit skill! Rather than calling it a self-created spirit skill, it's better to say that it is a spirit skill that far surpasses the self-created spirit skills of Douluo continent. Ling Feng was secretly amazed. The so-called 9-layer divine forbidden technique means that after practicing this self-created soul skill to the 9th level, one's combat power can be increased 9-fold. Every time you successfully cultivate a level, your strength will double. However, it will be much more difficult to successfully cultivate this soul skill to the 9th level. If Ling Feng's strength breaks through to the ultimate Douluo level, his combat power will increase 9-fold. Even Ling Feng felt that he could defeat the gods with his mortal body. This is the terrifying aspect of the 9-layered divine forbidden. Ling Feng knew very well that this soul skill would become an important asset for him to gain a foothold in Douluo continent. He decided that from now on, he would diligently practice this soul skill to make himself stronger in order to cope with the upcoming challenges in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 57 The City of Killing. Chapter 57 The City of Killing. Time flies, and before we know it, a year has passed. During this long year, Ling Feng hardly stepped out of his room, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the practice of the 9-layer divine forbidden technique that the system had rewarded him with. On this day, a majestic and powerful aura suddenly came from Ling Feng's room. This breath carried a heart-pounding power, as if it was going to crush everything around it. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light was released from his eyes. It took me a whole year to finally cultivate the 9-layer divine forbidden realm to perfection. In other words, I can increase my combat power 9-fold at any time. Ling Feng murmured to himself. Although his voice was not loud, it carried an indescribable confidence. Only he himself knows the hardships and difficulties he went through during this year of seclusion and training. Immediately afterwards, Ling Feng could no longer suppress his inner excitement. He couldn't wait to try it out and see what his strength would be like after it had increased 9 times. He walked with steady steps and slowly opened the door. The sunlight poured in like a tide, instantly enveloping him. Ling Feng took a deep breath. The fresh smell in the air made him feel extremely comfortable. Ling Feng's mind moved, and like a god who controlled the power of heaven and earth, he directly activated the 9-layer divine ban. Boom! In an instant, an even more powerful aura emanated from his body, which was like surging waves, one after another. Under the pressure of this momentum, the surrounding air began to tremble slightly, emitting a low buzzing sound. An invisible force of space, centered on Ling Feng. Wherever the force of space reaches, the tiny particles in the sky seem to be cast under a spell and are directly frozen in place. At this moment, time and space seem to have lost their original order. At this moment, Ling Feng seemed to be in a completely still space and became the master of this space. Seeing this, Ling Feng immediately released his void mirror martial soul. The 8 soul rings around him flickered one after another, and each soul ring emitted a unique and mysterious light. During this year of arduous training, he not only perfected the 9-layer divine forbidden technique, but also achieved a major breakthrough in his soul power level, successfully reaching level 80. Moreover, he successfully absorbed the divine soul ring he had obtained before as his 8th soul ring. Now, his soul power has been stabilized at the level of Soul Douluo at level 82. He was getting closer and closer to the Tidal Douluo realm. What's amazing is that he is not even 30 years old now. In the Douluo continent where talented people abound, it is truly astonishing that someone has reached such a high level at such a young age. In time, he will surely become the fastest soul master to break through to the Tidal Douluo level in the entire Douluo continent. Ling Feng began to use the void mirror and released his own soul skills. He cast his gaze towards the void above. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the soul power around him surged like a surging river, converging into the void mirror martial soul. With a loud shout, a powerful force like a flash of lightning roared towards the void above. Suddenly, the void seemed to be torn apart. Making a deafening roar, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions like ripples. Ling Feng had considered the powerful impact of this force in advance. He used his spatial power to cleverly block out the movements around him. Therefore, this powerful aura did not spread out, otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of powerful people from all directions. This powerful aura is comparable to that of a top-tier Tidal Douluo. Once leaked, it will surely cause a huge uproar on Douluo continent. Through this attempt, Ling Feng has a clearer understanding of his own strength. With his current Soul Douluo level strength, after increasing his combat power 9-fold, the strong men below the 95th level Tidal Douluo are simply vulnerable in front of him and are no match for him at all. However, Ling Feng was not sure whether he could defeat a Super Douluo above level 96. After all, in the Tidal Douluo realm, the difference in strength between each level is like a world of difference. The gap between them is like an insurmountable chasm that cannot be crossed easily. Under the current circumstances, if I continue to practice step by step, I should be able to reach the level of Ultimate Douluo within 10 years. Ling Feng frowned slightly and thought to himself. But this speed is still too slow, and I still can't figure out the god-level powerhouses above the limit Douluo. We can only find another way. In this Douluo continent where the strong are respected, Ling Feng knows the value of time and he is eager to improve his strength faster. After Ling Feng assessed his own strength, he began to make detailed plans for his future training. In his opinion, although practicing step by step can steadily improve one's strength, the long time required to break through to the god level is something he cannot endure. Thus, a plan gradually took shape in his mind, to use the power of God to help himself improve his cultivation. The currently known inherited gods in Douluo continent include the Sea God, Ashura God, Angel God, and Rakshasa God. Among them, the Angel God and the Rakshasa God have already selected their successors, Qianrongxiu and Bibidong respectively. However, there is still a chance to inherit the legacy of the Sea God and the Ashura God. Tang San is still young and did not take part in the assessment. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity for Ling Feng. He can use this time to obtain some help from the inheritance places of these two gods to speed up his cultivation. Let's go to the city of slaughter first. After careful consideration, Ling Feng made a decision. The city of slaughter is a mysterious place full of blood and killing, and it is also the place where the Shura god is passed down. There are endless challenges and opportunities, which may allow him to find a breakthrough. As for Zhao Yun, Ling Feng left him in the Soul Ring Pavilion. Zhao Yun is very powerful. With him guarding the Soul Ring Pavilion, Ling Feng can go to the city of slaughter with confidence. Ling Feng explained the task to Zhao Yun in detail and told him to guard the Soul Ring Pavilion well and ensure everything was safe. The rules in the city of slaughter are extremely special. You can release your martial soul there, but you cannot use your soul skills. However, for Ling Feng, who possesses powerful strength and a unique martial soul, this restriction does not have much impact. Even if he didn't use his soul skills, with his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to achieve 100 consecutive victories in the city of slaughter. Once this goal is achieved, he will be able to challenge the Hell Road and gain access to the mysterious and powerful Killing God domain. However, Ling Feng's goal goes far beyond this. He didn't want to just take the Killing God's domain and leave. He keenly felt that the City of Slaughter was more than just the Killing God's domain. Since the Shura God chose this place as a place of inheritance, he must have left behind other mysteries. Ling Feng wanted to gain more power in that land full of killing and improve his strength to a higher level. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Facing the Azura God. Chapter 58, Facing the Azura God. After making all the preparations, Ling Feng resolutely left the Soul Ring Pavilion. He followed the designated route and rushed to the City of Slaughter at lightning speed. In less than half a day, Ling Feng successfully arrived at his destination. Ling Feng opened the entrance to the City of Slaughter according to the method in the original book. The entrance is shrouded in a mysterious mist, like a door to another world. Ling Feng stepped in without hesitation, and his figure instantly disappeared in the mist. After Ling Feng entered the City of Slaughter, what came into his sight was a dilapidated and bloody scene. The streets were filled with a thick smell of blood, and the ground was covered with dried bloodstains, as if telling of the countless tragic battles that had taken place here. Blood clouds rolled in the sky, and lightning flashed from time to time, illuminating this land full of killing. "Welcome to the City of Killing." A charming voice sounded in Ling Feng's ears. Ling Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in a red gauze dress walking towards him. Her face was delicate and beautiful, but her eyes revealed a hint of coldness and cruelty. "This person is the guide to the City of Slaughter. First, let me introduce you to the situation in the Slaughter City. You can use your martial soul in the Slaughter City, but you cannot use soul skills." The voice of the guiding messenger was as melodious as a nightingale, yet it carried an unquestionable coldness. "The rules of the Killing City are chaotic, so you have to be careful. There is no absolute safety here, and only the strong can survive. Once you enter the Slaughter City, you cannot leave unless you pass through the Hell Road. And to challenge the Hell Road, you must achieve 100 consecutive victories to be eligible to challenge." The guiding messenger continued, her eyes sizing up Ling Feng, as if assessing his strength. Ling Feng listened quietly to the introduction of the guiding messenger. He was already familiar with these rules. In his opinion, the only one who could threaten him in the City of Slaughter was perhaps the King of Slaughter. The King of Killing is Tang Chen, the former level 99 ultimate Douluo powerhouse in Douluo continent. However, at this time, Tang Chen was possessed by a 100,000-year-old soul beast, lost his mind, and became the terrifying master of the Killing City. Moreover, the King of Killing can use his martial soul and soul skills, and his strength is unfathomable. Therefore, Ling Feng was unwilling to conflict with the King of Killing unless it was necessary. His purpose in coming here was to improve his strength, not to fight powerful enemies in vain. These are the specific rules of the Killing City. Good luck. After saying that, the guiding messenger brought Ling Feng into the city, spoke slowly, and then turned around and left. After the guiding messenger left, Ling Feng began to wander around this bloody city. Every time I walked, I saw soul masters drowning in killing on both sides of the street. These soul masters may have once been heroes on the Douluo continent, but in this environment full of killing and blood, they gradually lost themselves, were swallowed by endless desires and hatred, and became killing machines. Their eyes were filled with madness and confusion. And they exuded a disgusting smell of blood. They wandered the streets like zombies, and if they encountered anyone who was even slightly careless, they would pounce on them without hesitation and start a brutal killing. Ling Feng walked around and used the power of space to explore the surrounding situation, trying to find the secrets hidden in the City of Killing. His eyes were as sharp as a falcon, not missing any details. However, just as he was exploring the city in depth. "Okay. What's the situation?" Suddenly, an inexplicable force descended upon the City of Slaughter. This force is powerful and mysterious, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. Ling Feng's expression instantly became extremely alert, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if he had a premonition that a huge crisis was about to come. He quickly released his void mirror martial soul, and the majestic force of space surrounded him, trying to resist this strange force. However, Ling Feng soon discovered that the power of space that he was proud of was completely ineffective in the face of this kind of power. Boom! The mysterious force was like a sharp axe, easily tearing through his spatial defenses. He was instantly enveloped by a red light, and his vision was blurred. What is this place? When Ling Feng opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar space. The sky and the ground here are no different from those in the city of slaughter, but there is a dead silence all around, as if all life has been taken away here. The entire space was extremely quiet, so quiet that it was eerie. The only sounds that could be heard were the sounds of one's own heartbeat and breathing. Ling Feng looked alert, various thoughts flashing through his mind quickly. Thinking back to the previous force that was so powerful that he could not resist it. Logically speaking, even with the power of an extreme Douluo, it would be impossible for him to be teleported to this unfamiliar space without any reaction. Then, the only possibility is that God took action. Now, the city of slaughter is the inheritance place of the Shura god. Apart from the Shura god, who else has such powerful strength? God King Shura! Ling Feng shouted into the void in front of him, his voice echoing in the silent space, seeming particularly loud. Really? As soon as Ling Feng finished speaking, the entire space shook slightly, as if a sleeping giant beast was awakened. The endless murderous aura in the sky slowly condensed, like dark clouds gathering, forming a large illusory figure in front of Ling Feng. This figure released powerful divine patterns all over his body, and each pattern flashed with a mysterious and ancient light, as if containing the mysteries of the universe. Ling Feng felt this momentum, his eyes became stern, and a feeling of awe surged in his heart. What a terrifying momentum! He muttered to himself that this was the first time he had so intuitively felt the huge gap between mortals and gods, an almost insurmountable chasm. It made him realize his own insignificance. However, this scene did not make Ling Feng retreat, but instead aroused the fighting spirit deep in his heart. There was a blazing fire burning in his eyes, which was a desire for power and a firm belief in the path to becoming a god. Hey, human soul master, you actually know me. The curious tone of Shura god reached Ling Feng's ears. The voice seemed to come from the distant sky, but it echoed clearly in his mind. After all, he had met Ling Feng once before. At that time, Ling Feng was hunting down his father Tang Hao, the heir to the throne of God whom he had his eyes on. In order to allow his chosen successor to inherit his throne without distraction in the future, the god Shura rescued Tang Hao at the critical moment. He thought he had never appeared in front of Ling Feng. As a result, this human soul master directly called out his name, which made Shura god feel very strange and also aroused a strong interest in Ling Feng. In fact, the Shura god had noticed this human soul master since the battle with Tang Hao. Ling Feng's talent is so strong that almost no one in the entire Douluo continent can compare with his talent. He noticed every bit of his growth and every breakthrough. Just today, he suddenly realized that Ling Feng had entered the city of slaughter, the place of his inheritance. Out of curiosity and consideration for the inheritance of the throne, Shura god sent a wisp of divine consciousness into the city of slaughter, wanting to see Ling Feng and ask him if he was willing to inherit his throne. At this time, the god Shura changed his mind. He urgently wanted to pass on his throne so that he could break free from the shackles and travel the universe in the future. He had previously taken a fancy to Tang San, but Tang San was still too weak now, and it would be difficult for him to inherit his position as a god without 10 years. On the other hand, Tang San's talent is far inferior to that of the human spirit master in front of him. Ling Feng's potential is like an endless abyss, unfathomable. After careful consideration, Shura god made a change to his final choice. Except for Shura god, one of the 5 great god kings of the god realm, I find it hard to imagine anyone else being able to create such a space filled with bloodshed. At this time, Ling Feng said lightly, making up a reason at random. He couldn't say that he had read the original novel and knew everything about Douluo continent. End of this chapter. Chapter 59 Shura 9 Test. Chapter 59 9 Tests of Shura. Interesting. There was a hint of smile in the voice of the Azura God King, as if he was very satisfied with Ling Feng's answer. I wonder if you are willing to inherit my throne. At this time, the Azura God King asked softly, and then directly and frankly stated his purpose. Although his voice was soft, it was as loud as a bell in this silent space, echoing in Ling Feng's ears. Okay. When Ling Feng heard the words of the Azura God King, he was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that the Azura God King would make such a plan, which made him a little surprised. He came to the city of slaughter. On the one hand, he did want to use the power of the God King Shura to improve his strength, but he did not expect that the God King Shura would pass the throne directly to him. Hasn't the God King Shura always had his eyes on Tang San? Thinking about his own talent, which was indeed much stronger than Tang San's, Ling Feng felt that the decision of the God King Shura was not unreasonable. Unfortunately, Ling Feng was unwilling to inherit the throne of the Shura God King. In his opinion, if he really became the Azura God King in the future, although he would be able to obtain supreme power and glory, it would also mean being imprisoned in the realm of gods and losing his freedom. Ling Feng doesn't want to spend his life confined by the rules and regulations of the divine world. He longs to explore this world freely and pursue higher realms with his own strength. I'm sorry, my future plan is to prove myself as a god through my own strength. Regardless, Ling Feng still said sorry with a firm tone, and also clearly expressed his future goals. You can prove yourself to be a god, are you sure? There was a hint of surprise in the voice of the Azura God King, as if he had not expected Ling Feng to refuse such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In Douluo continent, proving yourself a god is tens of thousands of times more difficult than directly inheriting the godhood. Moreover, the current environment of Douluo continent does not seem to support you becoming a god on your own. The Azura God King couldn't help but look at Ling Feng with even more respect. He knew full well the difficulty of proving himself as a god. It was a road full of thorns and challenges, and countless strong men had failed on this road. He didn't expect Ling Feng to have such ambitions, to want to prove himself as a god, and to be able to withstand the temptation of the throne of the God King, which made him look at him with admiration. Then what brings you to the city of slaughter? With your strength, it seems that you don't need the help of the killing god domain. I have been watching you since you entered the city of slaughter. It seems that your goal is not to pass through hell and obtain the realm of the god of slaughter. The Azura God King asked curiously. Ling Feng is a good seedling after all, and he doesn't want to miss it. He observed Ling Feng and found that this human soul master had a stubborn character. Since he had made up his mind, it was not certain that he would be able to inherit his divine position in the end. Then I'll be frank. I heard that the Slaughter City is the place you set up for the successor assessment, so I also want to try my luck in the Slaughter City to see if there is a chance to pass the divine test. Ling Feng stated his purpose again. He knew that his little thoughts could not be hidden from the Shura God King, so he said it out as a matter of course. After all, whether or not one can pass the divine test depends on the will of the God King Shura. I see. It seems you want to use the power of the divine test to improve your own strength. This is a good idea. The voice of the Azura God King echoed in Ling Feng's mind. Well, since you want to take my god test, then I will satisfy you. I just hope that if you can't prove yourself as a god in the end, you will choose my Shura god position. The Azura God King thought for a moment and decided to just make a good relationship with him. If Ling Feng could not prove himself a god in the future, then he might first consider inheriting his Shura godhood. On the other hand, if the human soul master in front of him could really prove himself a god, then his talent must be top-notch. When he returns to the divine realm, perhaps he will be able to help him. After hearing the answer from the God King Shura, Ling Feng understood, and it seemed that his goal had been achieved. Through today's conversation with the God King Shura, he did understand some of the God King Shura's situation. It seems that Tang San is just a successor to the throne valued by the Shura God King, and the fact that he saved Tang Hao before may also be for the consideration of his future successor. What is uncertain is whether the Ashura God King will eventually leave the throne to Tang San if he does not inherit the throne in the end. Ling Feng is still unable to predict some things in the future. He accepted the favor of God King Shura today, and at worst he could repay God King Shura in the future. Boom! When the Ashura God King saw that Ling Feng was ready, he waved his hand, and the murderous aura in this strange space slowly rushed towards Ling Feng. Finally, it condensed into a huge red sphere, composed entirely of murderous aura. Touching this sphere will grant you a divine test, but the level of your divine test depends on your own talent. God King Shura said calmly that he had already anticipated the final result. If nothing unexpected happens, the human soul master in front of him will definitely be able to pass the Shura God 9 tests. It's a pity that the human soul master in front of him is not willing to inherit his throne. Otherwise, there is no need to take the assessment. Just wait until he breaks through to level 99 and pass your own divine position to him directly. The God King Shura is still not optimistic about Ling Feng proving himself as a god, and there is a great possibility that he will inherit his throne in the end. Detected to be noticed by Shura God King, started issuing tasks. Release mission, please obtain the recognition of the Shura God King and awaken the divine test. Reward, unknown, rewards are obtained based on the level of the divine examination. At this moment, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded in Ling Feng's mind. Hey, another mission is released at this time. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, this task was not difficult at all for him. With his talent, even if it was worse, he would still be at least at the Shura 7 trials, so he was not worried at all that this mission would fail. Ling Feng raised his right hand and slowly touched the red sphere in front of him. Then the soul power in his body was immediately absorbed by the sphere in front of him. It was as if the sphere was an endless black hole, greedily devouring his soul power. Buzz! As his soul power continued to dissipate, Ling Feng's body trembled slightly. A red light shot up into the sky, bursting out from the sphere and impacting the surroundings, like a bomb exploding in this unfamiliar space. A powerful force instantly broke through this strange space, and the surrounding air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. In the end, this red light directly enveloped the entire killing city, illuminating this bloody city like a sea of blood. The powerful Shura divine power shook, and the entire killing city trembled. People looked at the terrifying red light in the sky in horror, not knowing what was happening. End of this chapter. Chapter 60, The Spirit Evolves Again. Chapter 60, The Spirit Evolves Again. At this moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded in Ling Feng's mind. 9 tests of Shura. Yes, as expected, you have indeed passed the Shura 9 trials. However, you must know that my position is that of the Divine King, so each Shura divine trial is extremely difficult. I hope you are well prepared. And you might die during the assessment, and no one will be able to help you then. The Ashura God King spoke again to remind Ling Feng. The difficulty of the assessment for the position of God King is not comparable to the first or second level assessments of gods. Every test contains a fatal crisis. If you are not careful, you will fail. I know the consequences of failure. Ling Feng didn't say much and expressed his gratitude to the God King Shura. He has a system, but if he fails to pass the 9 tests of Shura, all his skills will be wasted. After passing the test, Ling Feng immersed his thoughts in his mind, wanting to see what the system's rewards would be after passing the Shura 9 tests this time. Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the recognition of the Shura God King and passing the highest level of divine examination, the Shura 9 examinations. You have exceeded the mission requirements and your rewards will begin to crit. Reward, Soul Evolution Potion, super god level. I go. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, wow, the reward this time is actually very generous. Super God level Martial Soul Evolution Potion. He had previously taken a God level Martial Soul Evolution Potion to evolve his Martial Soul once. If he takes this reward, his Martial Soul will reach the Super God level. You should know that the highest level of Martial Soul in Douluo continent is only God level. If he becomes a god in the future, then his own martial soul will transform into a true super god level. That is a super artifact that the powerful God King spent countless years to create. Ling Feng didn't expect the system to give him such a big surprise this time. He quickly suppressed his inner surprise. He did not plan to take the potion immediately. If the Shura God King in front of him noticed it, it would be troublesome. Well, now that you have obtained the Shura 9 tests, you can go and take the test. See you again if you are lucky. After the Azura God King finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared in an instant. The space around him gradually disappeared. When Ling Feng opened his eyes again, he found that he was still in the same place and had not moved. Ling Feng couldn't help but sigh at the methods of the god-level strong men, which were simply impossible to guard against. After a while, Ling Feng stroked the center of his forehead with his right hand, where there was a red pattern of a miniature Shura sword. The pattern emits a faint light, as if telling of its extraordinariness. The next moment, the content of the first test of the Shura God test appeared in Ling Feng's mind. The first test of the Shura God test: please complete 100 consecutive wins in the City of Slaughter and challenge the Hell Road to successfully obtain the Killing God domain. Time limit: 1 year. When Ling Feng saw the task of the first test, he was a little surprised. It seemed that this task was not as difficult as he had imagined. However, the time for this assessment is a bit tight. With only 1 year left, for ordinary people, achieving 100 consecutive victories and challenging the Hell Road in this dangerous killing city is simply a fantasy. But Ling Feng has his own confidence. He has a system and a secret weapon, the Super God level Martial Soul Evolution Potion. Ling Feng did not have too many doubts and planned to find a corner and use the system to shield the surroundings, so that his martial soul could evolve to the Super God level. By then, he will be able to complete the first test at a faster speed, thereby improving his strength. Ling Feng began to search for a suitable place in the City of Slaughter. The city was dark and damp, with abandoned buildings everywhere and a bloody smell. He shuttled through the narrow streets, avoiding group after group of malicious soul masters. Finally, he found a remote house. The house was dilapidated and the walls were full of cracks, but for Ling Feng, it was safe enough. He walked into the house, which was filled with a rotten smell. Ling Feng frowned and then began to make arrangements around him to prevent others from disturbing him. He used his soul power to set up layer upon layer of barriers around the house. These barriers not only block outside prying eyes, but also sound an alarm when someone approaches. Then, Ling Feng whispered to the system in his mind, "System, help me block the aura of my evolved martial soul." The system responded quickly, and an invisible force enveloped the entire house, blocking any possible leaks. After everything was ready, Ling Feng took out the Super God level Martial Soul Evolution Potion from the system space. This bottle of potion emits a soft golden light in the darkness, like a shining pearl. The potion swayed gently in the glass bottle, emitting an alluring luster, as if calling Ling Feng. Ling Feng opened the bottle cap, and a rich aroma filled his nose. The aroma contained a powerful force, which made him immediately aware of the throbbing of his martial soul. He took a deep breath, and then drank the Super God level Martial Soul Evolution Potion in one gulp without hesitation. The medicine flowed down his throat, transformed into a powerful energy, and merged into his limbs and bones. Ling Feng clearly felt a powerful aura emerging in his body. This aura was like surging waves, constantly impacting the surrounding void. The void mirror martial soul continued to emerge. Unlike the first time the martial soul evolved, Ling Feng's martial soul did not break this time. The silver-white mirror gradually turned golden under the influence of the potion. As time goes by, the golden lines on the surface of Lingfeng's martial soul became deeper and deeper, and strange golden patterns emerged. These patterns are like ancient runes, exuding a mysterious aura. As the golden lines deepened, the power in Lingfeng's body continued to rise. Some tiny spatial cracks began to appear around his body. These cracks kept twisting and deforming, as if telling of the powerful force. Bang bang bang! The void around him began to explode, and the powerful force of space raged, but because the system had concealed the surrounding movements in advance, these situations only evolved around Lingfeng. The void is reorganized in destruction, and then reorganized and destroyed, back and forth. Lingfeng closed his eyes tightly and tried his best to guide this power, allowing it to merge into his martial soul. Time passed by minute by minute. Lingfeng's body was under tremendous pressure, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his body was trembling slightly. Finally, as the last trace of golden light merged into the martial soul, the entire mirror surface turned completely golden, and a powerful spatial force was generated in Lingfeng's body. This force was several times stronger than before. Call! Lingfeng suddenly opened his eyes, took a long breath, and his eyes flashed with excitement. He felt his own strength and was suddenly filled with surprise. End of this chapter.